Thousands of people flocked to the championship to watch their esports favorites play. The host announced that they had finally waited for this moment. The main star of the day had appeared. The announcer reminded the entire arena that this guy had become the most valuable player in previous tournaments. The young man tried to explain to the giants bending over him that his name was Oliver Grandtiger. One of the men noticed that the guy had an unusual name, and the second emphasized that his clothes also looked strange. The first thug asked the guy to tell him more about himself and explain why he was so small. The men immediately tensed when they realized that they already knew each other. The second giant shouted at the top of his lungs that he knew this boar. After all, it was he who killed him. Oliver Grandtiger felt as if the huge Vikings were about to attack each other in anger. The young man wondered where he had ended up and what was going on here. The team's most valuable player thought the men were enemies standing on the same battlefield. However, the first of the giants joyfully shouted that it was thanks to him that he was able to get to Valhalla. The second of the giants said that since he saw the enemy in front of him, it meant that he had died after him. The man said that everything was indeed true. He was killed by a boy with his hair braided into a pigtail. The first of the giants said that the boy shouted in rage, "Father," and stabbed him in the stomach. The deceased was the first to exclaim that his boy had avenged him, and the other noted the excellent upbringing of his son. Oliver Grandtiger asked himself again how he could have ended up in this utterly insane place. The young man tried to remember what could have happened to him because he was participating in a big tournament. The team's most valuable player remembers that he was going to win the world championship for the third time in a row. Oliver Grandtiger recalled that he suddenly felt incredibly ill and requested a technical break. The young man asked to stop. He could not believe that he actually died at that moment. The most valuable player of the esports team wondered if this was all a dream. The girl declared that the boy was a champion who had won every duel throughout hundreds of battles. The huge Vikings shouted in unison that he was a small but impressive dueling king. The young man suddenly realized that now each of the giants wanted to fight him. Oliver Grandtiger is absolutely sure that it's all because of this girl, but why is she winking at him? The guy remembered that his comrades immediately rushed to his aid, but it was too late. The young man was already standing to the side and watching his lifeless body, which his partners were trying to shake. Oliver couldn't believe that he saw himself from the outside then. It seemed to him that it was a dream. Then the young man saw that an incredibly blinding, warm light suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl addressed the soul of a warrior who lost his life after a glorious battle. Oliver Grandtiger wondered if this girl, who had appeared out of nowhere, was really talking to him. Valkyrie asked the guy to go with her. She would take him to a better place. Then the young man asked where they were going to take him. He wouldn't go to hell. He needed guarantees. She appeared out of nowhere and said that the guy should offer her his hand. He shouldn't have thought about it. Valkyrie decided to deliver Oliver Grandtiger to Valhalla as quickly as possible. The girl was completely confident that the guy was the most worthy warrior of humanity. The stranger explained that all warriors who lost their lives during the glorious battle go to Valhalla. Oliver Grandtiger recalled that Valhalla is the name of the afterlife in Scandinavian mythology. The esportsman thought that this was a place you could only get to if you died as a worthy warrior. The young man realized that this proud and confident girl clearly took him for a great warrior. Oliver Grandtiger explained that he is not a warrior, but a man who plays games. Valkyrie is completely sure that the guy is downplaying his battles and duels, calling them games. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle was heard, its sharp, drawn-out signals warning of an enemy attack. The stranger, who announced the boy's merits, shouted that the enemies were attacking. Everyone should prepare for battle. All the assembled Vikings were incredibly happy to hear such news. A glorious battle awaited them. Meanwhile, Oliver Grandtiger was scared. He had never taken part in a live battle. Hordes of non-humans rushed headlong towards the huge Vikings, ready to meet this horde. The monsters were rapidly approaching, already anticipating how their fangs would sink into the flesh of the Vikings. The ranks of valiant warriors, summoned by the Valkyries and the hordes of non-humans touched, crossing blades. The Vikings continued to rush towards the enemy, not afraid of the terrifying appearance of the uninvited guests. Oliver Grandtiger wondered what the hell was going on here. It was just a horrific massacre. The young man thought about what he could do and admitted that he had never held a real sword in his hands. The guy thought that since he had ended up in this place after his death, what would happen to him if he died again? A gigantic monster hovered over the boy, swinging its incredibly heavy sword. The young man clearly saw the rapidly approaching blade of the inhuman sword, but he could not move. The brute shouted at the young man to duck immediately. He would deal with the attacking creature. The man used his special ability to crush the monster with one blow. The Viking shouted. Stone Fist caught the bear and with one blow threw back the mighty monster. The giant turned to the Duel King and asked if he didn't know about the special power, Saga. The huge man smiled happily as he looked at the boy who was presented as an invincible warrior. The young man asked the man who had saved him from the dangerous monster, in confusion, what he meant. The Viking said that he was talking about the story of this unusual guy, who cannot just anyone get into Valhalla. The man is completely confident that the guy has widely known achievements accumulated throughout his life. The giant with a special ability explained to the young man that achievements are a crushing force. The Viking declared that the more famous the boy's achievements, the more powerful a warrior he would become in Valhalla. Oliver Grandtiger thought seriously about what achievements he has that many people know about. The esports athlete came to the conclusion that he had spent his entire life simply eating, sleeping, and playing various games. However, the young man wondered what it would be like if he became a hero from the game he had spent so much time playing. The young man decided that his saga could be the achievements of the character he controlled in the game. The guy decided that he could use the achievements of the immortal warrior Callister. Oliver Grandtiger saw runic writing that froze right in front of him. The Viking asked if the boy really had the saga since he could see the letters in front of him. The young man admitted that he didn't know the runes, but he could somehow read them as if through a screen translator. Oliver thought that the title of Immortal Warrior belonged entirely to his character, Callister. However, the boy decided that he could use Callister's power to defeat the monsters. Oliver Grandtiger decided that he would become the strongest in this world, but he was stopped by a man's cry. The strong Viking asked the young man to look ahead because a monstrous monster stood before him. The boy realized that the huge creature was already preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The young man didn't expect that this overgrown monster would have such an overwhelming attack. Oliver Grandtiger rolled to the side, confused as to why his saga wasn't working. The esportsman understands that the power of the immortal warrior Callister cannot be so weak. The young man wondered what he could have done wrong, since his character was the greatest warrior. Oliver Grandtiger understands that Callister would easily crush even such a powerful monster. The young man decided that his problem lay in the saga itself. Was there really some kind of catch in it? The guy reread the letters and realized that his synchronization with the character was only 1%. The former esports athlete shouted, asking why the text was so small. Could this really be an insurance document? The Viking declared that this was the end of his help and wished the young man to compose an excellent saga about himself. The man said his name was Bjorn and wished the boy to become stronger so that they could see each other again. Oliver Grandtiger thought that even with just 1% of Callister's power, he would win. The young man was firmly convinced that this was more than enough to defeat the creature that attacked him. The guy decided to rush to his sword to use his own saga again. Oliver Grandtiger knows that Callister was a superhuman, capable of holding his own against hundreds of soldiers. The young man realizes that the immortal warrior is the strongest character in the entire world. The former esports athlete decided to simply present the legend of himself and the immortal warrior Callister. The giant monster swung its massive hammer to finish off the boy. Oliver Grandtiger realized that his saga would become legendary if he achieved full synchronization. The strong monster cut through the space in front of him, hoping to give the young man a good beating. However, the former esports athlete easily avoided the blow and entered his opponent's blind spot. Oliver Grandtiger recalled how his fans cheered when he climbed into the ring at the tournament. The young man understands that each of them wanted to see the immortal warrior in his performance again. The guy remembers how the commentators called him Storm, sweeping away enemies like a hurricane. This was the nickname by which everyone knew Callister's character, player Oliver Grandtiger. The young man used his storm-like warrior charge ability to cut off the monster's head. The guy found himself on the other side of the battlefield in an instant. His speed was simply incredible. Oliver Grandtiger didn't expect the power of his saga to be so overwhelming. The young man couldn't cope with the incredible speed he gained after using the ability. The former e-sportsman rolled head over heels across the battlefield with a scream, his strength still a mystery. The young man thought that the achievement call added a new ability to the existing saga. The boy decided that this ability was a simple increase in movement speed. The young man decided that with this ability of Saga, he would definitely survive this difficult battle with the monsters. The battle ended by evening. All the warriors carried by the Valkyries were feasting in the halls. The Vikings rejoiced at the glorious battle of the day and that they had not suffered any harm today. The man shouted that Björn had survived, and he also loudly replied that it was just a warm-up for him. Oliver Grantiker tried to bite off a piece of meat and wondered if this really was the warriors' feast. The young man saw that they only served tough meat and alcohol here. He was dying of hunger, so he did not refuse. Bjorn stated that if a boy wanted better food and drink, he should upgrade his warrior class. The Viking explained that this was the lowest feast for newcomers and warriors of the lowest rank. The boy asked if Bjorn was also a lowly warrior, and he replied that he had come down for the sake of the young man. Oliver Grantiger thanked the man who saved him from death and told him about his special power. The young man said, "If you think about it, what will happen to him if he dies here in Valhalla?" The Viking explained that the souls of the dead here pass into steel warriors. They feel neither pain nor hunger. Bjorn admitted that it was simply wonderful because steel warriors could fight for eternity. Oliver Grantiger decided that unless he wanted to end up in a steel coffin for eternity, he couldn't die. The man stated that the young man's Legion affiliation would be determined very soon. The Valkyrie, who entered the halls, announced that she had seen the warriors' exploits today. The girl announced that she would now tell the transferred ones which legion they would belong to. Bjorn explained to Oliver Grantiger that this was the daughter of the god Odin, Regenleif, born of noble blood. Valkyrie stated that the warriors would see in the cups the name of someone they would trust and follow. Bjorn said that everyone belongs to the Legion of Gods of Asgard. The guy will receive great power from his god. Oliver thought that he only knew Odin and Thor. Let the cup have the name of one of them. Sometime after the warriors' feast, the boy found himself on a boat accompanied by a Valkyrie. Oliver Grantiger thought Bjorn had called it the Legion of God, but he was the only one transported here. The young man could not understand why he was the only one who ended up in this worthless legion. Valkyrie asked that Oliver Grantiger had been killing himself like this all this time. Maybe he was feeling bad. The girl asked the guy not to worry. Their legion also had strengths that were not inferior to the others. Valkyrie said that no one grumbles from above and no one creates problems from below. Isn't that heaven? The young man remembered how impatiently he had waited to see the name of Thor or Odin in his cup. However, the guy saw the unknown name of the goddess, Iduna. Would he really be in a little-known legion? Oliver Grantiger saw how others rejoiced when they saw the name of Odin, Thor, or Tyr. The boy told Bjorn that he would not recognize the name given to him, who this Iduna was. The one who came down for the young man only advised him to hold on. This was the best he could offer. Oliver Grantiger heard a girl asking everyone connected to Odin to come forward. The Valkyries called out to the transported warriors who had been sent to join their god's legion. The young man continued to walk forward in the hope that he would still find the one who was gathering Iduna's legion. Oliver Grantiger came across a Valkyrie who clearly didn't expect a newcomer to join her legion. The former e-sportsman apologized and asked if this girl was really a representative of Iduna. The young man declared that he belonged to Iduna's legion and wanted to find the Valkyrie of his god. The girl shouted, "Did they really have a newcomer?" She couldn't believe what was happening. The former esports athlete held his breath and thought that the girl had come too close to him. Oliver Grantiger turned to Hedda and asked who they were fighting and what the purpose of this war was. Valkyrie said that since their newcomer didn't know anything, she would now explain everything to him clearly. The girl said that this is roughly what the world looks like and explained that they are now in Asgard. Hedda said that beyond Asgard there is Muspelheim, from where giants and monsters invade. The young man asked what was between Asgard and Muspelheim, this red zone. Valkyrie explained that the place called Erin had already fallen and they were now on the front lines. Oliver Grantiger asked if they were taking part in the final battle of gods and monsters, Ragnarok. Haida replied that everything was so. Their main goal was to save the world from the terrifying creatures of Muspelheim. However, the Valkyrie admitted that, to be honest, they were fighting simply to survive. The former esports athlete wondered if it meant they could travel freely between worlds. The young man thought that he would be able to return to his home world, but Hedda said that they were already there. Oliver Grandtiger asked if this was the temple of the goddess, and the girl replied that it was indeed so. Valkyrie said that they must pay tribute to the one under whose banner they fight. The former esports athlete asked if they would really see Iduna in such an inconspicuous place. The girl said that they would be able to see their goddess only from afar. She was in a high place. Valkyrie explained to the boy that he should ascend the altar and throw this golden apple. The young man thought about how throwing this golden fruit would help him see the goddess of his legion. Oliver Grandtiger wondered if perhaps he should be less harsh with the golden apple. The former esports athlete decided that he would not throw the golden fruit, but simply drop it. The young man noticed that as soon as the golden apple touched the altar, it became illuminated with a bright glow. The newcomer to the Legion of the goddess Iduna felt that the light was literally trying to knock him off his feet. The goddess of eternal life and youth asked her warrior, Oliver Grandtiger, to come closer. The young man could not believe his eyes. He really saw a real deity in front of him. Oliver Grandtiger knew he had to show his respect to the woman standing opposite him. The young man immediately bowed his knee, expressing his deepest respect to the goddess of life and youth. Iduna's words of blessing sounded as if they were a stream of water pouring from above. Oliver Grandtiger didn't understand why his body naturally honored the goddess. The woman introduced herself as Iduna and bestowed upon the young man her blessing, the sigil of life. The goddess said that her blessing would protect Oliver Grandtiger's body from any mortal danger. The young man exclaimed in extreme surprise at the great power that was flowing through his body. The former esports athlete suddenly realized that youth is an unrivaled power. Oliver cried out in delight that all his chronic pain had subsided and his indigestion had disappeared. The goddess said that she would eagerly await the accomplishments of this brave warrior from her legion. Sometime later, Oliver Grandtiger woke up on the altar of the goddess Iduna, the patroness of the legion. Valkyrie was delighted when she realized that the former esportsman had received the blessing of the goddess of youth. Hedda stated that the goddess's blessing protected the boy from death, but not from the excruciating pain of injuries. The girl said that as Oliver grows, the blessing will also become stronger. Valkyrie chuckled, explaining that the goddess Iduna's subordinates were called the Legion of Zombies. The young man asked what would happen after defeating all the enemies. Would he be able to return to his world? Oliver Grandtiger thought it would be cool. Any girl would be smitten with him. Valkyrie guessed that this was probably exactly what the young man was dreaming about, and she found it cute. The girl said that if, of course, the war really ends with their victory, then the guy will be able to return. Hedda promised that if the young man wanted to return, he would be able to do so without hindrance. Oliver Grandtiger thought, of course he must go back. What was the point of staying here forever? Valkyrie helped the guy up, and he thought that her hand was incredibly soft and warm. The young man thought that he was standing too close to the girl and admitted that he could stay here for now. Oliver Grandtiger has already seen himself returning from work after a long day at work. The boy imagined Hedda greeting him at home with the joyful smile of a caring girl. A Valkyrie would happily welcome a working man back to his home. The girl would have exclaimed warmly that Oliver Grandtiger had arrived just in time. The former esports athlete imagined Hedda asking him to open his mouth slightly so he could feed her carefully. The newcomer to the Legion of the goddess Iduna joyfully leaned forward to eat the meat that was offered to him. However, Oliver Grandtiger felt the disgusting taste and toughness of the meat handed to him. The boy thought that thanks to this disgusting meat, he had broken free from his delusions. Valkyrie asked if the meat was too tough and said that the boy needed to work harder. The girl explained that high-class warriors have access to better food and comfortable housing. Hedda said that Oliver Grandtiger would have to grit his teeth and become stronger at all costs. The young man thought that he was really missing a miracle, like the one on the river in his hometown. The system has warned that Oliver Grandtiger's delusions have reached a critical level. Valkyrie suggested summing it up. With each victory over an enemy, the guy would receive a rune. The young man noticed that some kind of red energy was absorbed into his body after defeating the monster. Hedda came to the conclusion that Oliver Grandtiger already had runes to enhance his abilities. The girl explained that the guy could enhance his mana or stamina, any stat available to him. Valkyrie said that sagas are a special power that cannot be upgraded with collected runes. Hedda explained that sometimes Sagis become stronger than they actually were due to exaggerated achievements. The girl said that entry-level sagas are primitive. They can only enhance power or speed. Valkyrie explained that sagas are embodiments of legends, meaning their effects are very varied. Hedda explained that sagas can create weapons, transform, and even summon armies. The girl asked to remember that the ability to use the saga and develop it depends only on the guy. Oliver Grandtiger thought his saga was the embodiment of the Dragon Knight Callister. The former esports player knows the incredible legend of the character he controlled for a long time. The immortal warrior Callister is the strongest in the world. There is nothing he cannot do. The Valkyrie explaining the basics, and the newcomer to the Legion of the goddess Iduna heard the alarm. The girl asked if the guy had understood the gist of her explanation and added that this was in order to go into battle. The newcomer from the Legion of the goddess Iduna wondered if he was really seeing a real portal. Valkyrie explained that if the boy went through the purple gate, he would end up in the deployment waiting area. After some time, Oliver Grandtiger was already fully armed. Hedda had equipped him completely. The girl noticed that the equipment she had chosen fit the newcomer to their legion perfectly. The former esports athlete said that it was time for him to go and that he should not waste precious time. Valkyrie asked Oliver Grandtiger not to die on the battlefield out of stupidity. The young man recalled that the girl herself had told him that with Iduna's blessing, it was difficult to die. Hedda thought that this guy was determined to improve his warrior class and reach new heights. The former esports athlete stepped decisively beyond the glowing outlines of the portal leading to the training area. The young man came out into a huge square filled with warriors from various legions of gods. Oliver Grandtiger looked around and quietly said how many strong Vikings had gathered here. The former esports athlete asked himself if they were really in for such a big battle. Bjorn called out to the young man with the unusual name and gave him a friendly slap on the shield on his back. Oliver Grandtiger recognized the brute who told him about a special power and saved him from death. The man noticed that the boy looked better now and asked if his Valkyrie was a beauty. Bjorn stated that all Valkyries are beauties and added that the guy needs to find his legion quickly. The brute explained that unlike yesterday's battle, today's would have a commander. The commander of the warriors from the legions of the gods noticed that the young man was Iduna's only legionnaire. The chief Viking said that it was strange that the young man was standing here alone. He needed to stand behind the neighboring line. The commander shouted that his name was Ragnar of Heimdall's legion and that he would lead today's battle. The man added that the goal of today's battle is to recapture lost territories. Ragnar shouted even louder, calling on the warriors of Valhalla to stand up for Asgard and all 9 worlds. The Vikings gathered in the square were expecting only one thing: an order to rush through the gates that had opened before them. The man shouted that he would lead all the warriors. They should just follow him. The Vikings began to shout that their commander was an example of a real man. All the assembled warriors of the legions of gods ran through the gates and found themselves on the other side in the middle of the battle. The men immediately pounced on the monsters that had once captured these lands. The defending Vikings noticed that the gates in their rear had opened and reinforcements were already close. The glorious warriors of the legions of gods heard some sound. It was a terrible, terrifying howl. Everyone saw the silhouette of an incredibly huge monster on the top of a high mountain above the battlefield. The men who received reinforcements asked who he was. He looked very strong. The Vikings noticed that the one standing on the top had jumped fearlessly, ending up above their heads. The monster crashed into the ground so hard that everyone standing on it was knocked off their feet and scattered in different directions. The leader of the monsters, White Fang, turned out to be a formidable adversary for the legions of the gods' subjects. The Vikings acknowledged that this creature was not lacking in incredible power. Could it really be the leader here? The men shouted that this monster was incredibly huge, 5 times larger than the others. The gates of the gradually arriving legion reinforcements continued to open and deliver warriors. White Fang heard the reinforcement commander shout, ordering them to keep up the pace. The Vikings fearlessly poured out of the opened portal, all of them eager for a great battle. Those who arrived under the command of Ragnar from Heimdall's legion were dumbfounded at the sight of the formidable monster. The fearless warriors, following behind the real man, asked what kind of healthy creature it was. White Fang didn't hesitate. He swung his two-handed hammer and knocked down everyone staring at him. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna was the last to emerge from the portal, delivering reinforcements. The former e-sportsman was greeted by a furious cry from the leader of the local monsters. The young man wondered who the bastard was who opened the gate of movement in such a dangerous place. The big monster saw that his intimidation had not worked on this little man. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna realized that defeating such an enemy would certainly strengthen his saga. The young man told himself to calm down and just think of it as a strategy against the game boss. The former esports athlete thought he should first evaluate the terrifying monster's weapon. Oliver Grandtiger thought that his weak shield could not withstand the power of such a huge hammer. The young man fully understands that he will not be able to block any attack with this tiny shield. A warrior from the goddess's legion decided that he had to get rid of this shield to become more mobile. The former esports athlete used all the runes he had to enhance his agility. White Fang did not hesitate. He raised his enormous hammer over the small minion of the goddess Iduna. The young man decided that he had to dodge this direct attack from the terrifying monster. Oliver Grandiger realized that he could see the monster's swings, which meant he could dodge them. Vikings from the other legions of gods watched closely as the frail guy skillfully dodged. White Fang noticed these gaping men and decided that they could use a good thrashing. The former esports athlete realized he needed to step away from the hammer-wielding monster. The young man understands perfectly well that simply dodging is useless. Perhaps it's worth attacking his legs. One of the surviving Vikings shouted that they should aim for the legs of this huge monster. The men shouted that they must stop White Fang immediately by attacking his legs. However, the leader of the local monsters sent the attackers flying with one swing of his powerful hammer. The Vikings shouted that they had to aim somewhere else. White Fang had to be stopped. Oliver Grandtiger knew that there was only one way left that he could think of now. The former esports athlete decided to use his saga, Warriors Charge Like a Storm. All the warriors of the legions of gods watched as the frail youth rushed upward with a powerful leap. The giant monster realized that he had failed to slam the nimble guy into the ground. He had slipped away. White Fang lost sight of the little youth and wondered if the little bastard had gotten scared and run away. Oliver Grandtiger thought that he must survive on this battlefield. The young man admitted that he wanted to see again the chief Valkyrie of the legion in which he served. The boy remembered the advice Hedda had once given him. Only he could develop his own saga. The former esports athlete screamed because he no longer wanted to see these unwanted memories. The young man was outraged that the Valkyrie was speaking to him as if he was about to die. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that his saga had so far been a simple speed boost. Oliver Grandtiger decided he could do more than just jump vertically. The former esports athlete realized that he could use double jumps by pushing off from the air. The youth accelerated to incredible speed, thanks to his saga Storm-like Warrior Charge. White Fang was taken aback. What was this? Why was he suddenly attacked by someone from the sky? The young man thought that he almost died. If not for Iduna's blessing, everything would have ended badly. A warrior from the goddess's legion heard the furious roar of the leader of the monsters that had captured these lands. The guy noticed that his opponent could no longer dictate his terms in this battle. Oliver Grandtiger thought he finally had his chance to put an end to the monster. The boy screamed, it was now or never, and used his saga in a new way, summoning weapons. The guy figured out how to use the ability, Warriors Charge Warrior's Sword, to recreate the sword in his hand. The former esports athlete jumped again to finish off the huge creature with a double jump. The young man screamed, overcoming his own strength to crush the dangerous monster, White Fang. Meanwhile, somewhere in outer space, the following events were taking place. The Valkyrie, watching the Earth, heard the Black Raven accompanying Odin fly up. The girl said that they were winning the battle and that Valhalla would soon return the lands captured by the monsters. The Valkyrie turned and bowed to Odin, introducing herself as Rastrid. The Black Raven declared that it was Hugin in front of the girl, and not their great all-father, Odin. The raven that usually accompanied Odin asked if anyone stood out among the warriors. Hugin asked if there were no worthy ones, and admitted that they were lower-class warriors. However, the Valkyrie objected. Among all those who were part of the legions, there was one guy who stood out. The Vikings began to rejoice and praise Odin. Today, they had defeated the great monster. winner. The former esportsman stood up and looked around. All the men around him were rejoicing at their victory. The young man thought that this was not the first time he had heard such delight and shouts from the crowd. The team's most valuable player recalled that fans always cheered after his crushing victories. Oliver Grandtiger thought the sword in his hand was the weapon of the immortal warrior Callister. The young man knows that Runefang was once one of the few powerful swords in the north. The guy thought that after some time, this sword was classified as an ordinary low-level weapon. The former esports athlete realized that he wanted to keep hearing the crowd's applause. The Vikings cried out that Oliver Grandtiger was the true god of war. The young man felt someone tug at his shoulder. The man said that the guy tried hard. Bjorn praised the young man and said that the boy had become much better at handling his saga. Oliver Grandtiger thinks he can make this sword appear and disappear at will. The brute suggested they move on so as not to waste any extra time, and the guy asked if they were coming back. The Viking pointed to a fortress in the distance and declared that they would not return until they had recaptured all the territories. The former esportsman realized that he would not be able to return to his Valkyrie that night. A rather loud yawn came from a tent that stood in the military camp of the Valhalla warriors. It was Oliver Grandtiger, who said it had been a long day. He couldn't believe that night had only just come. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna quietly asked. He became stronger, but how much? The young man decided to check if the system would display updated statistics for his saga. The boy noticed that his synchronization with the immortal warrior Callister had risen to 5%. Oliver Grandtiger jumped when he realized he had received an extra slot for Saga. The young man decided that he could now wield 2 sagas at once and heard someone calling him. The Viking said that Oliver Grandtiger had a guest, and the boy wondered why the man was grinning. The former esports athlete emerged from the tent and noticed his comrades smiling at him and nodding approvingly. The young man asked himself why the others had such expressions on their faces. What kind of reaction was this anyway? Oliver Grandtiger couldn't answer this question, but he understood everything immediately when he saw Hedda. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna became embarrassed when he saw the familiar Valkyrie. The girl was delighted to see Oliver Grandtiger safe and sound. After some time, the chief Valkyrie of the legion of the goddess Iduna asked the young man for forgiveness. The thing is that some time ago, she asked the guy to show her all his achievements that he had achieved during his life. Then the former esportsman asked if he could even show his achievements to anyone. Hedda was horrified by the achievements of the boy who repelled a legion of dragons and suppressed the kingdom of demons. Valkyrie began to apologize for not recognizing the great man and for behaving inappropriately. The young man noted that even her panicked look was cute, but still asked Hedda to calm down. Oliver Grandtiger thought that he had to explain everything to her so that there would be no more such misunderstandings. The young man stated that he had indeed done all this, but he had done it in the virtual world. Valkyrie is confident that the fact is that the guy really achieved all these achievements on his own. The girl said that having so many impressive achievements is simply incredible in itself. Oliver asked if esports is considered a full-fledged sport and what time period he lives in. The young man thought that in the afterlife, he had received such a strange consolation. Hedda suggested continuing their conversation about the sagas. She stated that the number of sagas is unlimited. Valkyrie warned that the guy could create another saga, but he would forget about such a possibility for a while. The girl is sure that Oliver Grandtiger should think carefully before creating the saga. The former esports athlete turned to the system window to analyze his current capabilities. The young man decided that by now he should have at least 1 attack and 1 support skill. Oliver Grandtiger thought that everything was right. He already knew what kind of saga he would create for himself. The guy decided to create a special ability, the Eyes of the All-Seeing Dragon. He is completely confident in its benefits. The former esports athlete screamed with indescribable joy, and Hedda said that she was a little scared. Valkyrie asked the boy if he had decided what that ability would be, and he replied that he had created Saga. Oliver Grandtiger said that the new Saga allows him to see through things, as if analyzing them. The guy explained that this allows him to get to know another person in detail, to look into his depths. The chief Valkyrie of the legion of the goddess Iduna asked in fear what had happened to the young man. Hedda asked if Oliver Grandtiger was okay. It felt like his head had exploded. Valkyrie said that in any case, she now knows what an incredible person the young man is. The girl exclaimed that the boy would become a strong warrior. He was their lucky talisman. The warrior of the legion of the goddess Iduna could not withstand the girl's tight embrace, so he exploded again. Shortly after the Valkyrie left, a Viking unknown to Oliver Grandtiger looked into his tent. The guy asked if something had happened, and the man who entered introduced himself as Rolf from the legion of the god Ulra. The man claimed to be a warrior from Ciri's squad, and it was they who were joined by the remnants of Ragnar's squad. The man who entered Oliver's tent said that everyone was gathering at the camp outpost, so he came. The former esports athlete discovered that the man's name was indeed Rolf the Wolf Hunter. The young man thought that he should keep his X-ray mode turned off when it was not needed. A man from the legion of the god Ulra said that he was very jealous of the guy who was visited by the Valkyrie. Rolf stated that he sincerely envies and admires the young man because it is really cool. Oliver Grandtiger thought it looked more like a celebrity had dropped in on him. A former esports player asked what the blessing of the legion of the god Ulra was. The man replied that every warrior in their legion was given the ability to track or remain stealthy. Rolf said he chose stealth because he knows he'll eventually get both abilities. Viking said that surveillance helps track a target even by the smallest trace. A warrior from the legion of the god Ulra said that they had already arrived at the place and needed to join the others. However, Rolf asked not to rush. First, he would introduce the guy to his commander. The young man was surprised. It turned out that the detachment of the man who had accompanied him here was commanded by a woman. The boy thought that this was the first time he had seen a woman in Valhalla who was not a Valkyrie. Oliver Grandtiger introduced himself, and Ciri asked if he was the guy who had become famous today. The woman said she was pleased to meet the warrior who had slain the giant Null. The former esports athlete felt the incredible aura of squad leader Rolf from the Ulra Legion. The woman said that the chief commander would arrive very soon, and the guy should wait here. The young man decided that Ciri from the legion of the god Ulra was a very charismatic commander. The Vikings noticed an unusual glow above their heads. Was a Valkyrie descending towards them? Rastrid descended to the warriors, who valiantly fought for the territories captured by the enemy. The newcomer from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that the Valkyrie looked simply stunning. The former cybersportsman saw that a girl named Rastrid stood before the warriors of all the legions. Oliver Grandtiger wondered what kind of nickname she had. Was she really called the Ice Princess? Valkyrie introduced herself to the warriors and declared that she was responsible for this battlefield. The girl recalled that after Ragnar's death, his squad became part of Ciri's squad. A Valkyrie from the legion of the god Odin emphasized that she is counting on a woman. The current commander of the warriors gathered in this place said that she would fulfill her duty. Rastrid noted that she saw how selflessly the warriors present fought. A Valkyrie from the legion of the god Odin stated that a reward has been prepared for those who have made a great contribution. The girl announced that the warrior Oliver Grandtiger had single-handedly defeated the leader of the Null squad. Rastrid said that as a reward, he would receive a bag of gold and a rune, as well as 10 points in the Legion. The former esports athlete thought he was already starting to become a celebrity in these parts. Someone from the crowd of warriors shouted that this was the same guy who was visited by the Valkyrie. The men surrounded Oliver, all of them shouting that he was really something. The young man thought that the fact that a Valkyrie had come to him was a greater event than defeating a boss monster. Rastrid from the Legion of the god Odin shouted that they would begin to retake the fortress tomorrow. The girl shouted, "They will use steel rain. All the warriors present will land on it." The Vikings started screaming that they had been waiting for this moment. Steel rain. This is incredibly cool. The former esports athlete asked himself what this steel rain was, why everyone was so happy. Oliver Grandtiger asked Rolf if he knew what it was, and he replied that he had no idea. The young man suddenly realized that he was unlikely to find a Viking who knew the meaning of these words. The next morning, the chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion led the warriors to storm the Black Fortress. The girl ordered everyone participating in the assault to go on the attack. Victory would be on their side. A horde of gnolls poured out of the fortress gates and rushed headlong to attack the Vikings. The fearless warriors, sent to reclaim the lands captured by the monsters, entered the battle with smiles. A giant gnoll commander appeared on the walls of the fortress, watching the assaulting troops from above. The commander of the besieged castle was Red-Eye. He was considered the chief among the monster invaders. The Vikings, sent to storm the fortress, fearlessly attacked the enemies they met. Rastrid's plan was to create a distraction while a small force scaled the wall and opened the gates. The commander of this detachment said that in order to open the gate, they had to break into the control room. Rolf summed it up, meaning their squad would cross the castle wall with the help of Iron Rain. Oliver Grandtiger asked himself what this Iron Rain was, teleportation magic or something. However, the young man realized that reality was much harsher. Their squad became ammunition for a cannon. The man asked the boy if he wasn't glad that Iron Rain turned out to be so wonderful. The Vikings shouted that he was going straight to Valhalla, and the former e-sportsman thought that he was already here. Having waited for the right moment, the firing positions received the order, and the assault began with the roar of guns. Oliver Grantiger silently prayed to his goddess to help him in this difficult moment. The former e-sportsman felt their gun pointed directly at the castle, and he was about to be ejected. A squad of fearless Siri warriors literally flew beyond the high walls of the besieged castle. The only warrior from the Legion of the Goddess Iduna screamed from fear and extreme overload. Meanwhile, the other Vikings, sitting with the guy in the same barrel, were incredibly happy about what had happened. Iron Rain literally rushed over the heads of the gnolls and the troops, distracting the crowds of monsters. The barrels of Vikings crashed down behind the walls of the besieged castle with a clang and a roar. Each of those who found themselves behind the wall understood that there was no way back. The only thing left to do was break through to the control room. The recently satisfied Vikings realized that the crazy flight and hard landing had drained the strength out of them. Some complained of a sore back, and someone shouted that he had bitten his tongue. Oliver Grandtiger asked how they all managed to survive such a landing. Meanwhile, the commander of the detachment sent by Iron Rain ordered to immediately prepare for battle. The Vikings, who had landed awkwardly, immediately rose and prepared to break through. The giant beetles were rapidly approaching the landing warriors from the legions of gods. Someone from the crowd of Vikings shouted that there were too many monsters and they were surrounded. Rolf noticed that the giant beetles moved in groups of 5, and if their leader was killed, they would disintegrate. A man from the Legion of the god Ulra stated that all beetles are the same. They will have to rely on luck. The former esports athlete realized that his new saga would be just the thing for determining the leaders of groups. The young man understands that with the help of the Eye of the All-Seeing Dragon, he can instantly identify the leaders. Oliver Grandtiger shouted that he could distinguish giant beetles with his saga. The captain of the detachment sent outside the castle walls reacted instantly and rushed towards the young man. The woman ordered the new guy and her squad to point out the leading beetles, and the shooters would deal with them. Siri ordered everyone to concentrate their fire on the beetle that Oliver Grandtiger would point out to them. The young man reacted instantly and pointed at the agile giant beetle, which was instantly dispatched. The former esports athlete continued to point out the prominent giant beetles. The Vikings began to rejoice when they noticed how the beetles, left without leaders, ran away in fear. Oliver Grandtiger no longer saw any beetles that had any special features. Noticing this, the Vikings went on the attack to drive away the remaining giant beetle rank and file. Those delivered by Iron Rain broke through the encirclement, and now there were no major obstacles in their path. The rank and file giant beetles lost their leaders and therefore began to flee, escaping death. The Vikings were glad that the enemy had retreated, but they were still in the middle of enemy territory. Siri noticed that the gnolls were gathering to suppress those who had broken through the fortress walls. The commander ordered Rolf to assemble a separate squad that would break into the castle's control room. Siri declared that the others would hold back the onslaught of monsters that continued to flood in an endless stream. The woman asked the man to take the warrior Oliver Grandtiger with him. He would become the core of the squad. The commander stated that she was leaving Rolf in the safe hands of a warrior from the Legion of the Goddess Iduna. The former esports athlete accepted Siri's order, knowing exactly what she was getting into. Rolf immediately announced a general assembly of his small detachment to break into the control room. A Viking from the Legion of the god Ulra asked Oliver Grandtiger to stay as close to him as possible. The squad took advantage of the blessing of the god Ulra, who granted them stealth. Rolf led his squad to the fortress walls, while those delivered by Iron Rain fought the gnolls. Those who remained surrounded by ferocious monsters rejoiced at the glorious battle that awaited them. The group leader stated that he had memorized the entire map of the area and that there must be a secret passage in this wall. The Viking is absolutely certain that this passage is connected to the control room of the castle under siege. The man assured them that this was an emergency passage through which they would quickly reach the control room. A small group secretly made their way through the dark underground corridors of an ancient castle. The former esports athlete flinched in surprise as he found himself caught in an incredibly dense web. The young man wondered why there was so much cobwebs here. It looked like these passages had never been used. Oliver Grantiger decided that it must be safe since the place had not been used for a long time. The small detachment assembled by Rolf slowly moved deeper into the secret corridors of the castle. The giant spider watched the men who had invaded its territory closely. Rolf continued to lead the warriors, not even suspecting that a dangerous monster was already watching them. The man asked his comrades to watch their step, as there might be some treacherous traps set there. The young man completely agreed with the commander. The invaders could not leave these corridors unattended. The giant spider, who had been merely observing up until this point, decided to take decisive action. A former esports player shouted that one of their group members had been dragged away by a giant spider. Rolf shouted that it was a were-spider, and the warrior was surprised by the size of this incredible monster. A man from the legion of the god Ulra said that this creature was incredibly hungry. They could no longer save their comrade. Oliver Grantiger used his saga, The Eyes of the All-Seeing Dragon, and saw hundreds of monsters. The young man asked himself to calm down and think about what the weakness of these creatures could be. The former esports athlete used his saga, Warrior's Charge, Warrior's Sword. Rolf was amazed that Oliver Grantiger could really manifest weapons out of nowhere. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna threw the newly materialized sword into the swarm of spiders. The young man decided that fire damage was the main weakness of these overgrown spiders. Oliver Grantiger decided to activate the fire explosion effect imbued into his rune fang. Everyone in Rolf's squad saw how the sword materialized out of nowhere and burst into flames. The boys shouted that they had to run while the flames held back the were-spiders. Rolf asked if the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna was a magician and what would happen to his sword. Oliver Grantiger stated that the sword is not a problem. If he wants, he will create another one. Those running away from the incredible number of huge spiders screamed that they saw doors. The commander of the small detachment shouted that they had to hurry. Every moment was counting. Rolf ordered the doors to be closed immediately. They would definitely be able to hold back all these hungry creatures. One of the were-spiders managed to squeeze through the narrow gap in the closing doors. The Vikings figured that the monster had simply gotten scared by the fire and forgotten how much he had wanted to feast on them. The men quickly began to close the doors so that no more monsters could get close to them. Rolf and the second Viking locked the gate. Now the huge were-spider spiders won't be able to get into this room. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided that he was right. The fire had worked well. A man from the legion of the god Ulra noted that they only miraculously escaped from all these creatures. Oliver Grantiger asked if this was the very same control room of the castle under siege. Rolf stated that this room was nothing more than the fortress's emergency control room. The commander of the small detachment said that this was the second command post hidden in the fortress. The former esports athlete thought it was no longer surprising to him why the road had been difficult. Rolf asked the Vikings to hurry. They must open the fortress gates as soon as possible. Those standing in front of the controller heard a system announcement that authorized control of the fortress. The detachment sent to open the gates of the fortress saw a girl materialize in front of them. The stranger announced that the Black Fortress was glad to meet her and was ready to carry out any order. The Vikings froze at the sight of a girl of indescribable beauty, and the guy noticed that they were in a hurry. The man came to his senses and ordered the Black Fortress to open the gates so the Vikings could enter. The girl said that she would immediately open her gates to the warriors from the legions of gods. The were-spiders appeared from behind the half-open door, and Rolf shouted that this was the wrong door. The commander of the small detachment laughed nervously, looking at the killed monsters. The Viking declared that the job was done. All that remained was to wait for the fortress to finally surrender. Rolf suggested talking about women, and Black Fortress reported that someone was breaking into the control room. The girl warned the Vikings that they must immediately prepare for a difficult battle. Oliver Grantiger noticed that the thick iron door was broken, but it was full of dangerous spiders. The one who entered growled that he had defeated them all, and now there were no were-spiders in this fortress. The former e-sportsman shouted out who it was. He looked even bigger than White Fang. Vikings from the legion of the god Ulra shouted that it was Red Eye, the leader of the gnolls in the fortress. The enraged monster screamed at the top of his lungs that he would finish off these little rats of Valhalla. The red-eyed monster shouted that it would tear anyone who entered this room into small pieces. The warrior of the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that he had to defeat this dangerous monster. A small group of Vikings decided to join forces to crush the red-eyed gnoll. Meanwhile, the one who had promised to tear his prey to pieces swung an incredibly heavy hammer. The giant monster growled that these bugs were just wasting his time. They would not defeat Red Eye. The large Viking was unlucky. He was unable to dodge the crushing blow of the gnoll leader. Oliver Grandtiger saw that this gnoll was many times stronger than the White Fang he had defeated. Red Eye hit the man so hard that he flew to the opposite wall of the room. The former esports athlete decided to repeat his success and defeat the gnoll with the Storm-like Warriors charge. The leader of the gnolls holed up in the Black Fortress couldn't understand where this little bastard could have disappeared to. The warrior of the legion of the goddess Iduna used a double jump to launch a swift attack. The huge gnoll felt the power of the young Viking saga. He realized that time was short. The leader of the monsters here threw down his heavy hammer to crush Oliver Grandtiger with his hands. The young man saw the red-eyed monster's intentions, but realized that he would not be able to stop the attack. Red-Eye grabbed the falling Oliver Grandtiger and thought he was about to crush the bug. The huge monster jumped up to slam the boy onto the stone floor of the fortress. Having promised to tear the Valhalla bugs to pieces, he mercilessly drove the young man into the solid stones. A warrior from the legion of the god Ulra called out to his comrade, although he understood that such a blow could not be survived. Red Eye saw that the guy was barely breathing and thought that he was a pretty tough bug. The former esportsman couldn't move. It seemed to him that his body no longer obeyed him. The young man asked himself what this was. Such a pleasant and warm feeling. Had he really died? Oliver Grandtiger opened his eyes and saw a blinding light. He guessed that it was death. Suddenly, the young man saw the gnoll leader, who was about to hit him, which meant he was alive. The former esports athlete thought he wasn't dead yet, but now the final blow was about to reach him. Rolf could no longer stand aside. He was eager to avenge his comrade, who had been driven into the stone floor. The leader of the small squad used his special ability and fired a reinforced bolt. Red Eye didn't expect that this weakling Viking could do so much damage with one shot. Rolf called out to the guy from the legion of the goddess Iduna and the medic who was slammed into the wall. The man realized that both of his allies were silent, meaning they had lost consciousness and could not continue. The leader of the gnolls holed up in the Black Fortress shouted that he would finish off that damn bastard. However, at that moment, the huge monster became thoughtful, his mad gaze darting about in doubt. The powerful monster couldn't decide who to finish off first, the crossbowman or the weakling. The huge gnoll looked down and decided that he should trample the survivor first. The former esports athlete noticed the monster's darting gaze and decided to play dead. The leader of the gnolls holed up in the Black Fortress thought that the guy under his feet was already dead. Red Eye screamed at the top of his lungs that the first thing he would do was finish off and tear apart the crossbowman who was still standing. The man from the legion of the god Ulra thought that he should load his crossbow as soon as possible. The enormous monster that ruled the gnolls in this fortress turned its back on Oliver Grandtiger. The commander of a small detachment of Vikings saw that his comrade was rising to fight again. The warrior from Iduna's legion thought that his body ached so unbearably that it seemed he was actually dying. However, the guy understood that since he was still breathing, it meant he had to fight to the end for the legions of gods. Oliver Grandtiger used Saga, Storm-like Warrior Charge, to crush this gnoll. A staunch warrior from Idun's legion pierced the leader of the gnolls, who captured the Black Fortress. Rolf couldn't believe his eyes. The young man took down this dangerous monster with one lunge. The man saw a cucumber flying towards him and thought of only one thing: it must be very painful. The huge monster could no longer move due to the wild, crippling pain. The captain of a small Viking detachment said that he could ease his comrade's pain a little. The young man approached the suffering giant gnoll and apologized to him for such a dirty reception. A warrior from Idun's legion used Saga, Warrior's Charge, Warrior's Sword to crush the beast. The former esports athlete felt like his sword lay in his hand in a completely different way, as if it were something else. Oliver Grantiger realized that he had summoned the Skull Crusher, another weapon of the immortal warrior. The young man decided that it didn't matter what weapon was in his hands, he would crush the Null Leader with it. A warrior from Iduna's legion returned the favor to the enormous monster by smashing its skull into the stone floor. The members of the small squad sent to the control room were surprised by the power of the boy's weapon. The Vikings in the group shouted joyfully, "Long live the goddess Iduna and the warrior from her legion." The former esports athlete saw in the system window that his synchronization with Callister had increased slightly. The young man understands that the siege of the Black Fortress ended in victory for the warriors from the legions of the gods. The partners pounced on the guy who defeated the incredibly dangerous Null, Red-Eye. A Viking from the legion of the god Thor shouted that the leader of the Nulls, Frostmane, had been defeated. The man shouted that the last commander of the Zero Legion, Iceman, had been defeated. A warrior from the legion of the god Thor named Bragi crushed this dangerous, huge monster. One of Odin's 2 black ravens flew over the battlefield, studying the warriors of Valhalla. Blackbird decided that Bragi from Thor's legion was certainly good, but Oliver Grand Tiger was much more interesting. The party sent to the castle by Iron Rain rejoiced when Rolf carried the victor out on his shoulders. Regan Leaf shouted that the brave warriors had won again and called on everyone to raise their glasses. Those who took the Black Fortress rejoiced loudly. They had finally recaptured their lands from the invaders. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna stood aside. For him, it was a hard-won victory. The young man thought about what awaited him ahead and heard someone ask him about his health. The former esports athlete responded that he feels as if he could die at any second. The man noted that Oliver Grand Tiger was still alive. This was a great happiness. He should be appreciated. Siri noticed that their team had done a good job and asked if they would like to have a drink. Rolf said it was a great honor. He had always dreamed of having a drink with a woman like her. A Viking from the legion of the god Ulra heard how many men descended on the captain for quality liquor. The commander of the detachment that had infiltrated the castle with the help of Iron Rain proposed a toast to Valhalla. The Vikings who arrived shouted that they agreed to drink to the best Captain Siri. The former esportsman thought that the men from the other legions of gods seemed cold to him. However, now he saw them from a completely different side. The Vikings seemed warm and welcoming to him. When the warriors of Valhalla finished drinking, Rolf began to talk about the were-spiders from the fortress's dungeons. The man from the legion of the god Ulra did not forget to tell about Oliver, who defeated Red-Eye. The young man became convinced that even the coldest and most charismatic Vikings were capable of smiling. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw that even the next morning the men continued to celebrate. The drunken Vikings decided to have a sparring match to find out which legion was the best. Everyone watching the fight between the two thugs joyfully shouted that their triumph continued. The former esports athlete was surprised when he realized that by the end of the day, the men had decided to have a disco. All the legionnaires had a blast, dancing and having fun, celebrating the return of the territories. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna wondered how much longer these stern men would act like this. One of the huge Vikings approached the guy and asked if he wanted to see something funny. The young man's comrades quickly realized that he was dead drunk and needed to be stopped. Rostrid turned to the warrior Oliver Grandtiger, interrupting the men's unbridled joy. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna noticed a Valkyrie who called out to him. She was not standing alone. The former esportsman overheard the drunks asking what the Valkyries needed at such a late hour. The girl who commanded all the warriors from the legions of gods said that they decided to visit the young man. He'd greeted everyone and thought that it was too crowded here, and the guy suggested that they move away. The men shouted that they envied Oliver, but youth is like that. It makes your blood boil. The Vikings decided it was time for another round, but Rostrid forbade them from touching the drink. Valkyrie explained to the warriors that Ciri's squad had a very important mission tomorrow, and everyone needed to get some sleep. A Valkyrie from the legion of the god Odin raised Ciri's subordinate warriors at sunrise. The men greeted the young man approaching them and immediately noticed that he looked tired. Rolf asked what the guy was doing with the Valkyrie from his legion, and he apologized. He promised not to tell. The Vikings noticed, so something did happen, but the young man blurted out that nothing of the sort had happened. The squad leader stepped forward and asked for attention. Now was not the time to pester Oliver. The woman shouted that their target, a dwarven mine, was located to the west of the Black Fortress. Ciri said that when the gnolls took over the fortress, the dwarves sealed the mine and stopped communicating. The woman stated that her squad's mission would be to scout out a stop near the dwarven mine. Oliver Grandtiger asked if they were talking about those dwarves, and Rolf said that it was possible. The man remarked that the dwarves loved beer, and perhaps they would like to drink it after so long. The Vikings said that dwarves are the most manly of all. Even their women have beards. Ciri stated that the meeting was still not over and asked why the warriors were so relaxed. The woman said that the mine was far away. They would get there on Black Lightning. As soon as the stern Vikings heard about Black Lightning, they immediately became unnaturally tense. Rolf immediately warned the guy that he had no idea what it really was. The young man remembered that the Valkyrie from the Legion of the goddess Iduna asked to keep their conversation secret. Then the girl said that she had a rather valuable gift for Oliver Grandtiger. Valkyrie said that this necklace is in the shape of a golden apple. It will help you recover faster. Hedda said that this was not all. She had one more small gift for the brave young man. The girl said that these were fragments of a golden apple that could heal and remove curses. Valkyrie said that she had one last gift for the boy. May Iduna bless him. Sometime after the meeting of Ciri's squad, the young man found himself up to his ears in snow. The former esports athlete assumed that the next method of delivering the squad would be quite unusual. The young man said that he still does not understand whether he is still alive after what happened. Oliver Grandtiger looked back and said he never imagined they would be put in coffins. The warrior of the goddess Iduna thought that everyone had suffered and asked if anyone had managed to survive the flight. The guy thought that he woke up earlier than the others because of the amulet given to him by the Valkyrie. After some time, the entire squad subordinated to Ciri stood in front of the entrance to the sealed dwarven mine. The Vikings were surprised that the mine doors were open and wondered if the gnolls had gotten inside. The woman confidently stated that her squad was obliged to enter the mine to investigate what was happening inside. The warriors of the legions of gods were surprised by the impenetrable darkness in the dwarfs' quarters. One of the Vikings said there are rumors that sunlight turns dwarves to stone. The woman shouted that they were warriors of Valhalla who had arrived on the orders of the Valkyrie Rastrid. The former esports athlete used his special power, the eyes of the all-seeing dragon. The young man instantly saw a multitude of red names of all those hiding in the dark corners of the room. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna warned the commander that they were surrounded. The woman immediately ordered her subordinates to raise a wall of shields, and they obeyed without hesitation. Almost immediately, a veritable hail of arrows fell upon the incoming legionnaires. Some arrows pierced the Vikings' wooden shields, causing the men to flinch. The man asked his friend not to move because it was causing him pain. The Vikings realized that the hail of arrows had suddenly stopped and a deafening silence had fallen. The commander asked if Oliver Grandtiger would be able to identify their opponents from this position. The young man said that this would not be a problem for him. He would immediately identify their enemies. The former esports player saw the names of those who attacked them and claimed that they were attacked by zombie dwarves. Rolf asked what the hell they were being attacked by dwarves and if they had really gone crazy in their mind. Oliver Grandtiger repeated that they were zombie dwarves, and Ciri asked the man to listen more carefully. The young man understands that all these dwarves have been dead for a long time, and it is unlikely that he will be able to come to an agreement with them. Rolf shouted, asking if Oliver Grandtiger was sure that all the dwarves here were zombies. The boy said it was too dark to see their faces, but he could see for sure that they were all zombies. The former cyber sportsman saw quite clearly that all the dwarf ghouls had different names. The commander shouted that the legionnaires should raise their shields. The dwarves were preparing arrows again. The Vikings objected. Their shields were pierced after the first attack. They were unlikely to withstand another. Those sent by the Valkyrie on reconnaissance realized that they were in deep trouble and that their end was about to come. A squad of Valhalla warriors heard someone calling out to them. Turning around, they realized it was a dwarf. The little man immediately got down to business and threw some strange object towards the ceiling. The dwarf shouted that everyone who entered their mine must close their eyes immediately. The little man who came to the rescue shouted for the warriors of Valhalla to run towards his voice. The dwarf shouted that everyone needed to get moving and climb into the half-open hatch as quickly as possible. Rolf cried out that the passage was too narrow and asked if there was a wider way. The man shouted back that this was the only available route and asked them to hurry. The former cyber athlete fell out of the pipe and heard the commander's words that everyone had now descended. The young man looked around and realized that they were in a cave rich in minerals. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that there was a real underground kingdom with its own castle here. The dwarf who got Ciri's squad out of trouble said that the vampire tried to convert everyone. The man said that the creature showed up yesterday at dawn and created this mess in just one day. The dwarf said that if a vampire bites a person and kills him, he will be transformed into a mindless zombie. The man said that there were about 20 dwarves here. That was all who had managed to survive yesterday. Ciri asked what the distinguishing features of a vampire were. The dwarf said that he was healthy, with gray skin. The man said that the vampire who attacked them was bald and had completely black eyes. The man who saved Ciri's squad from the ghouls said that the vampire had long claws and incredible physical strength. The commander of the Valhalla warriors declared that it would be better for the dwarves to temporarily forget about their revenge. The woman said that they needed to split into groups and return. It would be safer that way. The dwarf snapped that everything had to be decided now because there was something more important than revenge. The man explained that they had recently discovered something incredible in the mine, Uru Ore. All the legionaries sent by Valkyrie Rastrid were incredibly surprised when they heard this news. The former esports player wondered why other Vikings always showed such surprise. Oliver Grantiger is absolutely sure that men just like himself do not know what Uru is. The dwarf said that they simply had to get this jewel, and the woman agreed. Rolf asked if they could explain to him what this Uru was, and the Viking replied that it was an incredible thing. Every dwarf knows that Uru is called the metal of the gods. It is the strongest material in the world. Everyone understands that they cannot allow their enemies to get hold of such a powerful weapon. The man asked everyone to stop. They had already arrived, and the ore that had been found was located in this place. The dwarf said that on the top floor of this castle, there is a sacred anvil. The man knows that the metal of the gods is there, which means the vampire must be somewhere nearby. The dwarf explained that Uru could only be refined under starlight or moonlight. The man said that the top floor of the castle was connected to the surface, and the young man acknowledged the value of the information. Oliver Grantiger decided that it was around noon, which meant the vampire should be weak. The commander shouted that they would attack quickly and head on, and ordered everyone to rush into the attack. The Vikings, who had run through the gates of the underground castle, stared at the resting dwarf zombies. A moment later, the dead dwarves rushed at a squad of fearless warriors from the legions of gods. All the warriors understood that there was no turning back. All that remained was to defeat the dwarves who had turned into ghouls. A former esports athlete thought that if a zombie bites someone, they will become infected and become an enemy. The commander understood this peculiarity of her opponents very well, so she came up with a good strategy. The woman shouted to all the strong Vikings, "They will take the vanguard and raise a dense shield wall." Without a shadow of a doubt, the warriors of Valhalla closed a tight line of shields and began to press the enemy. Ciri ordered the dwarf warriors to follow the big guys right away. They would crush the mindless ghouls. The woman understood that the runic power of the dwarven weapons would not even notice those who had risen from the other world. The commander ordered Oliver Grantiger to follow her. The boy has a keen eye. Ciri ordered the archers to open fire. The squad was about to break through the wall of zombies. The dwarf who saved the warriors of Valhalla asked for forgiveness from his former comrades and opened fire. Rolf followed the commander and the former cyber athlete just to be away from the fire. After some time, a small group reached the top floor of the underground castle. The man said that right behind this door was the sacred anvil of the dwarves. The dwarf stated that the metal of the gods was still on the anvil. They made it in time. However, the group of Valhalla warriors and several dwarves did not notice a single trace of the vampire. Oliver Grantiger immediately noticed the lurking monster. It was sitting on the ceiling of the room. The commander decided that they should not rush. They needed to think through their plan of action carefully. Rolf shouted to the archers, "Arrows on the bowstring," and to the crossbowmen, "Bolts in the slots, everyone wait for the command." The young man thought that this monster was several times smaller than the giant knoll, but an ominous aura emanated from it. The guy realized that in front of them was a boss nicknamed Stragos, and he was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Rolf shouted to the archers and crossbowmen to take aim. They would finish off this vampire. The man didn't have time to scream. For those who were ready to shoot, Stragos wounded everyone in an instant. Having appropriated the metal of the gods and the sacred anvil of the dwarves, he asked how the humans got here. The dangerous monster ordered everyone not to move, unless, of course, they wanted to lose their heads. Stragos muttered that he would immediately finish off the guy if anyone moved from their place. The commander asked how the archers were feeling, and they replied that the wounds were deep, but they would live. Rolf noted that it would now be difficult for him to shoot from a crossbow. The man was sure that they were not killed on purpose. Stragos muttered that it would be a shame for him to simply kill such capable warriors of Valhalla. The dangerous monster arrogantly declared that they should join the ranks of his ghoul warriors. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna imagined how Haida would react to his image as a Viking ghoul. The boy thought that it was better for him to die than to become a ghoul, and he realized that his fate was already inevitable. Stragos realized that one of the Vikings had disobeyed his word and fired a well-aimed arrow at him. The vampire who had appropriated the metal of the gods asked if the humans really thought they could resist him. The dwarf was taken aback by the fact that Captain Ciri had done something so outrageous, and why had she so demonstratively attacked the powerful monster? The man admitted the woman was right. It was better to die in battle than to become this bastard's zombie dog. With these words, the dwarf opened fire on the monster that had attacked them, which was incredibly strong. Stragos couldn't believe that even though they knew his strength, these scum were still trying to do something to win. The vampire, not trying to contain his rising rage, shouted how pathetic these Vikings were. The monster with a terrifying aura screamed that it was foolish to even try to resist him. The Viking commander ordered a shield wall to be raised in front of Isaac. They would protect the surviving dwarves. The fearless warriors of Valhalla shielded the dwarf, who had recently saved them from certain death. However, the mighty Stragos did not even notice the wall of battered shields that the legionnaires had put up. The vampire sent all the Vikings flying with one blow, demonstrating all his devastating power. The woman thought that she had greatly underestimated the vampire who had captured the dwarven mine in one day. The dwarven warriors decided to use their combined whirlwind attack to crush Stragos. However, the incredibly powerful vampire did not even notice the barrage of rapid attacks from the dwarf whirlwinds. The monster that had appropriated the dwarves' sacred anvil claimed to be tickled by their attacks. Stragos couldn't even imagine that the main purpose of the dwarves' whirlwind attack was not damage. Oliver Grantiger thought that everything was going just perfectly, a little more, and the monster would lose its power. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna understood that sunlight would be a death sentence for the vampire. The young man waited until the whirlwind attack pushed Stragos towards the anvil and pulled the lever. All the warriors fighting on the side of the gods saw that the hatch connecting the castle and the surface opened. The creepy monster with a terrifying aura screamed that these worthless bugs had fooled him. A former esports athlete broke the lever to ensure the room's ceiling would never close again. Stragos fell to his knees, exhausted, before the dwarves and warriors of Valhalla who had outwitted him. The victors approached the exhausted vampire and wondered what they should do now. Just in case, Rolf asked Oliver Grandtiger if the guy knew how to kill this vampire. The young man thought about it. He wasn't sure, but perhaps they should drive a stake through Stragos' heart. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that there was another option. Just wait for his death. The former esportsman screamed that the dangerous monster was casting some kind of unintelligible spell. The Vikings looked up at the sky through the open hatch and saw dark clouds gathering. Those fighting on the side of the gods decided that they had to finish off this vampire as quickly as possible. However, the weapons of the legionnaires and Vikings did not reach their target, and Stragos scattered into a cloud of bats. Rolf screamed that it was too late. This incredibly powerful creature had taken action. The former esports player realized it was time for the second phase of this vampire boss fight. Oliver Grandtiger saw that Stragos' name had changed, and now the inscription Burgot was written above it. All those fighting on the side of the gods understood that they now faced an incredibly difficult battle. The vampire shouted that these bugs couldn't relax, otherwise they wouldn't touch him with a finger. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna shouted that Burgot was going to spit something at them. They needed to dodge. An incredibly dangerous monster used acid spit to eliminate the Vikings without getting close to them. Oliver Grandtiger shouted for his comrades to avoid this attack if they wanted to survive. One of the Vikings, who wanted to find out if the vampire's spit was really dangerous, turned into a skeleton. Bergot watched as the legionnaires and dwarves desperately tried to avoid their own deaths from the acid. The dangerous monster cried out how long these insects would run from inevitable death. Out of breath, Rolf screamed that the poison was everywhere. The vampire was completely right. They wouldn't be able to run forever. A warrior from the legion of the god Uller shouted that they had practically nowhere to retreat. It was all over. The former esports athlete thought that it couldn't be that easy. He would fight. The boy used Saga, Warrior's storm-like charge, to close the distance as quickly as possible. The vampire, who had appropriated the metal of the gods, wondered if this fool had really decided to attack him head-on. Bergot decided to dash the boy's hopes, and letting him get a little closer, used acid spit. Standing at almost point-blank range, Oliver Grandtiger noticed that the monster was about to spit out its acid. The young man used double jump twice and dodged the acid mass rushing towards him. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna approached the monster with an incredible aura. Bergot realized that the image of the Viking in front of him had disappeared in the blink of an eye, but where could it have gone? The monster, who had appropriated the sacred anvil with the Uru metal, wondered if it had been an illusion. The former esports athlete decided to put all his efforts into an attack that would be invisible to the dangerous monster. However, the boy was in for a failure. His rune fang couldn't withstand the impact with the tough skin and cracked treacherously. The legionary of the goddess Iduna thought how this could happen. After all, this is the sword of the immortal warrior Callister. Bergot stated that it was only a pathetic attempt, and that such a weapon would certainly not be able to pierce his skin. The monster, with an incredible aura, asked what this little Viking was thinking, what he was going to do there. Oliver said that he wanted to sit down, and Bergata shouted at the boy to get off him right away. The young man asked the vampire how he thought he should get down from here. He didn't want to crash. The mighty monster shouted that it was not his problem, but soon agreed to make a small concession. Bergot declared that he would bring the small Viking down to earth, and then they would continue fighting. Oliver Grandtiger agreed to the vampire's proposal, and the vampire thought that he would crush the guy to the ground. The young man felt something familiar and asked the vampire boss to delay the landing moment a little. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna wondered how a new saga could arise in such a situation. Those fighting on the side of the gods saw how an incredible radiance filled the room. The Vikings couldn't believe their eyes. Could Oliver Grandtiger really get the new saga? Bergot shouted, "What is this little Viking sitting on his neck doing? He must stop immediately." A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna asked the dangerous monster not to move, as it was preventing him from concentrating. The vampire, who had appropriated the metal of the gods, shouted what this young man was allowing himself, how impudent he was. Oliver Grandtiger felt he had succeeded in strengthening his saga of the immortal warrior Callister. The young man realizes that he was able to obtain the special ability of his character, Callister. The former esports athlete understands that the immortal warrior could ride anyone, even a dragon. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna received an ability called Dragon Mountain's Dragon Lord. Oliver Grandtiger declared that all was well and ordered his subordinate, Bergot, to descend slowly. The warriors fighting on the side of the gods could not believe their eyes. The boy had tamed the vampire. When Bergot landed, the boy called him a good boy and gently patted his thick fur. Rolf asked what they should do now, and the dwarf noticed that the dangerous vampire had become somehow cute. The Vikings and dwarves immediately rushed to the landed youth to cuddle the sweet Bergot. The commander of the squad sent to scout the dwarven mine thought that the vampire was really cute. She heard the Vikings chuckling and saying that Bergot's wool was so soft and gentle. Ciri couldn't resist. She also wanted to pet the vampire, who had become a cute little animal. However, Oliver Grandtiger's saga's impact on the dangerous monster is almost over. The vampire, who had appropriated the metal of the gods, screamed at how these bugs dared to mock his greatness. Bergot screamed in rage. He would never forgive this impudent brat for what he had done to him. Rolf shouted that Oliver Grandtiger's control had been lost, and Ciri ordered them to prepare for battle. The young man thought that his saga was still not complete. It had a time limit for control. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that in that case, another ride on a dangerous monster awaits him. The guy shouted that he would inflict as much damage on this creature as possible, and the others would help finish it off. Rolf shouted back that the warriors of Valhalla and the dwarves were completely counting on the boy. Oliver Grandtiger ordered the subordinate monster to fly as high as it could. Stragos obeyed the youth's saga and flew out through the open hatch in the ceiling straight towards the rays of the sun. The vampire who tried to take over Uru didn't understand why he couldn't resist the boy's orders. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna ordered Bergot to fall down at full speed. The young man managed to jump off the subordinate monster, who did not even think of objecting to his master. Oliver Grandtiger decided to use Saga, Warrior's Charge, Warrior's Sword to finish off the vampire. The boy swung the incredibly heavy hammer, Skull Crusher, to crush Stragos. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna unleashed all his might to drive the dangerous monster into stone. The young man sensed that the incredibly powerful vampire who had attacked them was still alive. Isaac shouted at the former esports athlete to get out of the way quickly. He was using explosives. The dwarf put all his effort into throwing his backpack of explosives as accurately as possible. Oliver Grandtiger ran as fast as he could to avoid being caught in the coming explosion. However, the only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna felt something grab him and push him. The young man screamed at the top of his lungs because he realized that he had not managed to run far enough away from the explosion. The guy wondered if the dwarf really carried such an explosive backpack on his back. Rolf declared that they needed more fire. This creature must not survive the day. A man from the legion of the god Ullr asked Oliver Grandtiger if the dangerous monster had died. The young man noticed Stragos's discolored name when he used the eyes of the all-seeing dragon. The squad, fighting on the side of the gods, ended the battle with a dangerous creature that had captured the sacred anvil. Isaac walked forward to the chest with the medal of the gods. Everyone wanted to see the legendary Uru ore. The dwarf opened the chest and declared that now the warriors of Valhalla would see the strongest material in the world. Isaac said that here it is, the Uru medal, such a small but mighty piece of the strongest ore. The Vikings asked if they had really risked their lives for such a small piece. The dwarf shouted that they didn't understand what they were talking about and declared that this piece would be enough for a whole ring. Isaac quickly returned the small piece of incredibly valuable material to the chest and closed it. The man declared that he would give the honor of melting the metal of the gods to the masters from Valhalla. The dwarf admitted that they had neither the time to melt the metal nor the means to protect it. Ciri stated that they respected the dwarves' decision and therefore pledged to deliver Uru safe and sound. Rolf asked if the dwarves would like to eat and drink in honor of today's victory over the dangerous monster. The men were delighted to hear that Isaac was prepared to pour each of them a whole barrel of ale. However, the squad commander stated that the warriors of Valhalla did not have time for this. They needed to return. Ciri explained to the dwarf that they needed to return to the Black Fortress before dark. Isaac stated that the dwarves still could not let their saviors go empty-handed. The man asked to follow him. He would take the Vikings to a special room in this castle. The warriors from the legions of gods thought what could be better than barrels filled with dwarven ale. However, the stern warriors of Valhalla changed their minds when they saw the room they were brought to. The Vikings couldn't believe their eyes. Had Isaac really brought them to the legendary dwarven armory? The legionnaires rejoiced like little children when they saw the flawless weapons forged by the dwarves. Recently, distraught warriors exclaimed that they were seeing real masterpieces made by first-class craftsmen. Isaac asked Oliver Grandtiger why he was standing aside. He should choose something too. The young man thought that he could explore this armory with the eyes of the all-seeing dragon. The former esports athlete saw that the armory contained weapons of varying quality. Oliver Grandtiger examined the entire assortment offered to him by the dwarves and found something incredible. After some time, the warriors of Valhalla emerged from the dwarven mine, their mission completed. The dwarves once again sincerely thanked the Vikings for avenging their brothers. Isaac turned to Oliver Grandtiger. The man noticed that the guy had an incredibly keen eye. The young man thought that he had taken the only object that glowed with a blue tint. The dwarf said that for this cloak, you need to know one spell. The man said that he would teach the guy. The young man could not even imagine that the item he chose would allow him to become a hawk. A former esports athlete turned bird shouted that flying like this is simply amazing. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna could not get enough of the wonderful cloak in the shape of a hawk's wing. The young man saw the Black Fortress and shouted that they were moving very fast and had almost reached their destination. Sometime later, Oliver Grandtiger, Rolf and Ciri came to Rastrid with a report on what had happened in the mine. The squad leader reported to the Valkyrie that a vampire named Stragos had single-handedly captured the mine. The woman reported that they had brought the metal of the gods, which the dwarves had entrusted to them for protection. Rastrid thought that this fragment of Uru was very tiny, but said that Ciri's squad had accomplished something incredible. Valkyrie said that the warriors who completed the difficult task could go. Today was their well-deserved day off. The speakers walked out into the corridors of the Black Fortress. They understood that they needed to get a good rest today. Rolf asked the former esports player if he wanted a drink, and the guy replied that he was too tired. Ciri praised the warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna, who made a great contribution to the completed mission. Oliver Grandtiger said he did it for the common good and therefore did not deserve praise from his commander. The man asked again. Perhaps the young man had changed his mind and still wanted to drink today. The young man thought that Stragos was a very powerful monster who summoned clouds and transformed. The former esportsman thought that by defeating the monster, he had received a whole bunch of runes. Oliver Grandtiger was delighted. His synchronization level with the character reached 9%. Meanwhile, Regenleaf scouted the area to find out what was happening around the Black Fortress. Valkyrie thought that she had flown too far and needed to return to the citadel. The girl froze when she felt the ground shake unnaturally. Regenleif thought she should get closer to figure out the cause of the earthquake. Valkyrie thought it was dangerous to approach herself, so she decided to use her ability. The girl used Saga, Swan Wings, to get closer and study what was happening. Regenleif was surprised by what she saw and decided that she must report to Restrid immediately. The commander of all the warriors from the legions of gods shouted, "Is this really an invasion of an enemy army?" The girl wondered how she had gotten to the Black Fortress so quickly and reported everything to Rastrid. The commander noted that the battle would begin no later than tomorrow, and she would request reinforcements from Valhalla. Ciri ordered the warriors in her squad to go to bed early to be ready for tomorrow's war. The woman said that this applied to all warriors and noted that they were also forbidden to drink that night. The Viking squad leader thought that Oliver Grandtiger was nowhere to be seen and where he had gone. Meanwhile, the young man went into a remote part of the fortress, hoping that he would be alone in this place. The guy decided that this place would be perfect for mastering a new cloak in the shape of a hawk's wing. Oliver Grandtiger decided he needed to practice transforming into a bird before battle. The next morning, a Valkyrie arrived at Rastrid's office with the requested reinforcements from Valhalla. Ingrid reported that she had brought 500 warriors and asked if the number of their enemies was known. Regenleif said there were 6,000 enemies, and Rastrid said she commanded 2,000 warriors. Odin's daughter said that they had no choice. In case of danger, she would use protective magic. The commander of the warriors from the legions of gods ordered to advance into battle for Asgard and the 9 worlds. The warriors of Valhalla watched the troops approaching the Black Fortress, awaiting orders. Bragi of the Legion of the god Thor ordered his Vikings to prepare for battle, for Thor and for Asgard. Ciri ordered the warriors from the Legion of the god Ullr to put their arrows on the bowstring, beyond Asgard and the 9 worlds. The young man hoped that his warrior's charge ability warrior's sword would create a ranged weapon. The former cyber sportsman rushed to the walls and shouted for Heda and the goddess Iduna. Hordes of gnolls and other evil spirits were rapidly advancing on the Black Fortress that had been recaptured from them. The Ullr legionnaires did not wait for the monsters to approach. They attacked them with a continuous stream of arrows. The advancing army of monsters raised their shields to continue moving towards the walls of the Black Fortress. When the gnolls came close, they used their grappling hooks. The warriors of the monstrous army began to confidently climb the high walls of the Black Fortress. However, the Vikings were prepared for such actions of the monsters, so they overturned the vat of boiling water. The gnolls involuntarily dropped the ropes from incredible pain and fell to the ground along with the water. On the other side of the Black Fortress, the Vikings were dropping huge boulders on those climbing the walls. The Vikings' defense was holding up well, and the besieging army had not yet climbed the walls. Seeing their failed attempts to take the walls, the monsters sent huge mammoths towards them. The huge animal crashed into the solid wall of the Black Fortress at full speed. The gnolls sitting on the mammoth's back instantly raised their weapons and took off. The warriors of Valhalla, who remained standing, met those who had broken through the walls with raised weapons. The monsters saw the success of this tactic, so they sent the remaining huge animals towards the walls. Rolf used his special power, which allowed the bolts from his crossbow to explode into flames. Ciri and Oliver Grantiger went into close combat, and using crossbows at close range was not easy. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna was dumbfounded when he noticed the enormous shadow of a monster above him. The former esportsman shouted that there was something in the sky, and that the enemy was not only giant mammoths. The young man saw the gnolls who had mounted the wyverns and were driving them towards the Black Fortress. Oliver Grantiger couldn't understand how these monsters had managed to subdue such monsters at all. The wyverns, subservient to the common gnolls, directed their flames at the walls of the fortress to incinerate the Vikings. The Valkyries saw that the monsters had gained incredible power into their hands when they subdued the wyverns. Regenleif decided to use sacred power to create a magical barrier for the Vikings. The girl warned that this shield would not last forever. It would crumble with each enemy attack. Regenleif screamed that someone had to get rid of the enemies in the sky so that the barrier wouldn't collapse quickly. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that with the power of his special cloak, he would get close to the wyverns in a flash. The commander of the warriors from the legion of the god Ulra shouted where Oliver Grantiger was going. The former esports athlete thought it was now his turn to prove himself and eliminate his enemies in the sky. The youth shouted that he relied entirely on his cloak, the Hawkwing, created by the dwarves. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna used a special spell that Isaac told him about. Oliver Grandiger became covered in feathers almost instantly, turning into a small bird. The young man picked up speed to reach the height at which the gnoll wyverns flew as quickly as possible. However, the boy looked back to make sure that no one had noticed his transformation. The former esports athlete decided that now was the time to show the results of his nightly training. The youth screamed, and there he was, swooping down to crash down on the gnoll rider's head. The monster attacking the barrier with wyvern flames couldn't even imagine that there would be anyone higher than him. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna dispelled his transformation to attack a gnoll riding a wyvern. The young man screamed, struck the monstrous bird, and hit the monster on the head, trying to knock it out of the saddle. The former esports athlete noted that his operation was successful, and he is now a wyvern rider. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna was delighted that he was able to ride such a formidable beast. The youth used Saga, Dragon Mountain's Dragon Lord, to subjugate the wyvern to his will. Oliver Grantiger used Saga, Warrior's Charge, Warrior's Sword, to create his character's spear. The guy asked why his spear was a sharpened bamboo stalk, but nothing could be done. The young man ordered the wyvern to fly forward. They would instantly crush all the enemies who attacked the barrier. The former esports athlete ordered the beast tamed by Saga to burn the rider of another wyvern. The guy's maneuver was successful. The gnoll couldn't withstand the wyvern's hot stream of flame and fell. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna directed his wyvern at the next enemy of the Black Fortress. The young man realized that the remaining riders had turned their wyverns towards him and were preparing to attack. Oliver Grantiger decided that the gnolls would not stop him, given his powers as an immortal warrior. The boy used Saga, Warrior's Storm-like Charge, to strike down all the enemies in the sky at once. The legionary of the goddess Iduna thought that he would win even with 9% of Callister's strength. The warriors of Valhalla joyfully welcomed Oliver Grantiger's crushing success in the skies. The Vikings glorified the warrior of the goddess Iduna and herself. The guy showed real crushing power. Regenleif said it was truly impressive. This young man single-handedly took on a bunch of wyverns. However, the girl noticed the approaching enemies and shouted that the air battle was not over yet. The former esports athlete looked back and saw something bigger approaching, a veritable legion of monsters. The young man realized that an unimaginable number of harpies were approaching the Black Fortress. Oliver Grantiger admitted that there are too many of them to deal with each one individually. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna ordered his wyvern to fly down to the walls of the Black Fortress. The young man decided to find the commander of the warriors from the legion of the god Uller on the walls of the fortress. The former e-sportsman called out to Captain Siri. Without her help, he would not be able to defeat all the harpies. The woman immediately understood what exactly the young man wanted to achieve, so she decided to help him. The commander of the warriors from the legion of the god Ulra jumped from the wall and caught the hand of Oliver Grand Tiger. The young man decided that Siri, like no one else, would cope with the many nimble targets in the sky. The boy ordered the wyvern under his command, Saga, to quickly gain altitude and prepare for battle. After some time, the young man's wyvern was already high enough in the sky to engage in battle. The former e-sportsman directed the captured wyvern straight at the harpies rushing towards the fortress. The captain of the god's legion, Ulra, used her saga. The witch's arrows always hit the target. In the next blink of an eye, arrows fired from Siri's crossbows killed dozens of harpies. The warriors of Valhalla were amazed at the incredible battle that was now taking place above their heads. Regenleif said it was an amazing battle, and Rostrud noted that they won thanks to Oliver. Suddenly, the earth shook. The Vikings did not understand what had just happened. Was it really an earthquake? The former esports athlete watched closely as an unidentified object fell from the sky. The guy assumed that it was a giant meteorite, but he was not sure of his guess. Oliver Grantiger looked closer and saw that it looked more like a giant black lightning bolt. When the smoke cleared, the boy couldn't believe his eyes because a real giant had fallen from the sky. All the Vikings defending the Black Fortress saw a giant ghoul warrior serving Utgard Loki. The warriors of Valhalla wondered how they could defeat such a huge enemy. The giant looked carefully at the Black Fortress, covered by a shield of magic in front of him. A warrior serving Utgard Loki decided to destroy a small fortress along with the Valkyries' barrier. Siri told Oliver Grand Tiger that they must retreat to the Black Fortress immediately. The giant swung a giant piece of rock to smash it into Regenleif's protective magic. Valkyrie was well aware that her barrier was unlikely to cope with the crushing power of the brute. Regenleif turned to Odin and the sacred power of the runes to find the strength to withstand this blow. A giant fell from the sky and brought down a huge piece of rock on the barrier supported by the Valkyrie. The giant did not stop pressing on his weapon, even after colliding with the fortress's defenses. The force of the blow was such that even behind the Valkyrie's barrier, many Vikings were knocked off their feet. Regenleif withstood the blow, but found herself at the very limits of her abilities. The giant who had fallen from the sky swung his primordial weapon once again to erase the barrier. The warrior serving Utgard Loki dealt another crushing blow to the Valkyrie's magical shield. The girl was able to withstand this blow from the incredible monster sent to destroy the Black Fortress. All the warriors of Valhalla saw that the barrier erected by Regenleif was about to collapse due to numerous cracks. Rostrid shouted that she and Ingrid must immediately restore her sister's barrier. The commander of the Legionnaires of the Gods asked how Regenleif was feeling, and she only squeezed out, "Fine." The girl thought that if she could use the true power of the Valkyries, they could cope. The exhausted Valkyrie replied that at this rate they could only withstand a couple of blows from the giant. The commander of the army of Valhalla saw that the warrior serving Utgard Loki was preparing another attack. Rostrid turned to the Allfather Odin, asking for permission to use the true power of the Valkyries. The girl admitted that they could not resist the giant with the forces currently available to them. The warrior serving Utgard Loki launched another crushing attack on the barrier maintained by the Valkyries. The Valkyries were able to hold back this blow to the barrier, but the cracks still continued to spread. Rostrid repeated her appeal to the All-Father Odin, asking for permission to remove the battle seals. The girls saw a black raven circling over the battlefield, which usually accompanied Odin. The black bird shook itself sharply, interrupting its circular flight over the head of the mighty giant. Each of the Valkyries heard the voice of the All-Father in their heads. He refused to help them. Odin asked the Valkyries not to forget that this was only a test of the warriors of Valhalla. One of the two black ravens stated that Valhalla needed only strong warriors. Rostrid noticed the commander of the legion of the god Thor, who decisively stepped forward. The man raised his weapon and shouted, calling on all the warriors of the gods to rise and slay the enormous monster. The warriors from the legions of gods cried out. Could it really be Bragi? Since he stepped forward, they would definitely win. The commander of the legion of the god Thor crouched to the ground, preparing to use his special power. The man who had defeated Icemane jumped up to the giant's head and prepared to attack. The strong man shouted at the top of his lungs, drawing out every word for Asgard and for Thor. Bragi brought the blade of his heavy axe down with all his might on the warrior serving Utgard Loki. The warriors of Valhalla saw the man's spectacular blow, which raised the fighting spirit of the Vikings. The legionaries of the gods immediately jumped up from their seats, joyfully shouting that they would make this victory resounding. However, few could see that Bragi's most powerful blow barely scratched the skin of the giant's forehead. Oliver Grantiger looked back and noticed how easily the giant tossed the Viking flea away from his face. The young man asked Ciri what they could do to such a huge monster that had fallen from the sky. The woman replied that she and Rolf would create a hole, and the former e-sportsman would attack the giant. The commander of the gods' legion, Ulra, said that, fortunately for them, Bragi managed to create a weak spot. The young man asked incredulously if that Thor legionnaire had really been able to create a weak spot, but where? Oliver Grantiger looked closely and noticed that there was a wound on the forehead of the warrior serving Utgard Loki. The former e-sportsman agreed with the woman they should exploit this giant's weakness. Ciri ordered Rolf to follow her immediately. They would fire the siege ballista. The commander of the gods' legion, Ulra, explained to the man that they would simultaneously activate the sagas to win. The dim-witted Valhalla warrior asked his commander again what this method of simultaneous activation was. Meanwhile, Oliver Grantiger had already risen to the height of the head of a warrior serving Utgard Loki. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna asked if he could wait for Ciri and Rolf in this place. The young man decided that a bug like him and his subordinate Wyvern would be difficult to notice against the sky. However, the former cyber sportsman felt the hand of a huge ghoul rapidly approaching. The warrior serving Utgard Loki, with all his incredible strength, repelled the Wyvern and the youth from himself. The defenders of the Black Fortress saw how the fearless warrior of the goddess Iduna went into free fall. Accelerated by the giant's crushing blow, the youth collapsed onto the rocky ground beneath the fortress. The Valkyries saw Iduna's warrior roll head over heels, raising dust and small stones. Everyone understood that such a fall was impossible for an ordinary person to survive. Ingrid called out to Rostrid, asking where she was going, and she replied that she was leaving the barrier to the sisters. The girl shouted that she was going after the warrior of the goddess Idun. Now he was the only hope for victory. Meanwhile, the former cyber athlete lay under the walls of the Black Fortress, unable to rise. The young man thought that he should stand up and defeat the giant, but his body did not obey him at all. The gnolls noticed that the Viking who had fallen from above was still breathing, which meant he needed to be finished off. Oliver Grantiger paid no attention to the bloodthirsty creatures approaching him. The young man admitted that he was incredibly sleepy, and perhaps he should postpone the battle for a while. The guy wondered if he was really going to die this time, and he saw the outline of a familiar face. The former esports athlete found himself in a fictional apartment for young families. Hedda asked why Oliver Grantiger was hesitating. All this food was prepared for him. The girl said that the guy should try slices of the golden apple she would carefully feed him. The young man couldn't resist the familiarity, so he opened his mouth in anticipation of the unusual fruit. Meanwhile, out of his mind, the boy put the golden apple fragments into his mouth and clenched his teeth. Valkyrie, rushing to help Oliver Grantiger, noticed an unusual golden light. Rostrid shouted, "Is this really divinity? A simple warrior cannot possess the power of a god." The former esports athlete rose to finish the battle for the Black Fortress with a powerful giant. The young man decided that he could now handle a lot. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength. The gnolls surrounding Oliver Grantiger didn't understand what had just happened, but they had no plans to retreat. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that all his wounds were completely healed and his strength was restored. The young man noticed that a real crowd of enraged monsters, thirsty for blood, rushed towards him. The gnolls wanted to crush the rebellious boy, who until recently could not even move a finger. The monsters pounced on the former e-sportsman, wanting to overwhelm him with numbers. However, for the boy who ate the fragments of Iduna's golden apple, these creatures did not pose much of a danger. The young man confidently scattered the monsters that tried to pounce on him to restrict his movements. Oliver Grantiger mentally thanked the goddess Iduna and wished Hedda long life. Rolf asked how the boy was feeling, and he was surprised to see the man and Captain Ciri. The woman said that they had everything ready and asked if Iduna's warrior would be able to attack the giant. The young man replied that he had lost his subordinate wyvern, so he wasn't sure that everything would go smoothly. Rastrid, who had descended from the wall, offered Oliver Grantigger to ride her. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna asked what the Valkyrie was telling him, what all this could mean. Meanwhile, the Vikings from the legions of gods who followed Bragi selflessly rushed at the giant. The men were not afraid of death. They followed the head of the warrior who destroyed the barrier and served Utgard Loki. The monster that fell from the sky didn't even notice the worthless fleas that were jumping on it from everywhere. The Vikings wanted the death of the most dangerous monster, which surpassed them in every way. The giant, subordinate to Utgard Loki, knocked off all who had managed to jump on him with one clap. Oliver Grantigger asked what the commander of the troops of the legions of the gods was talking about. The girl decided not to waste time explaining her words. The barrier could fall at any second. The former e-sportsman couldn't believe his eyes. The girl standing in front of him suddenly lit up. The young man didn't even know that the Valkyrie from the legion of the god Odin was a real dragon. The dragon girl said that she now understood why Odin forbade the Valkyries from direct intervention. Rastrid said that Oliver Grantigger was a very strong boy, much stronger than she thought. Valkyrie, who came to the aid of the former e-sportsman, said that this was only his battle. The dragon girl is confident that Oliver is the only one who can defeat the warrior subordinate to Utgard Loki. Rastrid said that the legionary of the goddess Iduna must snatch victory with his own hands. The young man decided that the Valkyrie was telling him these words for a reason, which meant that he was truly capable. The dragon girl told Oliver Grantigger to climb on her back. The others would buy them time. The legionnaires continued to climb the enormous monster that had fallen from the sky. The boy asked for forgiveness and climbed onto the dragon girl's neck, and she told him to hold on tighter. Rastrid immediately began to gain altitude to catch up with the enormous ghoul. The young man shouted that the Valkyrie from the legion of the god Odin was very fast. It was simply incredible. The commander of the Legion of God Ulra saw that Oliver Grantigger was already quite high. The woman ordered Rolf to act. They had to load the Sagami siege weapon shell. The Vikings, who had promised to create a hole for the former esports athlete, took action. Oliver Grantigger's comrades decided to activate their sagas simultaneously in order to combine them. Meanwhile, Bragi thought that it was too early to write him off. He would still show this giant. The Viking roared loudly and decisively for Thor, not taking his furious gaze off the one who had thrown him back. The man used his saga, which he proudly called Son of God, because of its incredible power. Rolf and Ciri shouted the names of their sagas, combining them into one more powerful one. Meanwhile, a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna and a Valkyrie dragon were preparing to crush the giant. Bragi swung his shining axe, preparing to bring down the warrior serving Utgard Loki. The commander of the warriors from the legion of the god Ulra fired a projectile from a siege ballista at the giant. The commander of the Thor legionnaires threw himself on the leg of the huge ghoul, forcing him to fall to the ground. The brute Utgard Loki did not understand how these weak gnats managed to cause such damage. The enormous ghoul that had fallen from the sky onto these lands lost its balance and fell on its back. Those defending the Black Fortress heard the enormous creature Utgard Loki roar in rage. The former esports athlete sent a fast dragon at the giant ghoul to crush him. The young man decided that now was the right moment. He should risk everything for this blow. The boy used Saga, the storm-like warrior's charge, to crush the incredibly powerful giant. All the warriors defending the Black Fortress saw something incredible fall upon the giant. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna was doing his best to crush the creature Utgard Loki. The young man soon realized that the giant monster no longer posed a threat to the Black Fortress. By evening, all the participants in the battle against the giant, subordinate to Utgard Loki, were feasting in the halls. The Valkyries came out to the feasting warriors of Valhalla to sum up the results of today's battle for the fortress. Reganleif invited all the Vikings to raise their cups and noted that it was a great honor for her to be among them. The legionaries of the gods shouted in response, "Long live the Valkyries! Long live Asgard!" The girl apologized for the fact that they would not be able to fill the cups for absolutely everyone who fought the giant. Reganleif offered her sister to fill the cups of the two heroes who had distinguished themselves in today's battle. The Vikings began to shout the Valkyrie's name, calling her the Ice Princess of Asgard. The girl thought it would be nice to beat up everyone who called her by that stupid nickname. Valkyrie declared that she would now name the names of these glorious heroes, and they should come to her. Rostrid announced a warrior from the legion of the god Thor, Bragi, who showed the qualities of a true warrior. The Vikings began to shout that he was a whole legion in one man, a truly invincible warrior. Valkyrie named a warrior of Iduna's legion, Oliver Grandtiger, who dealt the decisive blow. The warriors of Valhalla shouted that a Valkyrie had come to this guy several times. However, some shouted that this young man managed to ride a Valkyrie. He is truly unsurpassed. Ingrid, the Valkyrie of the Northern Lands, announced that the two would be promoted to warriors of Valhalla. The young man thought that now he would become a full-fledged protector of Asgard, just like Bjorn. The former esports athlete recalled that the Viking who once saved him had the same rank. Regenlife shouted that now was the time to drink to the valiant warriors of Valhalla. Valkyrie shouted that they should celebrate today's victory over the giant together. All the Vikings supported the mood of Regenlife, who announced the beginning of the feast. The former esportsman thought he could now return to being the main Valkyrie of his legion. Oliver Grantiger saw the happy faces of his comrades and thought that everyone was doing well now. The Vikings shouted in unison that every hero of Valhalla must drink to the bottom, leaving not a drop of beer. The legionnaires shouted that they now saw in the young man a real man, a great warrior of Asgard. The crowd rejoiced at the end of the glorious battle for the Black Fortress. They had defeated the giant Utgard Loki. The stranger asked, so this Oliver Grandtiger was able to use divine power. The man said it was impressive, but admitted that even his children could do something like that. The stranger noted that since the Valkyrie herself was asking him, he simply could not refuse her. The man said that this time he would help the girl because the young man interested him. A week later, the following events took place in the camp of the warriors of the legion of the goddess Iduna. The young man lounged in his own bed until noon, and when he rose in rank, his life became better. The guy was snoring, not even realizing the difficulties that awaited him that day. The former esports athlete heard a crash outside the door of his house, which immediately woke him up. The young man ran out of the house, shouting what was going on. Where was all this strange noise coming from? Oliver Grantiger noticed the stranger standing silently nearby. The former esports athlete wondered why lightning only flashed around the man. What kind of tricks were these? The stranger asked first. The guy's name was Oliver Grandtiger, so he couldn't be mistaken. The man noticed that the young man had defeated two giant commander-level gnolls. The unknown person said that this time, the guy repelled the attack of a giant ghoul serving Utgard Loki. The man noticed that among the lower-class warriors, Oliver was treated like a true hero. The unknown person stated that this was not a great achievement because even his children could do it. The young man looked at the man with his skill, all-seeing dragon's eyes, and realized that he was strong. Oliver Grantiger realized that this man was at least as strong as the Valkyries. Ragnar Lothbrok declared that he had come to fight the boy and test his abilities. The guy said that he had no idea who was in front of him, but more importantly, why he wanted to fight him. The former esports athlete said that he doesn't want to fight without a reason, which made Ragnar think. The Viking who wanted to fight said that he was not obliged to give a reason to someone who was about to die. Oliver Grandtiger realized that the uninvited man had come for his head. The young man wondered what purpose the mysterious warrior Ragnar, who appeared on the threshold of his house, was pursuing. The former esportsman had no choice but to accept Ragnar Lodbrok's challenge. Oliver Grandtiger immediately used Saga, Warrior's Charge, Warrior's Sword to summon a sword. The man who challenged the boy to a duel watched with a grin the movements of the warrior who had slain the giant. The former esports athlete rushed into battle, activating the Saga warrior's storm-like charge. However, Ragnar Lothbrok blocked the boy's swift attack without even straining himself. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided that he must change his approach to fighting a man. The legendary Viking noticed that the former esports athlete tried to adapt to him. Oliver Grandtiger unleashed a flurry of attacks, enhanced by the Saga storm-like warrior charge. The former esports athlete decided that his opponent was using some kind of clever parrying technique. The young man used double jumps to find himself behind his opponent in the blink of an eye. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna gathered his strength to deliver a crushing blow to the back. However, Ragnar Lothbrok saw right through the boy, so he met the young man's attack with a fierce counterblow. The former esports athlete didn't expect to receive a blow of such force from someone who didn't even turn around. Ragnar Lodbrok threw the legionary of the goddess Iduna with such force that he flew, knocking down trees. The boy realized that this Viking was the strongest of all the opponents he had ever encountered. The young man felt his body become heavier and wondered how strong this Ragnar Lodbrok was. The former esports athlete thought that it would not be easy for him to defeat such an opponent. Oliver Grandtiger decided that he was alive only thanks to the blessing of the goddess Iduna. The man stated that those who die in Valhalla become steel warriors. They do not feel hunger or fatigue. Ragnar Lothbrok explained that this was why the boy could not be sad when meeting his death. The one who challenged the boy in the blink of an eye cut through the tree against which the exhausted youth leaned. The man quickly realized that he had not hit Oliver Grandtiger, who had simply vanished. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna used the ability of his cloak and turned into a hawk. Ragnar Lodbrok immediately found the boy who had turned into a bird and risen to the treetops. The man was surprised by the guy's appearance, but still warned him that he should give it his all. The warrior who challenged the goddess Iduna declared that he was ready to accept any attack from the guy. A former esports athlete decided to combine the agility of a bird and the storm-like warrior charge saga. When the young man had gained sufficient speed, he returned to his human form and prepared to strike. Idun's legionnaire activated saga, warrior charge, warrior sword to summon Skull Crusher. The young man wanted to crush Ragnar Lothbrok with the most powerful weapon in his arsenal. The man who challenged the former esports athlete calmly watched the boy's skill. The next moment, an explosion was heard in the forest where Iduna's legion camp was located. However, the guy failed to hit Ragnar with his heavy hammer, who skillfully dodged it. The man noticed that the young man had a very interesting technique, but it was still not enough to defeat him. Ragnar warned that Oliver Grandtiger must use all his strength to avoid death. The man threw down his weapon and brought Iduna's legionary to the ground to engage in a fistfight. The man who challenged the former esports player to a duel asked if the young man didn't understand his situation. Oliver Grandtiger felt that this man was not joking. He really wanted to kill him. Ragnar Lothbrok decided to use his special power to finally allow the boy to use divinity. The man unleashed his crushing blow on the boy, who was unable to survive such a blow. The man who challenged Iduna's legionnaire realized that their duel was over. The boy's body went limp. Ragnar Lothbrok thought that this young man never wanted to show him everything he was capable of. The youth, blessed by the goddess Iduna, no longer showed signs of life. The man asked if that was all and added that he expected more from this guy. The man who challenged Oliver Grandtiger wondered if the guy could really be that naive. Ragnar Lodbrok felt an unusual force behind him and realized that the young man had used divinity. The man turned and looked at the risen warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The former esports athlete stood unharmed, as if the challenger had not dealt him a crushing blow. Ragnar Lothbrok said, "So this guy can really use the power of a god." The man said that Oliver Grandtiger's goddess apparently really trusted the young man. The one who challenged Iduna's legionnaire to a duel remarked that he was wasting his time using this power so thoughtlessly. The former esports athlete felt his body become heavier, although he had just been full of strength. Ragnar Lodbrok said that this is exactly what he was talking about. Now the young man will not be able to move. After some time, a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna woke up and saw the ceiling of his house. The legion's chief Valkyrie called out to Oliver Grandtiger and asked if he had regained consciousness. The young man immediately jumped up because he did not expect to see Hedda, and she said that she was worried. The former esports athlete suggested not to talk about why he couldn't wake up for so long. Oliver Grandtiger described it all in 2 words, that some guy appeared and attacked him for no reason. Ragnar Lothbrok asked why the young man had stopped and asked what happened after that. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion introduced the man, who would now be the boy's mentor. Oliver objected because the girl was already his mentor, and Ragnar noted that he had not signed up for this. Valkyrie realized that it would be incredibly difficult to get the two to get along. The girl explained that she was no longer tall enough for the boy's height, so she pestered Ragnar and dragged him here. The man said that the boy was not special because even his children could use divinity. Hedda stated that Ragnar Lothbrok would soon change his mind because the guy was capable. A Valkyrie from the legion of the goddess Iduna asked Oliver to show the man her saga. The young man did not object to Hedda. If the girl trusted this Ragnar, then he would trust him too. The former esports athlete picked up the steel feather to show off his saga to the powerful Viking. Hedda asked the boy if he remembered how to use the item, and he replied that he did. The man agreed to look at the young man's achievements to understand what was so special about him. Ragnar Lodbrok saw what seemed to him like an endless list of the boy's achievements unfold before him. The mighty Viking realized just how great a man he had recently challenged to a duel. The man could not find the words to ask if all these incredible achievements really belonged to the young man. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna realized that Ragnar Lodbrok recognized Oliver's achievements. The girl asked the strong Viking how far he thought the guy would go if he completed the saga. Ragnar Lothbrok realized that Hedda was asking him to admit that this boy would be stronger than his children. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna thought that the man was ready to accept Oliver as a student. Ragnar Lodbrok said that this young man would reach the level of the legendary Sigurd no less. Hedda, seeing the boy's lack of understanding, explained that Sigurd was rightfully the strongest warrior in Valhalla. The girl asked the strong Viking what the maximum predicted strength of Oliver Grandtiger was. The man didn't answer, but simply asked he just needed to teach this boy, didn't he? Hedda asked Ragnar Lodbrok not to go crazy like he did today. The man had rushed things too much. The Viking said that even a Valkyrie should not cling to a young man as if he were a chest with incredible treasures. The girl said that she was leaving the former esportsman with Ragnar Lodbrok, and he agreed. After leaving the house after the Valkyrie, the man admitted that he still couldn't believe what he saw. Ragnar asked Hedda not to worry about the boy's training. He thought he would have fun too. The girl asked what heights, in the man's opinion, Oliver Grandtiger will achieve. The legendary Viking looked back and saw the satisfied face of the chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna. However, the mentor of the young man, with an incredible list of achievements in Saga, did not dare to name the boy's maximum. Ciri approached a small group of Vikings who were waiting for the start of the planned expedition. The woman noticed that Rolf had finally raised his rank as a Valhalla warrior, and she was happy about the news. The man was glad to see his commander and said that it was all thanks to Captain Ciri. One of the Vikings asked if everyone was there, and the woman replied that one person was missing. The captain of the god Ulra's legion noticed that Oliver Grandtiger had arrived just in time. The men ran up to the guy and began to admire him because they had heard many stories about him. The young man asked Ciri what was going on, and she explained, and Rolf told everyone about the young man's exploits. The boy realized that now everyone knew that he had ridden a Valkyrie, defeated a giant, and cut down a Gnoll. The approaching Valkyrie greeted everyone gathered and introduced herself as Gender. The woman explained that this was a small but challenging expedition for the legions of Ullr and Iduna. The Vikings were indignant. Why did Gender always give them difficult missions? How long would this continue? The former esports athlete thought that the atmosphere in the Legion of the god Ullr was relaxed. Valkyrie suggested discussing the details of the mission at the location and asked if anyone had any questions. Rolf jumped forward and asked where they were going anyway, so that he could understand what to expect. The chief Valkyrie of the god's legion, Ullr, replied that they were going to the lands of the Dark Elves. Gendur said that in those places there is an endless night, and it will not be easy for the Vikings to get used to it. Valkyrie stated that they were going to one of the 9 worlds, which is Svartalfheim. Oliver Grandtiger asked who the Dark Alvas were, if they were some kind of powerful enemies. Anyone who has visited Svartalfheim knows that the branches of tall trees intertwine and block out the sky. This is why many people mistakenly say that in this world, the night lasts forever. Iduna's legionary stepped out of the gate and felt that it was not only dark during the day, but also very humid. Valkyrie looked around and said that everything was in place. She could explain what the mission was. The woman explained to a small detachment of Valhalla warriors that their goal was to destroy the monster. Gendur explained that one of the Dark Elves delivering medicine accidentally awakened the basilisk. Valkyrie is sure that this monster is extremely dangerous, so they must deal with it. Captain Ciri asked if they were supposed to defeat the Snake King, and Gendur confirmed that they were. The woman stated that she had specifically recruited White Silence for this mission. As soon as the Vikings heard these words, they immediately burst into joyful cries that they would ride. The young man asked what it would be this time. Was it really another crazy way of getting around? The guy asked the captain for details, to which Siri replied that it was something incredible. The woman is sure that Oliver Grandtiger will definitely enjoy meeting them. The former esports athlete thought that these wolves really looked incredible. A moment later, the entire squad of Valhalla warriors was riding on white silence. Oliver decided that he was riding an incredibly fast cloud that made no sound when it ran. Valkyrie noticed that Iduna's legionary was an excellent rider, and he said that this was his saga. Gendor said that Oliver Grandtiger is a really talented boy. The young man laughed awkwardly and thought that he was being praised too much. This was unusual for him. Valkyrie warned Ciri that she would be leaving to settle matters at the Council of the Dark Elves. Gendor ordered Captain Ciri to lead the warriors of Valhalla forward. She is counting on the woman. The legionnaires of the gods followed Ciri, who decided to visit the family of the one who had awakened the basilisk. After some time, a small detachment under the command of the captain reached the village of the ancestors. The Vikings were met by the Dark Alv, who kindly welcomed the guests of their small village. The man introduced himself as Tolaris. He would be the Vikings' guide to the ancestral village. Dark Alv volunteered to escort the guests to the head of their family so that they could discuss all the issues. The former esports athlete noticed that local residents were not looking at them with much joy. The young man thought that the atmosphere here was not very friendly and decided to use a special skill. With the help of the eye of the all-seeing dragon, the guy saw that all the Dark Alvas were neutral towards them. Oliver Grandtiger decided that they had nothing to fear since there were no hostile inhabitants here. The guide stopped in front of the largest building in the village and said, "Tolerus Malo." The ordinary Vikings were amazed by the beauty of the main building. It attracted their gaze. Tolerus led a small force of Valhalla warriors through the doors of the Malo family's main building. The man opened the door to the next room and said, "Here they come to the head of the family." Tolerus immediately announced to the head of the family that their dear guests had arrived and that everything should be ready. Malus Malo stood up to greet the Vikings, who must have been sent away after the journey. The head of the family asked the guests who arrived from another world to make themselves at home and sit down at the table. Rolf noticed the drink, and Malus asked the travelers to quench their thirst before eating. The eldest of the Malo family raised his glass and offered the warriors of Valhalla some good wine to drink. The Vikings immediately pleaded with Commander Ciri, who had once forbidden them from drinking on missions. The woman smiled at the pitiful looks of her comrades and allowed them to have one glass each. The warriors of the Legion of the god Ular joyfully raised their goblets to drink the wine offered to them. The young man was glad to see his comrades in a good mood after the dark streets of the village. Oliver Grandtiger raised the glass to his lips without a second thought and felt something was wrong. The former esportsman's skill, eyes of the all-seeing dragon, discerned the Molov's ill-intentioned intentions. The young man immediately threw away the glass with the poisoned drink and asked everyone to stop. Oliver Grandtiger used Hawkwing to gain speed and knock the poison out of his comrade's hands. The guy flew across the table in the blink of an eye and snatched the wine from the hands of every Valhalla warrior. The former esports athlete called out to Captain Ciri to give her order immediately. The woman immediately realized that her subordinate had figured out the evil intentions of the Mal family. The captain of the Legion of the god Ulra ordered the warriors of Valhalla to immediately move out. Malus Malo, in fear of losing his guests, ordered the main entrance to his estate to be immediately sealed. Oliver Grandtiger wasted no time. He was already rapidly approaching the exit of the rich house. The young man activated the all-seeing dragon's eye skill and saw many hidden silhouettes of archers. The former esports athlete warned his comrades that they were surrounded by archers. Commander Ciri ordered her small squad to raise their shields, but not to slow down. Oliver Grandtiger, at the speed of Hawkwing, deftly slipped under the deadly arrows of the Alves. A couple of dark elves still hadn't sealed the doors to the Mall estate, so the guy decided to break through. The gatekeepers realized that their leader's plan had failed miserably. The Vikings were almost free. The former cyber sportsman literally scattered the slow dark alves and flew out the half-open door. Malus Malo tried to understand where he could have miscalculated, how the warriors of Valhalla had seen through his plan. The man understands that on their part, everything was done as smoothly as possible, without a single sign being given. The head of the Malo family had no idea that Oliver Grandtiger had seen his title as a follower of Utgard Loki. Warriors from the Legion of the God Uller tore the door off its hinges so that it would not interfere with their escape from the accurate archers. The commander of a small Viking detachment decided that now was the time to call in the White Silence. The Vikings noticed the snow-white wolves, who immediately responded to Ciri's call. The men who had escaped the trap felt Malo's archers breathing down their necks. Talaris Malo ordered immediate fire on their dear guests from another change. The young man decided to cover the rear of his comrades so that they could quickly escape from the hands of the dark elves who had betrayed them. One of the Vikings asked what Oliver Grandtiger was up to, and the boy just rolled up his sleeves. The former esports athlete relied entirely on the runes inflicted on him by the Valkyrie of Iduna's legion. The young man remembered how Hedda applied patterns unknown to him that were supposed to strengthen him. The guy then asked the Valkyrie what it was, and she replied that these were runes that would open up magic to him. The girl noticed that these were temporary runes, weaker than permanent ones, but they could be washed off at any time. Hedda noted that this was convenient. If the young man wanted stronger magic, he would not have to waste time. The young man activated rune-enhanced magic to protect himself from the elven arrows. The next moment, all the flying arrows of the dark elves were shot down by a force unknown to the archers. Many dark elves saw for the first time the incredible power of magic, which was enhanced by runes. Malus Malo shouted as his subjects stood rooted to the spot, immediately chasing the Vikings. However, a small detachment of Valhalla warriors was already jumping over the high gates of the Alva state. The head of the Malo family realized that his people had let the Vikings escape, who now knew of his betrayal. The man fell to his knees in despair and shouted how he would now explain himself to the master. After some time, Ciri's small detachment stopped in a dark forest for a short break. The Vikings decided that they would be safe in this place, and the wounded asked to be examined. The man asked to remove the arrow from his hand. It was causing him discomfort. The Viking noticed that this arrow was poisoned with a strong venom. Even a scratch would be fatal to a person. The wounded man asked Captain Ciri to stay a little longer. He needed to treat his wound. The woman noticed that White Silence was running softly. He would be able to treat the wounds right on the go. Ciri ordered them not to relax until they met the Valkyrie, who had gone to the meeting. Meanwhile, inside the estate of the traitor to Valhalla, Malus Malo, the following events took place. The man trembled with fear in the face of the powerful image of the ruler of Utgard Loki. The face recreated by the flames stated that Malus Malo had screwed up big time today. The head of the Dark Owl family bowed down to the floor and shouted that he was asking for forgiveness. Malus asked the powerful creature to lend him the basilisk so that he could crush the Vikings. The image of flame declared that the man would not cope, but there was nothing to worry about. Utgard Loki was prepared for this. Meanwhile, Ciri's small detachment made its way through the dark forest towards the separated Valkyrie. Rolf asked Oliver Grandtiger if his saga could distinguish between enemies and comrades, and he confirmed it. The former esports athlete approached the squad captain and thanked her for trusting his word. The woman said that it was completely natural to trust her comrades. She could not have acted differently. The captain of the Legion of the god Ulra noticed that a magical gate had opened behind her small detachment. Ciri shouted to the Valhalla warriors that they should be careful. They were being ambushed. However, the rear guard of the small group of Vikings did not have time to react and came under sudden attack. The legionnaires of the gods saw their comrade pierced through by a huge blade that burst out of the portal. The warriors of Valhalla screamed, "What the hell was this? How did the enemies find out about their route?" The former esports athlete realized that the monster that attacked them was an incredibly powerful opponent. The guy, with the help of Saga, saw that this monster had a boss plaque, and his name was Regenerator Marcus. Some Vikings, without hesitation, rushed at a single enemy to avenge a comrade. The men wished the monster to die quickly and drove their axes into its motionless body. However, Regenerator Marcus dodged and in the blink of an eye cut through the warriors who had attacked him. The monster that emerged from the magical gates slowly walked towards the remaining Vikings. The men screamed that this monster had killed half of their small detachment in an instant. The Vikings screamed even louder when they noticed that the wounds inflicted on the monster had already healed. The legionaries of the god Uller warned the others that the monster's wounds were healing in seconds. Captain Ciri recognized the enemy and shouted that it was the Regenerator. Everyone immediately saddled up the wolves. The woman shouted that they had to run away from here. They couldn't defeat such an enemy now. The remaining warriors of Valhalla obeyed Ciri's command and began to saddle the White Silence. Oliver Grandtiger saw Regenerator Marcus swing his hand towards his squad. The next moment, dozens of snakes, stretching from the monster, flew out towards the legionnaires of the god Ullr. A dangerous monster has captured some of Valhalla's warriors and their snow-white wolves. The commander of the small detachment realized that they had not managed to retreat in time, and things would not be easy now. The woman broke free from the clutches of the snakes, reaching for her, but realized that the Regenerator had rushed towards her. The monster sent by Utgard Loki decided that now was the best moment to attack. Captain Ciri activated the Witch Arrow Saga to hit Regenerator Marcus. The woman literally riddled the formidable enemy with magical bolts from her crossbows. However, the monster did not stop for a moment, but continued to rapidly reduce the distance to its target. Captain Ciri was surprised that this powerful monster didn't even think about blocking her attack. The woman tried to block the blade of the sword of the creature that Utgard Loki had sent after them. Regenerator Marcus felt that he couldn't break through the block, so he decided to use his leg. The remaining Vikings saw their squad leader fly away from the monster's crushing blow. Rolf called out to the woman and activated Saga, Fire Explosive Steely, to strike the monster. The man shouted in rage that this bastard would answer to him for every wound Captain Ciri had suffered. The monster, sent by Utgard Loki, bared his teeth because the element of fire was disgusting to him. Rolf decided not to waste much time. He picked up the weakened woman and ran away from the flames. However, the man felt that the dangerous monster was about to grab him with a death grip. The monster stopped because he felt a threat from someone behind him. There was still one Viking left. Regenerator Marcus saw a young man rapidly approaching him, swinging his sword. The former esportsman saw it and managed to capture the monster's attention, allowing Rolf to escape. The guy declared that from that moment on, he was the opponent of Regenerator Marcus. The monster skillfully blocked Oliver's swift attack, enhanced by Hawkwing's speed. The monster sent to destroy the warriors of Valhalla decided that the young man had just been caught. Regenerator Marcus used his hand, transformed into dozens of snakes, to grab the boy. However, the former cyber athlete easily cut down every snake sent by the monster. The young man thought that his opponent did not avoid attacks at all, and he could take advantage of this self-confidence. Oliver Grandtiger activated the Saga Warrior's storm-like charge to strike swiftly. Rolf shouted that the boy should hit Regenerator Marcus in the forehead, but his wounds healed instantly. The former esports athlete combined his saga with the ability taught to him by Ragnar Lothbrok. The monster sent by Utgard Loki grinned confidently, revealing a new wound. The young man looked confidently at the enemy he had recently wounded with his special ability. Regenerator Marcus wondered why this brat was looking at him like that, and if he had something in mind. Oliver Grandtiger remembered Ragnar Lothbrok telling him about the overwhelming power of his ability. The man then explained that the boy's divinity could suppress the power and blessing of other creatures. The young man understands that this is a great power that he should use only at the moment of attack. The monster, subordinate to Utgard Loki, felt that his wound was in no hurry to regenerate. The monster realized with horror that blood was still flowing from the wound and was in no hurry to stop. The young man stated that the monster was too distracted and should look at the guy more closely. Regenerator Marcus quickly grabbed his longsword, preparing to block the Viking's lunge. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna rushed forward, hoping to quickly crush the hesitant monster. Regenerator Marcus decided to take a less aggressive approach, focusing on blocking the guy. Captain Ciri and Rolf watched intently as the countless hail of clashing sword blades came and went. The former esports athlete noted that the overconfident opponent could now only defend himself. A Viking from the legion of the god Ullr shouted that Oliver Grandtiger was about to finish off this dangerous monster. The woman realized that this only seemed like a success. If the opponent continued to defend himself, the guy would run out of steam. Iduna's legionnaire launched swift attacks that did not penetrate Marcus's block. Ciri noticed that Oliver Grandtiger couldn't break through the Regenerator's defenses, so she decided to help. However, the monster, subordinate to Utgard Loki, noticed the guy's delay and launched a counterattack. The Viking noticed the enemy's attack. The young man didn't expect that he would be able to switch switch so quickly. The boy managed to dodge the monster's swift counterattack, but now his advantage was gone. Oliver Grantiger noticed another blow, so he decided to jump back to the safe zone. Iduna's legionary thought that such an attack had not brought him any benefit. He needed to change his approach. The young man decided that he had to activate the Storm-like Warrior Charge Saga, but he had to do it in time. The former esports athlete ran straight towards the monster, waiting for the right moment to make a swift dash. The monster, Utgard Loki, raised his weapon, preparing to swat the annoying boy. Oliver Grantiger decided that this was the moment when his opponent opened up. However, the monster, unexpectedly for the former esportsman, in the blink of an eye lengthened its tail. The young man realized that he had made a big mistake when he hoped that victory would be easy. The monster Utgard Loki took advantage of the boy's apparent weakness and prepared to crush Oliver. The commander of a small Viking squad shot down Marcus's regenerator, saving the boy from death. The monster serving Utgard Loki realized that he had completely lost sight of the rest of his opponents. Ciri noted that she could not hurt this monster, but she could help someone who could do so. Oliver Grantiger had already gotten close to Regenerator Marcus, ready to crush him with divinity. The young man pushed off the ground and plunged his sword into the carcass of the terrible monster subordinate to Utgard Loki. Regenerator. Marcus roared with rage. He couldn't understand how some guy could defeat him. Apprentice Ragnar Lodbrok shouted that this was not all and activated the Saga Charge Warrior Sword Warrior. Oliver Grantiger summoned Skullcrusher to crush the dangerous beast in one fell swoop. The fiery image of Utgard Loki sensed the death of his subject and exclaimed how this was possible. Utgard Loki stated that Regenerator Marcus had just died, leaving them with only one option left. Malice Malo shouted, wondering if his master had really decided to use the basilisk. The fiery image of Utgard Loki said that they had no choice but to use the King of Snakes. Meanwhile, the Vikings from Ciri's squad tried to bring Oliver Grantiger to his senses. The men noticed that the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna did not respond to their voices at all. Rolf turned to the squad captain and asked what they should do now. The guy won't wake up. The woman said she had a bad feeling and needed to leave here as soon as possible. Warriors from the legion of the god Uller heard ominous sounds that had never been heard before in these dark forests. Rolf exclaimed, could it really be that the basilisk had been in these woods all this time? The woman ordered the squad to split up, their priority being to meet with the Valkyrie as soon as possible. One of the Vikings suggested meeting with Gendur in Valhalla, but Rolf suggested that his comrade not escalate the situation. Captain Ciri ordered them to disperse. Victory would be theirs, and shouted for Asgard and the 9 worlds. Rolf asked what to do with Oliver, and the woman replied that she would take care of the young man. The man told his commander to be careful. The basilisk was an incredibly dangerous opponent. The woman understands that she will not be able to hide from the Snake King, so she will use her special ability. Captain Ciri activated the Wolf Witch Saga to transform into a resilient wolf. The woman hid this ability from others because she did not want to share her trump card. The captain of a small detachment of Vikings picked up the boy, who was still unconscious. Captain Ciri realized that the basilisk was somewhere nearby, so she immediately dashed between the trees. Meanwhile, Basilisk was slowly approaching the place where the Vikings had stopped not long ago. The King of Snakes did not find a single warrior of Valhalla, but he noticed fresh tracks of those scattering in all directions. The former esports athlete heard someone trying hard to call out to him while he was unconscious. Ciri asked Oliver Grantiger to come to his senses, and he wondered if Hedda was calling him. The young man opened his eyes and saw before him the face of the captain of the legion of the god Ullr. The others were not heard. The former esports athlete suddenly realized that the woman was too close to him. The commander of a small detachment of Vikings asked the guy not to move and listen to her carefully. The woman explained that right now they were surrounded, and if they moved, the blessing of stealth would weaken. The young man said that the captain was in danger because of him. Wouldn't it have been easier to leave with the others? The commander of a small detachment of warriors thought that she simply could not afford to leave. Ciri said that Oliver Grantiger had too special a power for Valhalla to lose. The woman admitted that she personally enjoys fighting side by side with the guy and doesn't want to lose him. The former esports athlete realized that Captain Ciri trusted him so much that she was willing to risk everything. Oliver Grantiger decided that now he could not betray the trust of his comrades in arms. The young man thanked Captain Siri for everything she had done for him. Now it was his turn to repay. The woman said that the guy did not come to his senses for a long time. She tried all methods to wake him up. The commander of a small detachment of warriors said that it was time for them to move out. She was counting on the guy. The former esports athlete decided to give it his all and help his comrades escape Svartalfheim. Captain Siri returned to her wolf witch form to escape the enemy encirclement as quickly as possible. Oliver Grandtiger asked the commander of a small detachment of warriors to trust him. The young man activated Saga, Dragon Mountain's Dragon Lord, to strengthen his connection with Siri. The woman was surprised that her senses were heightened by the former esports athlete's special powers. Captain Siri noticed Basilisk's subordinates were literally everywhere. The snakes noticed that those who had been hiding their presence had finally shown up and decided to escape from the encirclement. Oliver Grandtiger easily cut down every snake that attacked him and his partner. However, the snakes continued to attack in an endless stream. They were not at all afraid of death. The young man cleared a path for Captain Siri, fighting his way through waves of Basilisk's subordinates. The former esportsman noticed some kind of huge snake approaching them. With the help of the saga of the all-seeing dragon's eye, the boys saw that this creature was called Basilisk. The king of serpents hissed furiously at the warriors of Valhalla, whom Utgard Loki himself had ordered him to kill. The wolf witch warned the boy not to look into the basilisk's eyes, as his gaze would paralyze him. The giant snake lunged at the guy, who skillfully jumped to the side to avoid being eaten. The young man instantly returned to Captain Siri's back, completing his evasive maneuver. The captain of a small detachment of Valhalla warriors realizes that they cannot escape the basilisk so easily. The giant monster stood frozen above its victims, awaiting their next move. The former esports athlete decided to take his time. He wanted to carefully consider his next move. The young man sent Captain Siri towards the Snake King to crush him with a SAG combination. Basilisk decided to use acid spit to dissolve the annoying midges. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna noticed that the king of snakes decided to use his ability. Oliver Grandtiger activated rune-enhanced magic to counter acid spit. The young man easily dispelled the basilisk's ability to continue his rapid advance. Having run close enough to the enemy, the wolf witch pushed off the ground and rushed at the monster. The former esports athlete decided to use the saga's storm-like warrior charge to crush the basilisk. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna rushed at a difficult opponent, subordinate to Utgard Loki. However, the boy understood that he would not be able to crush the monster without looking into its eyes, paralyzing with magic. Oliver Grandtiger used divinity to counter the basilisk's paralysis. The giant monster didn't understand why the passive paralysis ability didn't work on this warrior. The boy activated the warrior's charged Saga Warrior's sword to summon a weapon capable of crushing the basilisk. The former esports athlete summoned the heavy spear from the arsenal of the immortal warrior Callister. Captain Siri landed, barely able to stay on her feet from the sudden powerlessness that had washed over her. The saga of the commander of a small detachment of Valhalla warriors was dispelled by accumulated fatigue. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that he could barely stand on his feet, and Siri suggested that they rest a little. Oliver Grandtiger noticed a glint inside the fallen basilisk. It was some kind of object. The former esports athlete took a closer look and saw the hilt of a magic sword sticking out of the monster. The young man thought it was some kind of incredible sword, but now only the hilt remained. The captain of a small detachment of Valhalla warriors called out to a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The woman warned Oliver Grandtiger that they seemed to be surrounded by unknown persons again. The young man thought that now was the worst possible moment to attack. He was completely powerless. The former esports athlete thought about what he could do in such a situation to win. Captain Siri told Oliver Grandtiger to leave so she could hold off the enemies. The guy couldn't believe he was hearing something like this from the lips of the commander of a small detachment of Vikings. The young man noticed that the woman from the legion of the god Uller was barely holding a small dagger in her hands. The former esports athlete raised his sword and declared that he would not abandon his commander. Oliver Grandtiger suggested that Captain Siri return from Svartalfheim together. The commander of a small detachment of warriors shouted that she would meet the guy in Valhalla. The snakes surrounding Commander Siri and the former cyber sportsman hissed and pounced on their prey. The warriors of Valhalla raised their arms to meet the fierce enemies who had lost their king. The legionaries of the gods understood that these small snakes were not their opponents, but their numbers were overwhelming. The former esports athlete decided that they would be able to deal with these creatures if nothing changed. The commander of a small detachment of warriors thought that she certainly would not be able to cope with the snakes alone. The young man froze when he saw a huge snake comparable in size to the basilisk crawl out of the dark forest. Oliver Grantiger swore and shouted that they were facing an incredibly huge creature again. The woman said that apparently he did not crawl here alone. They lingered in this place for too long. The former cyber sportsman looked back and noticed 4 more giants approaching the warriors. The commander of the small detachment of Valhalla warriors stated that there were 5 of them, which meant it would not be easy. Captain Siri noticed that they were now surrounded not by small snakes, but by real giants. The enormous monsters serving Utgard Loki were in no hurry to attack the exhausted warriors of Valhalla. The woman asked her partner if he still had the strength to fight, but he considered the question rhetorical. The young man understands that he cannot use divinity, and he has almost no strength left for Sagi. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that in this battle he had only one choice. Oliver Grantiger declared that even if they didn't get out of Svartalfheim, he would fight to the last. The captain of a small Viking detachment declared that the boy was a true warrior of Valhalla. Surrounded by giant snakes, they cried out for the legions of gods and raised their weapons against the creatures of Utgard Loki. However, those doomed to die heard someone shouting at the top of their lungs, "For Valhalla." Commander Siri noticed her small squad rapidly approaching on white silence. Rolf shouted that they had met Gender and come to the rescue. Now there was no need to be afraid of the overgrown snakes. Valkyrie didn't waste any time. She immediately pounced on the first snake that came to hand. Gendur easily dealt with the giant serpent, cutting it down with just one swing of her sword. The chief Valkyrie of the God Uller's legion ordered the Vikings to tear apart these monsters, subordinate to Utgard Loki. Meanwhile, Oliver was looking straight into the mouth of a huge snake that was about to pounce on him. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that he would not have time to dodge the rapidly approaching serpent. However, at the very last moment, the guy noticed that the skull of his attacker had split into 2 halves. The former esports athlete was surprised because he failed to notice his savior's blow. Behind the giant serpent's halved carcass, Ragnar Lothbrok, Oliver Grantiger's mentor, appeared. The man said that Siri and Oliver were holding up well and asked them to leave the rest to them. The former esports athlete was delighted to see his mentor among the reinforcements that had arrived. Captain Siri couldn't believe her eyes. Could this really be the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok? Oliver Grantiger noticed the genuine interest of the small detachment's commander in his mentor. The Vikings from the legion of the god Ullr pounced on the remaining giant snakes, attacking them with their best skills. Rolf activated Saga Fire Explosive Arrow to crush the giant serpent. The chief Valkyrie of the god Ullr's legion shouted that victory would be theirs. Ragnar Lodbrok crushed the last giant serpent that served the giant Utgard Loki. The legendary Vikings stated that they had dealt with the creatures. All the warriors had done a good job. The Vikings immediately rushed towards Ragnar Lothbrok, shouting whether it was a dream or reality. Oliver Grantiger thought he knew little about his mentor, but he seemed to be an amazing person. Gunder declared that this was the end of their mission here and that Rostrid would take care of the rest. Valkyrie said that she and the Dark Elves Council would conduct an investigation into the Mallow family. Gendur stated that the warrior of the goddess Iduna accomplished a feat when he defeated the regenerator Marcus. Valkyrie said that she would report this achievement to Ullr and he would reward Oliver Grantiger. Gendur admitted that a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna is indeed a desirable talent. The young man noticed the furious glances of the Vikings, who were literally glaring at him due to the jealousy that had arisen. The main Valkyrie of the god Ullr's legion suggested not to waste time and return to their home dimension. Oliver Grantiger showed the fragment of the magical sword of his legion's Valkyrie that he had found. Hedda apologized and said that it was just a fragment of the sword, so it was difficult to determine its powers. The girl said that this was definitely an unusual object. There were many traces left after the Great War. Valkyrie said that these lands are now in decline because intense battles took place here in the past. A Valkyrie from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that perhaps this is a fragment of a warrior's sword from that time. The young man thought that he already knew this because he felt the incomprehensible power of this fragment. Heda suggested that the former cyber sportsman visit Iduna. They should report on the expedition. After some time, the Valkyrie and the only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna arrived at the port. Oliver Grandtiger and Heda boarded the boat in silence and pushed off from the pier. The former esports athlete didn't utter a word the entire way to the temple of the goddess Iduna. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the Goddess of Eternal Youth and Life said that they had arrived at the place. The girl called out to Oliver Grandtiger and said that she wanted to tell him something. The Legion's chief Valkyrie said the goddess spoke of a special gift for the former esports athlete. The young man said that he had a good feeling because not everyone receives a gift from the goddess. The girl admitted that she too can't wait to see what's there. Oliver will show her. The only warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna said that he would, of course, tell the Valkyrie about the gift. The young man performed a ritual he was already familiar with on the altar of the goddess of life in order to meet her. Iduna asked her warrior, Oliver Grandtiger, to come closer to her. The youth knelt before Iduna and declared that it would be his greatest honor to meet his mistress. The goddess of eternal youth and life said that the guy was able to achieve a lot this time too. Oliver Grandtiger noted that all his successes were achieved only thanks to Iduna's blessing. The goddess said that she was sincerely glad that the young man had returned to her safe and sound. Iduna said she had heard that Oliver Grandtiger had ridden a comrade during the battle. The former esports athlete apologized because he didn't quite understand how to respond to something like that. The goddess of eternal youth said that a reward would be given for the successful completion of the expedition. Iduna offered Oliver Grandtiger to choose one of the divine artifacts offered to him. The boy saw a cape that allows one to become a flying horse and Unir's bottomless bag. The former esportsman wondered why Lady Idun was so cruel. Why even give a choice? The young man thought that both divine artifacts were simply incredible. How could he choose? Iduna asked the warrior not to worry. For the next great achievement, she would give him the second item. Oliver Grandtiger decided that he had to think positively because whatever he chose, it was a jackpot. The boy said that he had finally made up his mind and pointed to Unir's bottomless bag. The guy, returning to the altar of the goddess Iduna, showed the Valkyrie the divine artifact he had chosen. Heda was surprised when she saw Unir because she thought the boy would prefer a cape. The young man explained that he already had Hawkwing, so he chose to expand his inventory. Valkyrie said that Oliver Grandtiger would begin lessons with a mentor starting today. The girl asked if the former esports athlete was excited, and he replied that his mentor was still a legend. Meanwhile, the legendary Viking did not know how to pass the time while he waited for Oliver Grandtiger. The man thought about where to begin training the boy, but quickly decided to put his thoughts aside. Ragnar Lothbrok noticed that there was not a cloud in the sky and said that the weather today was simply wonderful. Sometime later, the legendary Viking and the former esports athlete came to the training ground. The man didn't want to waste time, so he immediately decided to find out the young man's current level. Ragnar Lothbrok asked how far Oliver Grandtiger had gone with the Valkyrie from Iduna's legion. The young man did not understand the mentor's question, what he meant at all. Why ask about such a thing? The legendary Viking clarified that he was asking how much she had taught the former esports athlete. The man told the boy to look at himself. There was a whole bunch of dirty thoughts in his head. The young man exhaled. Now he fully understood what exactly his mentor had asked. Ragnar Lothbrok said that none of this was important. Oliver Grandtiger needed to get up. The legendary Viking said that Heda asked him to teach the boy how to use divinity. The man said they would put the difficult things aside and teach the boy to extend the time he could use his power. Ragnar clarified that he would not explain the material to the young man. He must figure it out on his own. The legendary Viking raised his sword to his shoulder and said, since the guy understood everything, then they will begin. Oliver Grandtiger crossed swords with his mentor, who immediately unleashed a hail of blows. The man stated that the young man should show him all his sagas, because they are the foundation. Ragnar Lothbrok said that even if the boy received divinity, he should not forget about the sagas. The former esports athlete activated the storm-like warrior charge and the eyes of the all-seeing dragon. The legendary Viking thought that something had changed in Oliver Grandtiger's sagas since their first meeting. However, the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna still did not pose a threat to a master like Ragnar. The man said that if Oliver was interested, two ideas came to Ragnar's mind during the fight with him. The legendary Viking stated that, first of all, the guy simply needs to master the protective saga. The man said that the young man had almost all the sagas of support, but he was missing the crucial final step. Ragnar Lothbrok said that, secondly, Oliver should reconsider his sagas because they are not finished. The legendary Viking stated that thinking of one saga as a specific ability is not always correct. The man reminded that sagas are passed down by word of mouth, so the young man doesn't even know what his saga contains. Ragnar Lodbrok declared that his lesson was over for today and that the young man should think about his mentor's words. The legendary Viking said that the guy should accumulate divinity while doing something else. The former esports athlete felt like he was being bombarded with so much advice on how to improve at once. The young man thought he had been given too much homework and admitted that he would have to cope. The guy decided that it would be incredibly difficult to do everything at once. He would have to act in stages. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna decided to cook dinner for Oliver and his mentor. Hedda knows that the former esports athlete spent the entire day today improving his skills. Meanwhile, the legendary Viking went to find out what results Oliver Grandtiger had achieved. Ragnar Lodbrok noticed that the boy looked cheerful. Apparently, he had something to show his mentor. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna declared that he had actually achieved some results. The former esports athlete activated the Warrior's Charge Saga Warrior's Sword to show off his progress. Oliver Grandtiger summoned Runefang and noticed that it was the weapon he usually summoned. The legendary Viking became thoughtful because he failed to notice any changes in the boy's saga. The young man noticed his mentor's confusion and reached into the bottomless bag for the hilt of the sword he had found. The former esports athlete activated the Warrior's Charge Saga, holding a sword artifact from the past in his hand. The young man claimed that he could summon an improved version of the weapon if he used the appropriate artifact. Ragnar Lothbrok saw that the boy was able to use the artifact as the final step of the saga. The man decided that this guy didn't think like all the other Vikings and heard a Valkyrie calling them. The girl said that Rastrid was requesting support and wanted Iduna's warrior to come to her immediately. Hedda said Rastrid thought it would be useful for Oliver Grandtiger to see the excavation site. The young man thought this was a wonderful opportunity. Maybe he would be able to find new fragments of the sword. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna said that the guy looked very agitated. The girl asked if Oliver Grandtiger was really so happy that he would be able to see Rastrid. The guy said that everything was completely wrong and asked if he could go right now. The former esports athlete felt a sense of unease in the air. Meanwhile, somewhere beyond the 9 worlds, the following events were taking place. The girl who flew up turned to Lord Avalt and said that the Giant of Power was already on his way. The mysterious being watching over Svartalfheim has confirmed that it can see him. Lord Awalt stated that the followers of the Giant of Strength are already moving towards Svartalfheim. The mysterious creature said it was exciting, and he couldn't wait for it to begin. When Oliver Grandtiger arrived in Svartalfheim, he was met by Odin's legionary, Thorstein. The man said he was glad to meet the warriors of Commander Ciri's small detachment. Thorstein said that he had prepared black horses for the arrivals, and they needed to set out on their journey. After some time, the Vikings were already racing at full speed on the provided horses to the excavation site. The former esports athlete said that for some reason he felt uneasy riding a regular horse. The guy noted that he didn't particularly miss Steel Rain and Black Lightning. The boy asked why Rolf was so gloomy, and Ciri replied that he had to postpone his vacation. Thorstein shouted that they were almost at the excavation site and that the squad needed to speed up. Those who arrived at the request of the commander-in-chief of Rastrids increased their speed in order to arrive at the place as quickly as possible. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna heard the familiar sound of a horn and warned the others about the gnolls. The Vikings saw a squad of armed monsters who were ready to attack at any moment. Captain Ciri ordered to break straight through this small fry. They will not be able to stop the warriors of Valhalla. Odin's Valkyries, who had arrived at the request, cut into the gnoll line, breaking up their dense ranks. The monsters didn't expect the Vikings to simply rush through them without even putting up a fight. The Vikings noticed another squad of monsters who were clearly trying to stop the warriors of Valhalla. Those who arrived at Rastrid's request realized that the Harpies had gotten too close. A warrior from the legion of the god Ullr shouted that it was too late to use bows and crossbows. The Vikings had to slow their horses to fight off the flying monsters. Ciri thought that she needed to do something immediately. Driving away the Harpies with daggers was a bad idea. Rolf shouted that everything was getting out of control and that they needed to deal with the flying monsters as soon as possible. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided that now was the time to use the fragment of the sword. The Harpies circled right above the heads of the legionnaires of the gods, not allowing them to take a single step. Oliver Grantaker activated the warrior's charge, the warrior's sword, and illuminated the dark forest of Svartalfheim. The former esports athlete activated Bright Rune Fang to set all flying monsters on fire. The young man became convinced that the sword hilt found in the basilisk's belly possessed incredible power. None of the Vikings expected to see such a powerful weapon in the hands of Oliver Grantiger. Captain Ciri thought that the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna had gained incredible strength. The Vikings swarmed around the young man, who in an instant drove away the nimble Harpies and illuminated the way. The young man noticed that many men admired his skill and said, "For the goddess Iduna." After some time on the road, Thorstein shouted that they would soon join Odin's legion. The Vikings burst out of the dark forest, and Oliver Grantiger was amazed at what he saw ahead. The guy wondered if these were really the traces of the Great War and how fierce the battle had been. The warriors of Valhalla saw an incredible number of gnolls. They would not be able to break through at a gallop. Captain Ciri activated the saga of the witch's arrows, always hitting the target to clear the way for her comrades. The monstrous monsters saw dozens of the woman's magical arrows flying towards them. The warriors of Valhalla decided not to waste time in vain. They would take advantage of the enemy's confusion. Captain Ciri shouted that the Vikings must break through to Odin's legionnaires without slowing down. Warriors from the legions of gods crashed into the fragmented formation of gnolls, scattering the monsters in all directions. Oliver Grantiger activated the warrior's charge, Saga Warrior's Sword, to transform the artifact into a crossbow. A former esports athlete discovered that his thunder crossbow had incredibly destructive projectiles. The Valhalla warriors shouted that Oliver Grantiger's shock shells were certainly impressive. The Vikings shouted that at this rate they would reach the Rastrid detachment in one fell swoop. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna noticed the Valkyrie and hurried towards her. The girl easily dealt with the gnolls, who tried in vain to strike her down with crude swords. Rastrid noticed Oliver Grantiger and said that she was glad to see a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The former esports athlete asked Valkyrie how the situation was, and she replied that it was almost under control. A girl from the legion of the god Odin reported that for now the Vikings and gnolls are in the same position. Rastrid said that the enemies had something like steel rain and pointed to the projectiles falling from the sky. Those who arrived at the excavation site noticed dozens of meteorites falling to the ground. The warriors of Valhalla saw that the stone capsules were smashing to the ground, and squads of gnolls were bursting out of them. One of Odin's legionnaires shouted that this time they had sent more powerful monsters. The young man noticed another meteorite in the sky, which was clearly lagging behind the others. The former esports athlete shouted that there was another incredibly huge meteorite here. The Vikings screamed, "What the hell is this? Why is he so huge? Is there really a giant in him?" Valkyrie, who commanded the warriors of all the legions in this place, noticed another huge meteorite. Rastrid realized that the second huge meteorite had fallen in the area of the Dark Elves' village. Meanwhile, Oliver Grantiger thought that he had only miraculously managed to escape from under the falling meteorite. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that he almost died under this colossus. Rastrid ordered Oliver Grantiger to go to the Dark Elves' village immediately. The girl shouted that the huge thing had fallen on the village and asked Iduna's warrior to deal with it. The young man said that he understood everything and would immediately take the fastest horse and gallop to the village. Rastrid said that they didn't have time. The horse wouldn't make it, so she offered her cape. The girl explained that it was a dragon wing overlay and asked him to put it on someone he trusted. Oliver Grandtiger imagined Rolf in a Valkyrie cape and realized that it wasn't the best idea. The young man handed over the dragon wings to Commander Ciri, who considered her the most reliable of his comrades. The boy shouted that they were already close to the village of the elves. The wolf witch realized that she needed to press on. Rastrid thought that this giant was smaller than the one at the Black Fortress, but his evil was greater. Valkyrie realizes that evil is a system of growth for giants. The more they kill, the stronger they become. All the warriors from the legions of gods saw that the fire giant was about to use a special power. Not the largest giant shouted, Road of Fury, giving strength to himself and the hesitant gnolls. The Vikings tried to cover their ears from this disgusting and incredibly loud scream. The monster's eyes filled with rage. They felt that they were ready to crush the legionnaires of the gods. Meanwhile, Oliver Grandtiger noticed another giant near the village of Dark Elves. The residents did not know where to go from the unimaginable destruction caused by the monster that fell from the sky. The former e-sportsman quickly realized that this giant looked like a typical mage. The giant monster that fell on the village of Dark Elves formed a ball of incomprehensible energy. The huge monster that fell to the ground threw its sphere at the building, leaving not a stone left. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna shouted to Captain Ciri that they must distract the giant. The young man decided to get closer to the giant magician in order to strike his blow at this monster. The former esports athlete threw a heavy spear to attract the attention of the huge monster. Oliver Grandtiger saw that his heavy spear did not reach the giant. It was stopped by a magical barrier. The young man realized that now he would have to think about how to overcome this invisible defense. The guy thought that every shield had its own weakness, but he didn't know such magic. The giant magician noticed the guy who threw a heavy spear at him. The guy was quite close to the monster. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna declared that he had managed to attract the attention of this giant. But what next? The brute that fell from the sky fired a whole volley of energy balls at the guy. Oliver Grandtiger thought that at least the village had a chance to respite from the destruction. However, the young man noticed that fires were now raging on the earth, caused by this enormous monster. The former esportsman realized that he couldn't drag out this battle, otherwise the village would be destroyed. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought about what he should do to defeat this huge monster. The young man asked himself to think faster. There had to be at least one weak spot in this giant. Meanwhile, somewhere in Niflheim, on the top of the highest mountain sat an unknown giant. The one sitting on the throne said that Ewald had always been nothing but a pathetic coward hiding in the darkness. The woman said that all he could do was hide like a rat, spinning his web and using bugs. The giantess on the throne asked him why he even thought Valhalla was something to be afraid of. They were idiots. The woman thought that in order to extract the grain, something specific and powerful must be done. The one sitting on the throne admitted that she knows the best method: to destroy everything, to burn it to the ground. The woman stated that they could destroy everything in their path until they found the grain. Harald, one of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki, declared that they would bring back the Age of Glory and destroy Valhalla. Oliver Grandtiger, under fire from the giant mage, shouted that he had had enough. The guy shouted, "Does this giant really think that he is the only one here who can throw things?" The former esports athlete activated Saga to unleash a hail of heavy spears on the giant. However, the giant mage's barrier easily withstood even such a barrage of blows from the Valhalla warrior. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided that he would have to think harder to get through to the monster. Captain Ciri asked the former esports athlete if there was any point to his endless spear throwing. The young man replied that he knew what he was doing and added that for him it was just a small story from the game. The guy explained that the barrier can't absorb infinite damage. Sooner or later, it will disappear. Oliver Grandtiger shouted that they should attack the moment the new magic shield was summoned. Meanwhile, the following events took place in the excavation area of the Rastrid detachment. The chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion thought that she had not been faced with an easy opponent. The fire giant thought that it would be quite problematic to fight against the Valkyrie. Rastrid decided to attack the blazing monster first and thought that Iduna's warrior was already in the village. The girl asked Oliver Grand Tiger to be careful because the evil of that giant was simply enormous. The fire giant activated an ability that causes its attacks to cause powerful explosions. Meanwhile, in the area of the Dark Elves village, Iduna's legionnaire and his opponent paused the fight. The guy understands that he has no right to make a mistake with the timing of the attack, otherwise the village will not be saved. The young man saw dark elves in uniform appearing on the ruined streets of the burning village. Those who arrived shouted that everyone needed to take cover. The dark elves' fire brigade was already on site. The firemen shouted that they would call down rain clouds and asked the warrior of Valhalla not to worry about them. A Viking from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds. The magic of the elves was already working. The giant mage realized that all his efforts to incinerate the village were in vain. The enormous monster looked at the fading islands of magical flame and felt an incomprehensible bitterness. The former esports athlete noted that the summoned magical rain was able to weaken the giant's defense. Oliver Grantiger shouted to Ciri that they had to break through before the giant restored the barrier. The young man threw his spear and shouted that the wolf witch should follow his weapon. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that he should use the finishing strike. The former esports athlete activated the warrior's charge, the warrior's sword, to transform the artifact into a spear. The young man felt his synchronization with Callister increase to 18%. Oliver Grandiger decided to take advantage of the new saga, Dragon Ballista. The heavy spear of a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna pierced the giant monster through and through. The giant mage wheezed, not understanding how some boy had managed to break through his incredibly strong shield. The boy realized that his battle was not over yet. The crystal core was keeping the giant alive. The young man shouted that the stone inside the giant's body was his weak spot. Captain Ciri shouted that she understood everything and immediately rushed towards the giant monster. Oliver Grandtiger asked the wolf witch to cover him with saga so that the spear would hit its target. Ciri activated the saga of the witch's arrows, which always hit the target to support a comrade. A legionary of the goddess Iduna used the saga's storm-like warrior charge to crush the giant's core. The warriors sent by Rastrid to stop the giant that had fallen on the elven village destroyed the monster's core. The former esports athlete felt a surge of power from the giant mage's destroyed stone. The young man asked Captain Ciri what was happening now, why the world suddenly began to blur. The wolf witch decided that the defeated giant had used some kind of magic as a last resort. The warriors of Valhalla felt themselves being swept into a magical current caused by the explosion of the core. The Dark Elves, watching the battle between the giant and the legionnaires of the gods, saw how the defenders of the village disappeared. The villagers shouted out what that dark funnel in the sky was. It looked like a transfer gate. Oliver Grandtiger and Captain Ciri are depowered after being unexpectedly transported to another dimension. The former esports athlete tried to reconstruct the chain of events to understand how they got here. God's legionnaire Ulra said that the core's explosion created an invisible rift that threw them out of Svartalfheim. Captain Ciri decided that they were in the space between worlds, in the wake of the Great War. The former esportsman thought that fragments of his legendary sword were somewhere here. The woman saw that the guy simply lit up with joy when he heard her suggestion. Oliver Grantiger heard Captain Ciri's stomach rumble traitorously. She was hungry. The young man understood that they were not in any danger now, so he decided to get food from the bottomless bag. The woman said it was simply incredible and asked if this bag was really a gift from Lady Iduna. Ciri sighed heavily and said that things were getting more complicated now, and the boy asked what the captain was talking about. The woman explained that Gender wanted to recruit the boy into Ullr's legion, but he was in good standing with Iduna. Captain Ciri is confident that Lady Iduna will not give them Oliver Grandtiger. After a snack, the guy suggested continuing on, and the woman asked if he really knew where to go. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna claimed that he had an artifact that could show the way. The former esports athlete pointed to the hilt of the legendary sword and said that it would show them the way. The young man felt the flow of magical power from his artifact and showed the way to Captain Ciri. Oliver Grandtiger looked at the woman and she realized that the guy was asking her to activate the saga. The boy climbed onto the back of the wolf witch and they broke away from the floating island. Captain Ciri said that in Valhalla it is not customary to ask about the warrior's past. The wolf witch said that the guy had amazing sagas. It makes her wonder what kind of world he lived in. The former esports athlete became embarrassed and said that he was a world champion in the past. Siri shouted that she knew it, which meant there really was someone incredible sitting on her. The young man felt that his artifact from the Great War had stopped showing directions. Captain Siri said the guy has unusual eyes. Does he see anything with his saga? Oliver Grandtiger activated the saga of the all-seeing dragon's eye and saw the weapons of the slain warriors. Iduna's legionary thought it was a real jackpot and decided to collect everything he could carry. The young man ran forward, shouting with joy at the sight of each piece of armor or weapon he found. The woman asked if Oliver was really sure they would need all those shabby things. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna replied that everything was fine. He knew exactly what they would need. The former esports athlete picked up the belt and noted that the warrior who wore it could fight for weeks without tiring. The guy decided that this Iron Man belt increases the endurance and strength of its owner. Captain Siri noticed that the belt was engraved with the cross of the legion of the goddess Freya. The woman explained that Freya is the goddess of love and beauty, as well as magic and war. The young man thought that if even the goddess of love fights, then Iduna also masters martial arts. Oliver Grandtiger saw Captain Siri also pick up a battered dagger. The woman said she simply couldn't leave the ancient artifact lying around there. The former esports athlete decided that his partner was right and he needed to start collecting everything with a clear head. The young man stated that functionality was more important than profitability and admitted that the space in the bag was worth saving. Oliver Grandtiger felt his fragment of the legendary sword begin to pulse again. The guy said that a fragment of an unknown artifact was again trying to take them somewhere. But where? After some time, the former esportsman noticed a blade that emitted similar power. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna noticed that it did not look like a fragment of his sword. What could it be? Captain Siri suggested that this weapon was of the same origin as the fragment of Oliver's sword. The woman said that these fragments could have been from the world of people who once attacked Valhalla. God's legionnaire Ulra said that this was just a guess. In any case, it was better to take it with you. The former esports athlete walked further and noticed an unusual place that caught his eye. Captain Siri said it looked like the legendary pool where Odin's army fought. The woman noticed that incredible energy had accumulated in the center of the pool, and the guy thought that this was the exit. The warriors of Valhalla descended and noticed a huge skeleton of some ancient animal. Captain Siri said that at first glance, this did indeed sound like the description of the legendary pool. The woman asked the guy if he saw anything unusual in that place, and he said that he saw a name. Oliver Grandtiger said that this skeleton belongs to Garm, and Siri shouted, "Is it really a hellhound?" The warriors of Valhalla felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake. The legionaries of the gods realized with horror that the skeleton of the legendary animal began to rise. The former esportsman shouted out what the hell this was and why Garm had decided to come back to life now. The hellhound stood up and fixed his cold gaze on those who had descended into the pool. Captain Siri shouted that Garm had fully regained his form, so what would happen now? The warriors of Valhalla felt a chill run down their spines. They realized that this would not end well. Garm lifted the gnoll skeletons in one motion, and they began to return to their original form before his eyes. Captain Siri and the former esports athlete realized that they were facing an entire legion of monsters. The warriors of Valhalla raised their weapons, realizing that they would have to fight for their lives. Oliver Grandtiger turned and saw the faces of the Vikings, who had also risen at Garm's call. However, the rebellious warriors from the legion of the god Odin rushed towards the hordes of gnolls with furious cries. Captain Siri and Iduna's legionary watched the furious battle between the rebellious warriors of Valhalla and the gnolls. The woman shouted at Oliver Grandtiger that they had to leave immediately. The former esportsman stopped the captain of the legion of the god Ullr, asking him to stay for a moment. Siri asked what happened, why Oliver Grandtiger decided to stop her. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna declared that they had a boss here that needed to be defeated. Captain Siri looked at the inspired boy and realized that he would not back down. Oliver Grandtiger climbed onto the back of the wolf witch to overcome the fighting warriors. The former esportsman told Captain Siri that they just needed to fly to Garm. The legendary beast immediately noticed the approaching warriors of Valhalla, who were rapidly approaching him. The Hellhound had no intention of letting the Vikings get close, so it hurled a paralyzing bolt of lightning at them. Oliver Grandtiger realized that Captain Ciri's saga had dissipated, and they were beginning to fall on the rebels. The former esportsman immediately came to and asked Captain Ciri if she was okay. The young man said he hit his head pretty hard, but overall, he was fine. The guy realized that he had landed on the captain, so he immediately jumped up and started apologizing. The woman stood up and said she was fine. She had just let her guard down for a moment. Captain Ciri noted that something else was more important right now. They were surrounded by angry ghost gnolls. Oliver Grantiger climbed up the monster's weapons to run over their heads and break through to Garm. The woman took advantage of the confusion of the rebellious gnolls to leap over their ranks. The warriors of Valhalla ran towards the Hellhound as fast as they could, hoping to crush the legendary enemy. Garm was already ready to meet the Vikings rushing towards him. They were an easy target. The legendary creature decided to repeat its lightning attack, hoping to crush the legionnaires. Captain Ciri and Oliver Grandtiger easily dodged the Hellhound's attack. Garm directed his attack at the rebellious legionaries of the god Odin so as not to waste resources in vain. The former esportsman shouted to his partner that everything was going well and that Garm was clear behind him. The legionary of the god Ulra decided that now was the perfect moment to attack the Hellhound. The woman activated the saga of the witch's arrows, always hitting the target to wound the legendary beast. Captain Ciri realized with horror that her magical arrows had failed to hit the Hellhound. The woman thought her arrows just passed right through the enemy. It seems that normal attacks don't work. God's legionnaire Ulra realized that Garm was about to pounce on her as she had now become his target. Ciri realized that her only chance for salvation was the Wolf Witch saga. The woman managed to change her appearance and avoid the crushing blow of the giant monster. Captain Ciri yelled to her partner that normal attacks weren't working on the Hellhound. The Wolf Witch shouted that Oliver Grandtiger must defeat Garm with a special power, divinity. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna activated the storm-like warrior charge to get closer to Garm. The young man wasn't sure that his divinity would be able to harm the being from the past. The former esports athlete decided not to take any risks, so he struck the Hellhound's limb first. Oliver Grandtiger jumped back and thought he definitely felt something cut. The young man decided that he had definitely managed to wound the paw of the huge monster, but how badly? The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna cursed under his breath. He only managed to scratch Garm's limb. The guy asked how long it would take to kill this giant monster, and Ciri called out to him. The Wolf Witch shouted that the boy should climb on her back. They would attack Garm with a spear. The former esports player noticed that the Hellhound was preparing to activate its magical attack again. The partners jumped in different directions to avoid being caught in Garm's crushing attack. The guy decided that they couldn't defeat such an enemy with weak attacks. A completely new tactic was needed. The legionary of the goddess Iduna asked Captain Ciri to buy him time. He has thoughts. The young man activated the saga of the all-seeing dragon's eye to take another look at the giant monster. Oliver Grandtiger noted that the Hellhound Garm has the reflect and defense statuses. The young man noticed that the risen monster did not attack aggressively and did not even move from its place. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna abandoned all doubts and decided that Garm was protecting something. The Hellhound made another small lunge towards Captain Ciri, trying to get her with its jaws. The Wolf Witch deftly dodged the dangerous attack, realizing that she could not dodge forever. The woman decided that since normal attacks weren't working, she would use curses while in wolf form. Captain Ciri pounced on the legendary beast, which did not have time to raise its head after the attack. The Wolf Witch realized that the power of the curses had worked, and she managed to cling to the ghost's skin. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna was glad that the Hellhound had finally opened up. Captain Ciri tried to say that she couldn't hold Garm any longer. She needed Oliver's help. The former esports athlete rushed to the center of the legendary pool. There must be something important there. A horde of rebellious gnolls blocked the young man's path, but he didn't even think about slowing down. Oliver Grandtiger activated divinity to scatter all those who were in his way at once. The young man was completely sure that the secret to defeating the Hellhound Garm was hidden right here. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna noticed a strange crystal sticking out in the very center of the pool. Oliver Grandtiger tried to rip the object out with divinity, but it wouldn't budge. The hellhound felt its powers fading and immediately noticed the boy near the magic crystal. The former cybersportsman tensed up from the sound of Garm's heavy footsteps. He realized that he was rushing straight towards him. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna used all the strength available to him to snatch the crystal from the pool. The boy managed to snatch the mysterious object, and Garm's ghostly image immediately faded. The legendary monster literally vanished into thin air, never reaching Oliver Grandtiger. The former esports athlete noticed that a wormhole had appeared in the place where the crystal had been located. The rebellious warriors of the god Odin's legion cried out that the hellhound Garm had been defeated. The Vikings shouted joyfully that they had very little time left. The gnolls had already lost this fight. Meanwhile, Oliver Grandtiger and Captain Siri stared into the frightening emptiness of the opened gate. The warriors of Valhalla understood that having jumped into this wormhole, they might not find their way back. The young man suggested that this was the exit, and Siri said that they would get out of here in one dash. The boy climbed onto the back of the wolf witch, who jumped into the opened gate. The former esportsman wondered what would happen to them now, what awaited them at the end of this wormhole. Captain Siri had no doubt in her decision because there was no other way out of the trace of the Great War. The warriors of Valhalla saw that the flight inside the wormhole was very similar to their usual passage through the gate. A risen warrior from the legion of the god Odin swung his hammer to crush the last gnoll. The monster was thrown aside by a powerful blow from the Viking, who raised his weapon in triumph. The ghost warriors of Valhalla began to rejoice. Victory was theirs. They had defeated the gnolls. One of the ancient warriors asked where the warriors who defeated the hellhound of Garm had gone. The ghostly legion of the god Odin approached the center of the legendary pool and noticed a wormhole. The Vikings decided to follow the great warriors who managed to defeat the legendary Garm. Meanwhile, at the excavation site, the confrontation between Rastrid and the fire giant was heating up. The chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion decided that she must personally crush this giant. The girl noticed that the fire monster had taken off, so she prepared to attack back. The flaming giant decided to crush the Valkyrie from the legion of the god Odin, who stood in his way. The warriors of Valhalla, fighting under Rastrid's command, saw her clash with the giant. The girl managed to parry the fire giant's powerful blow and break through his defense with one swing of her sword. However, the giant that fell from the sky did not even think of stopping. He sought to crush everything in his path. The combatants noticed that a gate had opened between them, although no one had asked for help. The bright light that burst from the wormhole made Rastrid and the fire giant forget about the battle for a moment. The giant, bent on crushing everything, thought that even the Viking reinforcements would not stop him. The chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion wondered if their enemies had really asked for support. The girl and the giant saw two Vikings recently sent to the elf village tumble out of the gate. The former esports athlete said it was not the softest landing of his life. Rastrid asked why Oliver Grandtiger and Captain Siri were here. They should be in the village. The fire giant noticed that the boy had a familiar magic crystal attached to his belt. The giant shouted that this was the very same seed that his master was looking for and reached for the crystal. The former esportsman realized that he wouldn't have time to do anything. The giant was about to crush him. Rastrid rushed forward with a cry calling for protection for Iduna's warrior, Oliver Grandtiger. However, the girl and the fire giant stopped when another gate appeared ahead. The giant felt that someone was trying hard to stop him, but who was capable of such a thing? The main Valkyrie of the legion of the god Odin shouted what was happening. Who had arrived this time? Rastrid saw before her the warriors of antiquity who had once fought under the banner of the god Odin. The girl was surprised that the ghosts of Valhalla warriors were really protecting the former esportsman and Siri. One of the rebel Vikings who arrived on the battlefield ordered everyone to gather their strength. From the dying wormhole, the rest of the ghostly legion of the god Odin tumbled out. The ancient warriors cried out that they must join the battle against the fire giant. The warrior who ordered the Viking ghosts to gather stated that they had a request for the Valkyrie. The man shouted, asking for Rastrid's blessing for them to participate in another battle for Asgard. The chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion declared that she gives the ancient warriors permission and blesses them. The ghosts of the warriors of Valhalla felt that their bodies had once again taken on a mortal appearance. The ancient warriors were delighted to have the opportunity to enjoy another battle for the 9 worlds. The fire giant, Harold's subordinate, saw a legion of first-class warriors coming out against him. The Valkyrie Blessed rushed into battle, trying to help the tired Rastrid's legionaries. Reinforcements continued to arrive for the gnolls, but the Vikings' fighting spirit was weakening their will to resist. The fire giant noticed this and activated the Road of Fury so that the monsters would no longer be afraid of their enemies. Rastrid shouted that the giant should fight her and not be distracted by his minions. Rolf ran to Captain Ciri and Oliver Grandtiger to find out what had happened. The man asked how they had returned so quickly since they had just set off for the elf village. The former esports athlete suggested that in that dimension, time flowed according to a different principle. Captain Ciri shouted that they must support the warriors of Valhalla in this battle, no matter what. Oliver Grandtiger stopped the woman and asked her to wait. He had an idea. The young man asked, they had to fight the fire giant, so why be distracted by the gnolls? The boy jumped onto the back of the wolf witch and they rose above the fighting legions. Oliver Grandtiger saw that Captain Ciri looked exhausted, but that was not at all surprising. The former esports athlete understands that they are facing their third difficult opponent in a row. The young man asked the Wolf Witch to hold out a little longer. This time, their battle had a different goal. The guy stated that they weren't supposed to cause damage, but rather to provoke aggression in the fire giant. Oliver Grandtiger explained that Rastrid and the giant are currently at roughly the same strength. The young man stated that if they could distract the fire giant for even a moment, they would have an advantage. The boy chose the perfect moment to intervene in the battle between the Valkyrie and the giant serving Harold. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna activated the saga charge of the warrior, Sword of the Warrior, and threw a spear at the giant. However, the fire giant ignored the hits from the former cyber sportsman's heavy spears. The giant thought it wasn't even ticklish, but these annoying bugs were starting to get on his nerves. The giant monster decided that as soon as he was done with the Valkyrie, he would immediately finish them off next. Iduna's legionnaire continued to summon spears, and Ciri noticed that they didn't even attract attention. Rastrid rushed at the fire giant to turn the tide of the protracted battle. The former esports athlete realized that now was the perfect time to combine divinity and saga. Oliver Grandtiger hurled a heavy spear charged with divinity to bring down the giant. The giant, who served one of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki, did not expect that a midge would throw him off his stride. The chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion decided to turn to the power of the gods to crush the giant. Rastrid activated her special ability, Heaven-Cutting Sword, and cut down the fire giant. The former esportsman shouted that victory belongs to the warriors of Valhalla. They did a great job today. The legionaries of the gods screamed at the top of their voices that the enemy leader had fallen at the hands of the Valkyrie. The gnolls realized that they had lost this difficult battle for the Viking excavation site. The warriors who had joined the Rastrid Legion screamed and charged at the remnants of the enemy legion. The former esportsman told Captain Ciri that they had won by crushing all the gnolls. The young man said that they could finally rest a little. They had been through a lot today. The woman chuckled and thought that Oliver Grandtiger really was an incredible person. Captain Ciri hopes that she will continue to fight side by side with a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The ghostly warriors of Valhalla gathered before the chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion. The men thanked Rastrid and asked her to guide their souls back to Valhalla. Valkyrie stated that Valhalla will always welcome great warriors who have repeatedly defended Asgard. Rastrid took on ceremonial attire to conduct the ancient warriors according to all the rules. The warriors of the Ghost Legion felt that their souls would soon return to the All-Father. The ancient legion thanked the only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The chief of the ancient warriors shouted that they would return to Odin and proudly tell him about today's battle. The boy proudly paid tribute to the departing souls of the legendary heroes of the Great War. Warriors from the legion of the god Odin saw off their comrades who had defended Asgard long ago. Rastrid asked her subordinates for forgiveness. She needed to personally see off the ancient heroes. Valkyrie said that she would return and prepare worthy rewards for every warrior present. Oliver Grantiger approached Rastrid and thanked her for lending him the dragon wings. The guy returned this divine-level item to the main Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion. Rastrid asked Ciri if Oliver's flight had been difficult, and Ciri stated that she had only done her duty. Valkyrie said that Regenleif and Gender would arrive very soon, and she would leave the rest to them. The warriors of Valhalla have accepted the orders from Rastrid and will now await further instructions from the Valkyries. The chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion said that before leaving, she had to do something. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna wondered what Rastrid had in mind. Valkyrie kissed the former e-sportsman on the forehead and said, "May Odin be with him." Rastrid blessed Captain Ciri, and the boy thought that the girl had scared him. The young man remembered that Hedda had kissed him in the same way, which meant that she had also blessed the boy. The former esports athlete admitted that he got worked up over such a trifle. Sometime after the battle at the Rastrid dig site, Harald went berserk in her castle. One of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers was destroying everything in the throne room of his castle. Harald wondered what the hell had happened there. How could everything have turned out like this? The giant thought that this was not yet a failure of the attack, since their goal was to ignite the spark. The giant admitted that she could not even imagine how the grain ended up in the hands of Iduna's warrior. Harald couldn't understand how Valhalla could have found out about their secret plans. Meanwhile, Ewald noticed that the king's silence only made Harald feel even more pain. The one hiding in the middle of nowhere assumed that there was a good reason for their king's silence. The giant suggested that Utgard Loki could well have foreseen all this and even contributed to it. Sometime later, Regenleif and Gender arrived at the excavation site in Svartalfheim. The Valkyries returned to their original form and descended upon the warriors of Valhalla at the excavation site. Oliver Grantiger and Captain Ciri met the girls, waiting to receive further instructions. Regenleif saw that the warriors were tired after the battle, so she asked them to tell her what had happened. Iduna's legionary stepped forward and told the Valkyries about overthrowing the giants and traveling to the interworld. The former e-sportsman showed Regenleif the crystal he received in the aftermath of the Great War. The girl stated that this was exactly the item that the giants who attacked them needed. Valkyrie said that Oliver Grantiger and Ciri did an incredible job. They tried hard. The girl said that the warriors of Valhalla could rest and added that they would discuss the details later. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna wondered if Regenleif also wanted to bless him. Valkyrie said, "May Tyr bless Oliver Grantiger," and kissed the boy on the forehead. The young man thought that since this was the order of things, he shouldn't be embarrassed, because it was true. Valkyrie asked why the former e-sportsman was looking at her with such a questioning look. The legionary of the goddess Iduna said that he was simply wondering why Gender did not bless him. Valkyrie said that human greed truly knows no bounds, but she approached the young man. Oliver Grantiger told himself not to be nervous because this was a simple blessing from Gender. The former esports athlete was surprised because the Valkyrie from the legion of the god Ullr acted differently from everyone else. The young man thought that the kiss on the cheek was not a simple blessing from Gender. Valkyrie laughed and said, "May Ullr bless Oliver Grantiger." The young man thought that Gender was scaring him because she had some special sense of humor. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna and Captain Ciri saw off the Valkyries. Now they could rest. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna greeted the brave warriors of Valhalla. Oliver Grantiger instantly recognized Hedda's voice and greeted her happily in return. The young man asked when she had managed to come here, and she replied that she had been watching them for a minute. The captain of the gods' legion, Ulra, chuckled and thought that these two were funny. To deliver the warriors of Valhalla to safety, the Valkyries summoned Black Lightning. Hedda asked, so the boy received the blessings of Rastrid, Regenleif, and Gendur. The young man thought that this was already an uncomfortable place, and now it felt like a real black coffin. Captain Ciri could hardly contain her laughter at the funny dialogue between the Valkyrie and the former esports athlete. Hedda asked Oliver Grantiger not to worry and said that he could go and rest. The young man agreed and admitted that he really did feel as if he was about to faint. Iduna's chief Valkyrie kissed the legionary on the cheek and said, "May the goddess be with him." The young man does not know whether it was because Hedda blessed him or because he lost his strength. However, Oliver Grantiger managed to fall asleep as if he had lost consciousness. Meanwhile, under the roots of the great tree Yggdrasil, the following events took place. The king of the gods, Odin, came to the source of wisdom to learn the purpose of the mysterious crystal. The thunder god Thor asked the Allfather why he had called him under the roots of the great tree Yggdrasil. One showed the crystal found by the warrior of the goddess Iduna and asked if this was really Fenrir. The head of the sage Mimir said that the hellhound Garm is an incredibly powerful beast. The Allfather's advisor added that he did not believe that the enemies had started all this just to attack him. The king of the gods said that now everything was clear to him. The reward was too small for the effort expended. The thunder god wondered if the collection of hellhound shards had anything to do with Fenrir's return. The head of the sage Mimir said that Garm's howl could awaken the world wolf and break his shackles. Odin's advisor stated that the hellhound Garm is one of the keys to awakening Fenrir. The Allfather said that on the day the world wolf awakens from its slumber, the king of the gods will become its prey. Meanwhile, somewhere in the lands of the giants of Jotunheim, the following events took place. An unknown person came to the throne room to the king of the giants to report what had happened. Utgard Loki asked the one who came to him, "So everything is ready. The bear's paw is already on its way." The traitor of the gods of Asgard, Loki, told the king of the giants that war would break out very soon. Mimir's head said that Utgard Loki and Loki wished to receive Garm's howl, and not an entire hellhound. The Allfather's advisor stated that if the giants collected enough crystals, they would achieve their goal. The king of the gods agreed and noted that now among the giants there was one who could use Saga. The god of lightning thought that traitor Loki would definitely pay for going over to the giants. One handed the hellhound shard to his son and added that he had called him for a reason. The Allfather ordered Thor to destroy this crystal immediately. Valhalla has no need for it. The god of lightning was surprised, and the king of the gods explained that this was the surest way to prevent Garm's resurrection. Odin confidently declared that all of Asgard did not need either the hellhound Garm or the world wolf Fenrir. The Allfather said that now that the giants had declared their intentions, the gods had no other choice. After some time, the only warrior of Iduna's legion arrived to his goddess with a report. The woman said that the boy returned unharmed, and he replied that it was all thanks to the lady's blessing. Iduna said that Oliver Grandtiger had done well and that he had accomplished a great feat this time. The goddess said that she clearly heard the warriors of Valhalla chanting Iduna's name. The former esports player's mistress said that, as she promised, she would give the guy a reward. The goddess of eternal life and youth said that, just like last time, she was giving Oliver Grandtiger a choice. Iduna's legionary thought that his mistress was playful as always, and he would have to suffer because of a difficult choice. The woman said that the first artifact was well known to the guy. It was the Cape of the Heavenly Horse. Ms. Oliver Grandtiger said that the second artifact is the Beast Saddle. The boy saw that it was a magical saddle that could be placed on the back of any beast or monster. The young man thought that with this item, he would be able to carry someone on his back if he transformed into a hawk. The legionary of the goddess of eternal youth wondered whether he should choose a cape instead of a magical saddle. Ragnar Lodbrok and the main Valkyrie of the legion, Iduna, were already waiting for the guy at the altar of the goddess of youth. The girl asked how everything went, and the mentor noticed that the young man had again received something from the goddess. Oliver thought that someday he would have another chance to get the heavenly steed cape. The legendary Viking said that more importantly, Iduna's warrior had become much stronger. The man said that they should speed up their training in mastering divinity a little. Valkyrie said that this was all great, but Oliver Grandtiger needed at least a day of rest. The young man asked if Hedda and Ragnar Lodbrok would then refuse to help him with something. The boy's mentor and Iduna's Valkyrie thought that the boy had brought a bag of real junk into the house. The former esports athlete took out from the bottomless bag all the items he had collected in the interworld. Hedda noticed that these were all magical items. Could it be that the guy had collected them in the trace of the Great War? Ragnar said that it was his personal opinion, but perhaps the young man should return these things to their native legions. The legendary Viking believes that among these old objects, there are some that have a history. Oliver Grandtiger said that was what he was planning on doing. It was great that they mentioned it. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna suggested starting with sorting magical items. Hedda and Ragnar Lodbrok had no problem identifying every item the boy handed them. This continued until the former esportsman handed the Valkyrie a broken dagger. The girl apologized. She had no idea which god this blade belonged to. The legendary Viking said that this item may belong to another pantheon. The former esports player said he would try to test this with his Saga. Oliver Grandtiger decided that his Saga Warrior's Charge Warrior's sword would complete the missing piece of the item. The guy activated his special ability, which illuminated the entire space inside the house. The chief Valkyrie of the Legion of the goddess Iduna and the renowned Viking wondered if he could really cope. However, the saga of the only warrior of the goddess of eternal youth had no effect on the unknown object. Oliver Grandtiger chuckled nervously. If the item still hadn't been recovered, then what had Saga done? The young man felt a strange force that filled his body and tried to break out. Valkyrie feared for the warrior's health, and Ragnar Lodbrok shouted that an image had appeared on the wall. The former esportsman's comrades froze, watching the projection that Oliver was showing. The Vikings saw a young man who, in proud solitude, was trying to get to a remote foggy island. The stranger claimed that he had finally found this mysterious island, about which there were legends. The man who arrived on the island went deep into the fog-covered land and found a mysterious fortress. The stranger walked through the open gates of the massive structure with thoughts of the mistress of the Shadowlands. The young man said that, according to rumors, the local ruler eats people and bathes in the blood of girls. The unknown man stated that he would only believe his ears and eyes, and that some legends meant nothing. After some time, the man who arrived on the foggy island noticed a woman who came out to greet him. The queen of the Shadowlands made the boy who came to her from afar her apprentice. The young man came to the Shadowlands to love and respect the local ruler, Skathash. And on the day the student left the Shadowlands, the mentor gave him a snow-white spear. The young man noted that it was made from the bones of an incredibly strong sea monster. The apprentice of the Queen of the Shadowlands knew no equal from that day on, and his name spread throughout the world. However, events then occurred that influenced the fate of the very world in which Cuchulainn lived. The boy heard that his family, friends, and even the world he tried to protect would meet their end. The young man couldn't believe he had heard something like that, so he shouted at Loki to stop. The apprentice of the Queen of the Shadowlands, Skathak, rushed at the god of cunning and deceit. Loki turned around and looked into the eyes of the warrior trying to protect his world with a smirk. Cuchulainn confessed that at that moment his world of Eriu was destroyed by the hands of someone who appeared out of nowhere. Ragnar Lothbrok concluded that if this was a fragment of that very spear, then it really belonged to Cuchulainn. The man noticed that the warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna was still continuing to show the projection of memories. The mentor hit the former esportsman to make him come to his senses faster. Oliver Grandtiger asked who this Cuchulainn was, if he was some famous hero. Ragnar Lothbrok explained that he was called the strongest in the world of Eriu, which is now destroyed. The boy's mentor added that he was on the same level as the legendary Sigurd. The man said that if this was a fragment of the Spear of Gebolg, then it was no wonder that the sagas did not work. Ragnar asked the student not to use the sagas on the fragment. They do not know what Geis is on it. The mentor explained that Geis is a system in which a person takes an oath and receives power for it. The legendary Viking said that Cuchulainn brought many guises. That is how he became the strongest. The man warned that some guys become stronger after the death of the one who gave them. The boy noticed that the memories the spear fragment showed him were still so vivid. Oliver Grandtiger decided that the spear wanted to show him what kind of person its former owner had been. The former esports athlete decided that he would become stronger so that this artifact would recognize him as its master. Ragnar Lothbrok chuckled and declared that his student truly thought like a great warrior. The next day, Oliver Grandtiger greeted Hedda and said he wanted to ask her something. The boy asked if the Valkyrie knew where to get a horse. He wanted to rely on someone on his journey. The young man said that he did not need a flying creature and admitted that even a simple horse would do. Oliver Grandtiger decided that he would never tell anyone what he had thought of Ciri at first. Hedda apologized and said that Iduna's legion did not have special summons like Ullr's legion. Ragnar Lothbrok said that a normal horse could be bought in Vanaheim, but the boy needed more. The legendary Viking offered his student to tame some special animal. The only warrior and Valkyrie from the legion of the goddess Iduna were surprised by the proposal of the boy's mentor. Oliver Grantiger asked what to tame, and Ragnar Lothbrok suggested starting with a wild griffin. The man said that he knew of a place on the border of Asgard and Olympus where griffins lived. The legendary Viking warned that the journey would take time and asked if Hedda minded. The chief Valkyrie of Iduna's legion said that they just needed to do one thing before leaving. Ragnar Lodbrok said that everything was decided. As soon as Hedda gave her consent, they would set out for the Griffin's haven. The boy thought that the thought of being the owner of a griffin somehow excited him. A few days later, Oliver Grantiger, Hedda, and Ragnar Lothbrok set out on their journey. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion took a vacation for herself and the former e-sportsman. Captain Siri, by a lucky chance, was on vacation, so she also joined Hedda's group. Oliver Grantiger continued his challenging training in using divinity, even while on the road. The woman thought that Sir Ragnar Lothbrok was looking at her, so she could not give up. The legendary Viking said that the warriors had had enough and needed some rest. The comrades thought that long-term use of divinity was incredibly exhausting for the body. Ragnar Lodbrok suggested that the Valkyrie stop and rest, and then he would drive the cart. The Vikings stopped to have a snack and gain strength. The road to the Griffins was not short. The legendary Viking decided to cook ribs for his comrades to replenish their strength. Ragnar Lodbrok cooked the perfect meat and began to divide it among his comrades. The man had no doubt that such a snack would help restore Siri and Oliver's strength. The former esports athlete bit into the tender meat and exclaimed that it was delicious. It melted in his mouth. The boy's mentor chuckled and admitted that he could now rest easy. Everyone liked his cooking. Ragnar asked Siri if she would like to join Iduna's legion so that he could teach her too. Oliver Grantiger supported his mentor and exclaimed that this was simply a wonderful proposal. The woman said she was very grateful, but Siri could not abandon her comrades from the Ulra Legion. The legendary Viking stated that such an answer made the captain an even better warrior in his eyes. The man said that they should not waste time and should set off right now. Ragnar Lodbrok, as promised, jumped into the coachman's seat and directed the horses in the right direction. After some time on the road, the legendary Viking noticed that they had already entered the territory of the Griffins. The man stopped the cart in a safe place and said that he would leave the protection of the transport to Hedu. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion used a special power to cast protection on the horses. Ragnar Lothbrok stated that griffins love horse meat, so they just need to wait. After some time, the Vikings saw birds flying away in all directions, which someone had scared away. The legendary Viking warned former esports player and Captain Siri that the Griffins were approaching. Ragnar Lodbrok's apprentice and the woman were afraid that Griffins were about to attack them. Oliver Grantiger shouted that there were only 3 enemies who wanted to feast on the cart. The former esports player's mentor warned that he would only be watching the boy and Siri. The commander of the Legion of the god Ulra said that she would prepare arrows laced with paralyzing poison. Oliver Grantiger reached out to Unir and declared that he would use Hawkwing. Valkyrie and Siri wondered if the young man was really going to get the magic saddle given to him by the goddess. However, the former esportsman was in no hurry to take the next artifact from the bottomless pouch on his belt. Hedda thought that the young man could share his artifact with his comrades for a while. Oliver Grantiger took advantage of the special ability of the cloak the dwarves had given him. The Vikings and the Valkyrie saw the boy lift off the ground and turn into a hawk. The girls thought that the former esports athlete could use some teamwork. Captain Siri looked back and met the Valkyrie's gaze. They thought that the guy could have acted differently. Hedda and the woman were embarrassed by their thoughts, not daring to voice them to the entire group. Ragnar Lothbrok said that next time he would order Oliver to ride a Valkyrie and fight on it. Meanwhile, the former e-sportsman, in the form of a bird, approached the approaching griffin. The young man skillfully slipped between the paws of the mythical beast, without even thinking about stopping. The griffin did not understand what was happening now, why the man who had become a hawk did not attack him. Captain Siri immediately fired paralyzing arrows to incapacitate the hesitant beast. The woman realized that Oliver Grantiger was still working for the team, just differently this time. The reincarnated youth realized that arrows laced with poison would instantly kill the griffin. The young man shouted that everything was wonderful. Now he would fly to the next mythical beast. The former e-sportsman understands that he doesn't need these griffins because he came for their leader. Meanwhile, somewhere in the middle of the forest, the leader of the griffins dozed, having sent his harem out to get prey. Soon, the alpha male Rollo sat up and realized that those sent for horse meat were taking too long. The griffin wondered when his subordinates would return with the spoils. He was already tired of waiting for them. Rollo concluded that the griffins under his command had decided to betray him and eat the horses without him. The alpha male flapped his powerful wings and took off from the ground. He decided to punish the traitors. The leader of the griffins tried to remember in which direction his subordinates had flown away. The mythical beast rushed towards the Viking squad to find out the reason for the long absence of females. Ragnar Lodbrok noticed that his student and Captain Siri had more or less dealt with the attacking griffins. The legendary Viking suggested waiting for the alpha male, and Oliver agreed with his mentor and began to observe the forest. The young man noticed that the birds had become alarmed again and were beginning to fly away in all directions above the trees. The man told the former esports athlete to get ready. Someone strong was heading their way. The boy took out a hunter's trap, a rope that reduces the resistance of a wild animal. Oliver Grandtiger braced himself as the alpha male named Rollo was rapidly approaching. The young man noticed that this griffin was simply enormous, twice as large as the females that had attacked first. The approaching griffin wondered why this young man was smiling like that and what he was doing here anyway. The former esports athlete thought the alpha male of the griffins was flying into his arms. Rollo noticed the boy sitting on one of the horses he had sent out to get the horse meat and became angry with the boy. Oliver waited for the moment to ensure that the hunter's trap's noose was securely fastened around the approaching creature's neck. The alpha male hoped to knock the Viking off his mate, but he simply disappeared just before the collision. Rollo chuckled with confidence because no man could stay on a griffin after that. The massive griffin looked around and asked himself, but where had the guy disappeared to? He wasn't on the ground either. The alpha male noticed the hawk aiming its talons at him and realized that the Viking had turned into a bird. Rollo decided that hawk meat was also quite tasty and rushed at the transformed Oliver Grandtiger. The former esports athlete deftly dodged the griffin's rapidly approaching beak. The young man regained his form and swung the hunter's trap. He decided to climb onto Rollo's back. The alpha male did not understand what exactly the man was trying to do and why he needed this rope. Oliver Grandtiger jumped onto the back of the large griffin and pulled the hunter's trap. Rollo thought that he was ashamed of the man's attitude, how the boy dared to climb on his back. The young man thought that the alpha male of the griffins was incredibly strong and that it would be difficult to deal with him. The enormous griffin began to circle above the forest, unsuccessfully trying to throw off Iduna's warrior. Oliver Grandtiger was hooked on the hunter's trap, and taming Rollo was no easy task even with its effect. However, the alpha male soon became out of breath and wondered why it was so hard to throw this weakling off his back. The huge griffin decided that he, Rollo, could not give up because he was the rightful king of the forest. The young man noticed that the alpha male was exhausted and thought that now was the time to act. The boy decided that he should use the artifact to subdue the mighty griffin. Ragnar asked why the boy needed the warrior's sword, and the Valkyrie added that the young man really did want to wound the griffin. Oliver Grandtiger said that thanks to the recent battles, he has increased his synchronization with the immortal warrior. The young man realizes that his synchronization speed is now a full 20%. The former esportsman thought that the Sword of the Warrior Saga had now become the Weapon of the Warrior Saga. The young man said that, in addition, he now has another saga. The blacksmith's hammer always hits the bull's eye. A former esports player decided to improve the hunter's trap with his new saga. The exhausted griffin realized that the guy had done something to the rope. It had suddenly become heavier. The alpha male thought that at this rate he would lose to this young man and admitted that his strength was leaving him. The mythical beast asked what this guy was doing to him and ordered himself to gather his strength. Oliver Grandtiger said that now everything is clear to him. His new saga is really cool stuff. The young man decided it was time to finish taming the large griffin and activated the rider's saga. The young man used Dragon Mountain's Dragonlord to complete the alpha male's subjugation. Rollo thought he was no longer his own. Some puny boy from Valhalla had tamed him. The huge griffin thought it was a human offspring, but he hesitated and called Oliver master. Ragnar Lodbrok asked the young man if he had actually caught a griffin, and he replied that the beast even had a name. The young man said that he would now go down and get a better saddle, and that he also needed reins and armor. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion agreed with the boy and suggested that he return home. The warriors of Valhalla heard a sound that was unnatural for this area, as if a cannon had been fired. The captain of the legion of the god Ulra noticed that these were signal lights. Someone was in great trouble. The legendary Viking noticed that 2 fires were launched simultaneously, meaning that nearby units were under attack. The chief Valkyrie of the legion of the goddess Iduna ordered the detachment to split into 2 groups. Hedda turned into a swan and ordered Captain Ciri to climb on her back. They would be a couple. The chief Valkyrie asked the only warrior from Iduna's legion to be careful. Ragnar Lothbrok jumped onto the back of the griffin the boy had tamed and said that they needed to hurry. The young man thought that the griffin was already very heavy, but with the mentor on its back, it became unliftable. Oliver Grandtiger shouted to Rollo that they must hurry to get to the rescue in time. The guy thought that they had only crossed small mountain ranges, but suddenly it became so deserted. The legendary Viking spotted the Valhalla warriors below and warned the student of his comrade's approach. The former esportsman noticed 2 giants below who were fighting with the legionnaires of the gods. Braki from the legion of the god Thor noticed that the giant was about to crush him with his massive weapon. The man thought that even if there was a giant standing against him, he would be able to block his blow. The giant launched a vertical blow at the Viking, who dared to take the blow himself. The warrior from the legion of the god Thor thought that his opponent was strong, but even so, the giant could not win. The giant felt that his axe had not yet subdued the Valhalla warrior who blocked the blow. The legendary Viking decided to eliminate one of the giants, so he jumped off a giant griffin. Ragnar Lothbrok activated divinity to crush the giant with a single swing of his sword. Oliver thought it was sheer madness to jump from such a height, but admitted that it wouldn't kill his mentor. All the warriors fighting the giants saw the legendary Viking swing his heavy sword. With one lightning-fast movement, the man cut off the head of the giant, who wanted to destroy the Vikings. The warriors of Valhalla immediately recognized the man who had landed as the famous Ragnar Lodbrok. Meanwhile, the former cyber athlete headed towards the second giant. He had no doubt in the teacher's strength. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna ordered his griffin to speed up. They attacked the giant head-on. Oliver Grandiger and Rollo cut the giant's face, which was enough to distract him from Braki. The commander of the legion of the god Thor screamed furiously, activating the saga with the proud name Son of God. The man attacked the giant, who lost his balance due to the incredible strength of his opponent. However, the giant was not going to give up. He screamed, preparing for another crushing blow. Braki from the legion of the god Thor decided that he simply had to give it his all. So the man climbed up the giant monster to launch a vertical attack on it. The captain of the fighting legionnaires shouted for Thor and split the head of the giant who had attacked them in half. The warriors saw that Braki had defeated the enormous creature and began to rhythmically and loudly shout out the hero's name. At the same time, Ragnar Lothbrok also heard his legendary name. The Vikings were glad to see the legend. The young man heard that the legionaries of the gods recognized him as the warrior who rode the Valkyrie. The guy wondered why no one called him by his name. Everyone only knew some stupid nicknames. Braki greeted Oliver Grandtiger and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The warriors of Valhalla surrounded Rollo and began asking the boy which legion this Valkyrie was from. The young man said that the Vikings were mistaken because it was an ordinary griffin and clarified that he was an alpha male. The men were upset when they heard that the boy had flown to their aid on an ordinary griffin. The commander of the legion of the god Thor told Oliver Grandtiger that this is not all. It is too early to relax. Ragnar Lodbrok approached Braki and asked him to tell him in more detail what was going on here. The famous warrior Braki explained that his squad had found a fragment of the soul of the hellhound Garm. The commander of the legion of the god Thor said that, unfortunately, the giants found him at the same time as them. Ragnar Lodbrok asked if the giants had retained fragments of Garm's soul, and Braki shook his head. The commander said that the crystal was hidden in the head of the monster Borov. The giants were unable to tame him. Brockie explained that the giants had left part of their army here to hold them back, while they themselves rushed after Borov. The legendary Viking concluded that a fragment of Garm's soul had taken possession of Borov, and the commander nodded. Ragnar Lothbrok jumped onto the back of Oliver's griffin and declared that if they hurried, they would make it in time. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna asked if they should fly ahead to buy a little time. The commander of the legion of the god Thor smiled and said that Oliver Grandtiger had nothing to worry about. Brockie tore a pouch from his belt and poured out the bones of some small creature. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, Tangnioster, and activated the special item that the god had given him. The next moment, Oliver Grandtiger noticed that the bones had gathered into a small goat. The guy said, "Is this really a little goat?" And Ragnar noted that Brockie owns Tangnionster. That's not bad. The commander of the legion of the god Thor ordered his goat to grow up immediately. The young man noticed that the goat's tiny body literally began to burst from the inside with an incomprehensible force. The former esports athlete saw that Tangnioster had grown taller and more muscular. However, the goat continued to grow and expand from the inside with a force unknown to the Vikings. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna exclaimed, "Holy grounds," and asked what this was all about. Brockie declared that this baby was one of the treasures of the god Thor, and that he would catch up with the griffin in no time. Ragnar shouted that they were moving forward. The commander must leave someone behind to help the wounded. Rollo flapped his powerful wings and took off from the ground, and the Vikings began to praise Valhalla. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna sent his griffin towards the giants to find the boar. The guy saw many traces that would definitely lead him to the fragment of Garm's soul. Oliver Grandtiger saw that the strange goat Brockie was faster than he could have imagined. The man ordered Tungnios to press on because they were about to catch up with the boy's griffin. Meanwhile, the giants caught up with Borov, who had been possessed by a piece of the soul of the hellhound Garm. The legendary Viking noticed that Borov had already been defeated, but the soul fragment was still not restored. The giant's small minions noticed the approaching griffin, which carried the Vikings on its back. The orcs prepared to meet those who did not lose hope of obtaining a fragment of Garm's soul. The giants noticed that the warriors of Valhalla had caught up with them, and now a battle was inevitable. The approaching Vikings assessed the enemy's forces, about 100 orcs and 4 giants. Ragnar Lothbrok declared that he would take on the giants, while Oliver and Brockie were to deal with the small fry. The man shouted that the soul fragment of the hellhound Garm would belong to the warriors of Valhalla. The tamed griffin and the small goat continued to rush forward, straight towards the crowd of orcs. Meanwhile, Hedda and Captain Ciri's group dealt with their giants and their minions. The warriors rejoiced at their victory over such a powerful enemy, and they all raised a joyful cry. The woman told the chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion that they had dealt with their enemies. Ciri suggested that the girl check on Oliver's affairs, but the Valkyrie refused and noted that it was safe with Ragnar. Suddenly, Hedda felt an incredible aura of evil that appeared not far from them. The warriors of Valhalla saw a huge meteorite that literally broke through the clouds. Captain Ciri noticed that the chief Valkyrie of the legion of the goddess Iduna was unable to stay on her feet. The girl asked why someone so strong appeared here, how this was possible. The woman asked Hedda if she was okay and why her legs suddenly gave way. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion decided that now was not the time to fear the enemy. Hedda transformed into a swan and shouted at Ciri to quickly climb onto her back. Meanwhile, the giant's small minions noticed the huge, pumped-up goat. One of the orcs asked if they really needed to fight such a monster. Maybe it would be better to come to an agreement. The warriors, who had only miraculously remained on Tungnioster's back, shouted joyfully for Valhalla. The goat summoned by Brockie flew into the ranks of the orcs, scattering them to the sides, while the griffin flew up to the giants. The giants realized that the orcs would not be able to hold out long enough. The Vikings would soon break through to them. The legendary warrior of Valhalla leapt from his griffin to crush the first giant he came across. The former cyber sportsman ordered Rollo to put a little pressure on them. They should prevent the crystal from being extracted. The young man flew up to the orc mages, who were diligently trying to extract a soul fragment from Borov. Oliver Grandtiger said that the orcs are using some kind of spell. They cannot be allowed to complete it. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna ordered the griffin to go frontally. The former esports athlete decided that he would take advantage of his new and improved saga. Oliver Grandtiger activated the storm-like warrior charge with the thunderstorm modifier. The guy decided to rain lightning down on his enemies to prevent them from maintaining the spell. The giant's little helpers felt a shock that went right through them. Oliver Grandtiger decided not to linger over the heads of the electrified ones. Braki shouted at Iduna's legionary to keep up the good work while the man dealt with Borov. The captain of the god Thor's legion rushed towards the possessed Borov while his goat crushed the orcs. The man saw that his path was blocked by dozens of orcs who did not want to let the Viking get any closer. Braki decided to activate the saga to crush everyone who was stopping him from reaching the boar. The captain of the legion of the god Thor flew into the crowd of the giant's henchmen and scattered them all in an instant. Oliver Grandtiger noted that Braki is simply incredible. He is just like some kind of shredder. The young man told the subordinate griffin that they needed to go down already. They couldn't fly forever. Suddenly, a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna felt the approach of some incredible force. A huge meteorite, imbued with malice, fell near the defeated Borov. The warriors of Valhalla saw an incredibly powerful giant land nearby. The Vikings realized that they were no match for this giant in strength, but the fragment of Garm's soul was important for Valhalla. The legionnaires of the gods saw before them one of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki, the giant of strength herald. Tengniostar decided to measure his strength with the one who fell from the sky. He did not sense the evil of the giant, but the little goat understood that he looked taller and stronger than this giant. Harald decided to warm up a little before fighting powerful opponents. The woman concentrated her strength in her fist so as not to leave even the slightest chance for the goat. Tengniostar couldn't move. Some strange force was restricting his movements. The commander of the legion of the god Thor shouted for the goat he had summoned to immediately move away from the giant. However, Tengniostar did not listen to Braki's call to retreat from the incredibly dangerous enemy. The next moment, the body of the pumped-up goat was literally torn apart by Harald's blow. The Vikings couldn't believe their eyes as this woman managed to destroy Tengniostar without even touching him. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki decided that now the warriors of Valhalla knew who they were attacking. Braki wondered what kind of pressure was coming from this giant of power, why he couldn't even move. The man from the legion of the god Thor thought that it was even hard for him to breathe. What had such a monster forgotten here? The legionary commander saw Harald reach out to him with her hand. It was too late to leave. One of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers activated a devastating explosion with a wave of her hand. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna called out to Braki and thought that he could not even move. The warriors of Valhalla understood that only a god could survive something like this, but unfortunately, Braki was not one. However, the giant of power was surprised that the man survived her crushing blow. The woman asked who was protecting the helpless Freyr and exclaimed, "Ragnar Lodbrok." The giant said that she had not seen the legendary Viking for a long time, and he noted her madness. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki declared that the man was too weak. It touched one almost to tears. Harald stated that he was once a first-class warrior who distinguished himself in the Great War. The giant of strength said that now she stood against the Viking, who was exhausted from such a weak blow. The man saw that the warriors of Valhalla were still in a state of severe shock. Ragnar decided that he had to buy time for his comrades so that they would have a chance to escape from here. The boar rose to attack the giant that had fallen from the sky onto the battlefield. Harald noticed that the fragment of Garm's hellhound soul gave Borov an incredible amount of strength. The boar decided to attack the giant of strength because she was standing too close to him. One of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers collided with Borov, who activated the crystal's power. The legendary Viking ordered the commander of the god Thor's legion to retreat immediately. However, Braki couldn't even move. He didn't believe what was happening. This giant had killed Tengniostar. Oliver Grandtiger sent Rollo to his mentor. The boy could not let Ragnar die. The former esports athlete extended his hand to the legendary Viking so that he could climb onto the griffin's back. The man thought, oh, this outstanding guy, he still has a lot to go through. The legendary Viking, with one movement, threw the dumbfounded Braki onto the griffin and ordered it to fly away. Ragnar Lothbrok told the warrior of the goddess Iduna to take this shocked man and find a safe place. The young man asked what about his mentor? Would he really fight with the giant of power? The man asked the former esports athlete for permission to show him true power. The legendary Viking said he would show the boy what he would face in the future. Every Viking knows that Ragnar Lothbrok conquered places that others were afraid to even enter. Many have told the story of this legendary Viking who never lost a single battle. The man activated the mystical saga Viking king Ragnar Lodbrok and returned to his original appearance. The giant of strength thought that Borov had stopped resisting. Had he really admitted his defeat? One of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers concentrated its power into a fist to crush the boar. Harald brought down her incredibly heavy blow on the creature absorbed by the power of the Garm Shard. The next moment, all the Vikings saw how Borov's body shattered into countless pieces. The giant of power reached for the soul fragment of the hellhound Garm, which her master needed. The woman sensed a threat and jumped to the side to avoid Ragnar Lothbrok's blow. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki wondered which of the warriors of Valhalla could possess such power. Harald noticed the legendary king of all Vikings, who was back to his best form. The giant of strength couldn't believe her eyes. Was the man really going to show her a real fight? The woman burst into laughter and rushed towards Ragnar Lothbrok to fight the first-class warrior of Valhalla. The man easily blocked the giant's crushing attack, who shouted that she had been waiting for this for a long time. Harald cried out that the sight of Ragnar Lothbrok's true form made her blood boil. Meanwhile, Oliver Grandtiger tried to hold on to the griffin, which was being knocked down by the blast waves. The former esports athlete said that the shockwave reached all the way here. What a grand battle. The young man doubted that he should have left Ragnar Lothbrok with this mad giant. The man thought his strength was running out, but the giant decided that even if he was weak, he was still the king of the Vikings. Everyone who watched the battle of these great warriors understood their true power. The guy thought that each blow of the fighters could kill thousands and even hundreds of thousands. One of the Vikings shouted that even at this distance from Ragnar and Harald, it was too dangerous. The man shouted to his comrades that they would have to move even further away to avoid getting hurt. The legendary Viking thought he was at his limit and decided to finish it all with one crushing blow. Ragnar Lothbrok saw the moment to put all his remaining strength into attacking the giant of strength. The man threw his axe at one of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers to finish her off. However, Harald successfully dodged the Viking king's crushing axe. Vikings watching the epic battle from the sidelines saw that the thrown weapon had cut down a mountain. The giant stated that it was very close and admitted that she, too, was preparing a crushing blow. One of Utgard's 5 fingers literally shot an incredible clot of energy from her fist. Ragnar Lothbrok realized that the giant's blow had missed his block, meaning she had not been aiming at him. The Vikings watching the battle realized with horror that a crushing attack had been launched in their direction. Harald eagerly awaited the enemy's reaction, what the Viking king would do now. The warriors of Valhalla prepared to meet the destructive power of an attack they could not block. Ragnar Lothbrok rushed after the giant's bundle of energy, which was watching the drama with a grin. The legionaries of the gods saw the Viking king block the powerful attack of the giant of power. The legendary Viking took the full force of the giant's attack on himself. The image of Ragnar Lothbrok vanished, and he himself was completely exhausted, but he protected his comrades from death. The woman noted that the Viking king could have aimed his death blow at her. However, she admitted that she knew Ragnar well, and he would not risk the lives of his comrades. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki declared that since the man was exhausted, he would have to die. The man stood up and saw the familiar silhouette of a griffin in the sky. But why was his student returning? Ragnar Lothbrok muttered that he had told the former esportsman to find a safe place. The giant of strength asked why the man started muttering something under his breath. Had he really lost his mind? The giant felt someone approaching her at incredible speed. Oliver Grandtiger and Brockie decided that they simply had to support the Viking king in battle. The man thought that he was the son of God, and he could not allow a shameful retreat. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna activated the Saga warrior's charge like a storm to support the marriages. A commander from the legion of the god Thor used the Saga hammer, which throws lightning, to bring down a blow on the giant. The man put all his strength into defeating the giant who dared to challenge Ragnar. The captain of the god Thor's legion hurled his axe loaded with 2 sagas of the warriors of Valhalla. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki thought that Brockie was not worth a tenth of the Viking king. The woman destroyed the axe thrown towards her with one blow, as if it were some kind of toy. A warrior from Thor's legion saw the giant's opening and shouted for Oliver to act. The Giant of Strength wondered what these worthless warriors could do if even Ragnar Lothbrok had lost. The young man was already racing towards the enemy on his powerful griffin, preparing a crushing attack. The former esports athlete activated the ancient dragon cannon saga to enhance his heavy spear. The giant leaned forward to show her confidence in the futility of the Vikings' attack. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki decided to attack the one rushing towards her with the force of her fist. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw the Giant of Strength swinging her arm to strike. The legendary Viking did not believe that his student had decided to launch such a stupid attack. However, Oliver Grandtiger managed to react just before colliding with the giant's charged fist. The young man pushed away from Rollo to save himself and the tamed beast. The former esports athlete activated divinity to maximize the power of his spear before attacking. The warriors of Valhalla saw a powerful explosion, but it was inferior to the power of Ragnar Lodbrok. The Vikings were alarmed. Had Harald really killed the famous warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna? The young man bowed to the ground due to the overwhelming fatigue. He had spent a lot of strength on this blow. Oliver Grandtiger thought he had hit the mark and hoped it would at least shake the giant. The Giant of Strength said that the guy caught the perfect moment to attack, which means he's not so bad. Utgard Loki's subordinate declared that she recognized the youth and would therefore fight with full force. The young man noticed that the woman did not have a single scratch and admitted that his situation was extremely unfortunate. Ragnar Lothbrok said that he must help Oliver Grandtiger. This guy must not die. The warriors of Valhalla cried out that in his current state, the legendary Viking would not be able to fight Harald. The guy heard heavy steps behind him. Could it be that someone had come to support him? Commander Brockie shouted that he too would fight alongside Oliver Grandtiger. The man admitted that they were unlikely to win, but all they could do now was attack the giant. The woman smiled and agreed to fight against several Vikings who decided to unite. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki declared that the warriors of Valhalla must show all that they are capable of. The former esports athlete activated the Saga Warriors charge like a thunderstorm and rushed at the enemy. The commander of the god Thor's legion activated the Saga Hammer, which throws lightning bolts to crush the giant. The legendary Viking also couldn't stand aside and activated the last of Saga's powers. Meanwhile, the captain of the Ulra Legion and the chief Valkyrie of the Iduna Legion rushed to their comrades. Hedda wondered how Iduna's warrior was doing, whether he could hold out against such an opponent. The Giant of Power declared that the warriors of Valhalla had no hope of anything more. What had they even expected? The woman thought that they just wanted to buy some time, but for what purpose? One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki is sure that the Vikings are now unable to do anything. Harald swung the fist she had been holding Oliver in to slam him to the ground. A former esports athlete embarked on a free flight at the whim of a giant who defeated the Vikings. Transformed into a swan, Hedda rushed after the boy, who collapsed onto the rocky ground. The young man asked himself where he was now. He noticed that there was nothing at all in this place. Oliver Grandtiger noticed that he couldn't see anything. Was he really dead this time? A legionary of the goddess Iduna heard an unfamiliar voice which convinced him that he was still alive. Cuchulainn said that the boy could not be thinking about this now if he were really dead. Meanwhile, the main Valkyrie from the legion of the goddess Iduna tried to bring the guy to his senses. The girl begged Oliver Grandtiger not to die. She could not lose the only warrior of the Legion. The young man recognized the man standing before him. The fragment of Geibolg's spear had previously shown the history of this man. The strongest warrior from the world of Eru said that he really was Cuchulainn, or rather, what was left of him. The man explained that the boy had summoned him with the help of Geibolg, and that from that moment on, he would become his mentor. The legendary hero of the world, Eru, stated that his spear recognized the boy, so he wanted to recognize him too. Cuchulainn declared that he would pass on to the heir of Eru all the secrets of the ruined world. The man asked the boy to collect all the remaining fragments of his legendary spear. Cuchulainn said that the young man must collect the spear Geibolg and find his mentor, Lady Scathas. The man stated that he would help Oliver Grand Tiger because this was not an easy task. A Valkyrie from Iduna's legion noticed that part of the golden apple was able to bring the boy back to his senses. The guy asked why the girl was so sad. Maybe something bad had happened to her. Meanwhile, the giant of strength heard the voice of her comrade calling out to her. Isekai'd stated that they had lost a lot of time and needed to hurry and retrieve the Garm fragment. Harold said that her friend was still as much of an unbearable bore as one could possibly be. Isekai'd told the Giant of Strength to leave quickly before Valhalla sent strong reinforcements. Harold said that she would immediately take the fragment of Garm's Hellhound and return to the Giant King. The woman noticed that Ragnar Lothbrok was very stubborn. He could barely stand on his feet, but he was blocking her path. The former cyber sportsman stood up and Hedda shouted after him that he shouldn't move now. The girl said that the guy could not die and thought that she did not want to lose someone dear to her. Oliver Grand Tiger stated that he will not allow his mentor to die and he does not intend to die himself. The young man promised the chief Valkyrie of his legion that he would definitely return alive. Hedda felt like the former esportsman had changed, as if he was now confident of victory. Oliver Grantiger clutched the broken piece of Kushulin's spear in his hand and prepared to apply his new knowledge. The legendary Viking noticed that a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna had once again activated divinity. Harold looked back and couldn't believe her eyes. Could this guy really have survived her blow? The woman was overcome with curiosity about how much more this brat from the legion of the goddess Iduna could endure. The young man activated the Saga warrior's charge like a thunderstorm to instantly approach the giant. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki shouted that the Vikings were only struggling in vain, they would not win. Harold shouted that this time she would crush the former esportsman into dust. However, Oliver Grand Tiger knew perfectly well what he was getting into. Cuchulainn told him about the power of Gebolg. All the Vikings saw how a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna slammed his spear into the giant's fist. Harold had no doubt in the power of her evil because she had recently defeated Ragnar Lothbrok. At that moment, the young man thought of only one thing. He hoped to win not for himself, but for his comrades. Oliver Grand Tiger saw that the power of evil Harold was overwhelming him. He was unable to overcome the enemy. One of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers pushed the guy away, knowing full well that he was no match for her. Harold wondered what this madman was counting on. Had he really gone completely crazy? Suddenly, the woman felt a heaviness in the hand with which she had just deflected the spear of the Valhalla warrior. The giant realized that she would lose more than just her arm if she didn't do something immediately. Utgard Loki's subordinate cut off her own hand so that the effect unknown to her would not reach her heart. The woman realized that she had been wrong to underestimate Oliver Grand Tiger's powers. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki asked what the guy who took her hand really was. The young man realized that he now possessed enough strength to crush even a giant of Harold's stature. The woman screamed in anger, demanding an answer as to how this guy could leave such a wound on her. The young man thought he must have dealt the killing blow, but the giant still remained on her feet. Isekai'd shouted that they had already wasted too much time and needed to hurry. Harold said that now she couldn't just back down, she had to deal with the boy. The woman said that she had to finish off the guy. He was much more dangerous than the defeated Ragnar Lothbrok. The young man thought that Harold's last blow had broken his arm, and now he wouldn't be able to handle another attack. Isekai'd noticed the poor condition of the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna, so he agreed with his partner. The giant, watching from the sidelines, shared his power with the strength giant to crush Oliver. Isekai'd asked his partner to finish the battle as quickly as possible. They had already been busy getting the Garm fragment. The legendary Viking realized that his student would have a hard time because his opponent had regained his strength. Harold said that everything was just great. Her new arm moved perfectly. The young man asked if the woman could regenerate, and she said that a second round awaited them. Captain Ciri and Hedda called out to the only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The former esports athlete's comrades said they would also fight side by side with him. Harold, having merged with Avald's powers, declared that she had gotten what she needed. Oliver Grand Tiger noticed the changes in the giant and said that now their attacks might not work. However, the young man stated that all they could do now was attack the enemy, who had received additional forces. One of Utgard Loki's 5 fingers released a powerful aura to suppress the warriors of Valhalla. The woman declared that no one would get out of here alive, and no one would stand in her way. The giant of power shouted that she would crush everyone present here into dust, leaving no one alive. The former esportsman realized that he could no longer move, all because of the heat released by the giant. Harold screamed that she would deal with the guy who posed the biggest threat first. All the legionnaires saw how the giant of power concentrated the blazing evil and rushed at Oliver Grand Tiger. The giant and the warrior of the goddess Iduna saw a bright lightning strike between them, illuminating everything with a flash. The next moment, everyone saw the god of thunder, who protected the young man from the giant's crushing blow. Thor stated that he was late and admitted that Iduna's warrior, Oliver Grantinger, had done well. The young man was surprised that the god of thunder himself descended onto the battlefield and addressed a simple guy by name. Thor suggested to the warriors of Valhalla to get rid of this annoying creature serving Utgard Loki. All the Vikings saw lightning flash across the sky, dispelling the blazing aura of the giant of power. The captain of the legion of the god Ulra was speechless when she saw the god of thunder on the battlefield. Captain Brockie ran up to Oliver Grand Tiger and shouted that his father had come to deal with the giant. The god of lightning asked the warriors of Valhalla to move away because now there would be a difficult battle. Odin's eldest son cut down the giant of strength with his hammer and sent Mjolnir straight towards the sky. The god of thunder and lightning flew after his weapon, climbing higher and higher into the clouds. When the god caught his hammer, Utgard Loki's subordinate realized that she could not evade Mjolnir. Thor unleashed an incredibly powerful bolt of lightning on the giant, which literally drove the giant into the ground. The warriors of Valhalla joyfully supported the incredible power of the god of thunder and lightning. Ragnar Lothbrok shouted that the legionaries had to stop rejoicing and retreat even further. The young man asked Hedda if they would defeat Harold, and she said that with Thor they would definitely win. The former esports athlete wondered how many more encounters he would have with such powerful enemies. Meanwhile, the power giant was wondering what kind of nonsense it was that the thunder god was here so quickly. Thor decided not to waste time, so he rushed towards the crater created by the collapsed giant. Harold felt that Avald's support was weakening with each passing moment. He was taking away his strength. The god of thunder and lightning slowed down as he saw a persistent haze around the giant of power. Odin's eldest son thought it was a smoke bomb, so he did not dare approach the giant. Harold shouted at her partner to ask what he was thinking and why he suddenly stopped supporting her. A waltz stated that the giant of power was currently unable to resist the god of thunder and lightning. Thor noticed that the mist summoned by the giant was gradually dissipating in the desert wind. Odin's eldest son saw the giant of power, who had finally lost the support of his ally. Harold shouted that she did not agree with Ewald because she would never show her back to her opponent. One of the 5 fingers of Utgard Loki decided to use all the power of evil available to her to fight Thor. Harold screamed in rage for her king to watch her fight with the god of thunder. Odin's eldest son heard that the giant of strength was expecting his attack, so he raised Mjolnir. Ewald couldn't ignore the woman's determination, so he added his strength to hers. The god of thunder concentrated incredible crushing force into his hammer to slay the giant. Everyone screamed in disappointment as the blinding light prevented them from enjoying Thor's final attack. The Vikings closed their eyes to avoid being blinded by the devastating attack of the god of thunder and lightning. When all was quiet, the scorched figure of a giant, subordinate to Utgard Loki, stood frozen at the bottom of a giant crater. Odin's eldest son stopped near the fallen giant, who did not run away. The god of thunder declared that he would not forget Harold, who was an example of a warrior among the giants. The Vikings realized that Thor had turned the incredibly powerful giant into ashes in the blink of an eye. The man decided that now was the time to fulfill the will of the All-Father and destroy the fragment of Garm. The legionaries of the gods saw that the deity who had protected them was heading towards the crystal extracted from the boar. Odin's eldest son raised his mighty hammer to bring it down on the soul shard of Garm. The warriors of Valhalla saw something incredible. Hedda asked if the fragment of Garm had been destroyed. Ragnar Lodbrok said that it was now clear to him that Odin had sent his son here to destroy the crystal. Thor decided that now was the time to turn to the warriors of Valhalla, who were fighting an insurmountable enemy. The Vikings burst into joyful shouts, welcoming the god of thunder and his victory over Harold. Thor walked towards those who weren't supposed to be there in the first place. A group of Valkyries greeted the god. Odin's son remarked that he had not seen Ragnar and Hedda for a long time, and he was pleased to meet Oliver. The young man was surprised. Now it was not an accident, and he wondered how the god of thunder knew his name. Thor remembered the words of Mimir, who repeated the prophecy about the beginning of the final battle of the gods. The giant's head, which held the source of knowledge, then declared that the chance of such a future was 73%. The Allfather was surprised to hear such words from his advisor. Could someone really influence the fate of the world? Odin's eldest son repeated after Mimir, 73% chance that Ragnarok cannot be avoided. Thor then asked the Allfather if the chances had really diminished, and the king of the gods nodded his head affirmatively. The god of thunder stated that he had heard this prophecy many times, but this was the first time the chance of Ragnarok had been lowered. Thor came back to reality and said, even if only slightly, Oliver Grandtiger had influenced Valhalla. Odin's son turned to a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna and said that his blessing would be upon the boy. The young man was frightened and imagined that the god of thunder would bless him like the Valkyries from other legions. However, Thor brought Mjolnir to the boy and lightly hit him, charging Oliver Grandtiger's body. The Allfather's eldest son declared that they would see each other again, but now it was time for him to move on. Thor said he would be happy to chat with the great warriors, but many needed his help. Ragnar Lothbrok thanked the god of thunder for his help, and he thanked the legendary Viking in return. Thor claimed that it was the Viking king who protected his legionaries from Harald's crushing attack. Odin's son rose above the heads of the Vikings and invited them to meet later at the legion outpost. The warriors of Valhalla shouted in response to the missing silhouette of the god of thunder beyond Asgard and the 10 worlds. After some time on the road, the former e-sportsman returned to his home to rest. Oliver Grandtiger allocated a separate place under the roof for Rollo and his harem. Valkyrie stated that the boy looked fine thanks to the golden apple, but he needed rest. The girl asked the former esports athlete to postpone the search for G-Bolg for at least a few days. The young man agreed with the chief Valkyrie of Iduna's legion and noted that they would still be resting. So the former esports athlete asked if the girl wanted to go on a date with him. Sometime later, Oliver Grandtiger, Hedda, and Ragnar Lothbrok sailed to the port of Vanaheim. The young man asked if his mentor had also decided to go with them to Vanaheim. The man said that he was only escorting the student and the Valkyrie so that they could truly enjoy the city. The former esports athlete decided he shouldn't ask what it means to truly enjoy Vanaheim. When the group arrived at the pier, the legendary Viking wished his comrades a good day and left. Oliver Grandtiger thought that Ragnar Lothbrok had kept his word. Now he was alone with Hedda. The guy noted the incredible beauty of the Valkyrie Iduna. Without armor, she looks completely different. The girl noticed the former e-sportsman's intense gaze, and he realized the awkwardness of the situation. Oliver Grandtiger asked the Valkyrie, "It's very nice weather today, isn't it?" A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna called himself an idiot who was talking nonsense. The young man heard someone he knew calling out to him. It was Rolf. He was with Captain Siri. Oliver Grandtiger instantly recognized the woman from the legion of the god Olar and greeted her immediately. Legion Captain Ulra greeted Lady Hedda, who said she was glad to see Siri. Rolf asked why he was being ignored and heard a man's voice ask what brought them here. The former esports athlete recognized Bjorn, who noted that they hadn't seen each other riding a Valkyrie for a long time. The Viking approached Rolf and said that the man had broken his last promise, and that was why he was being ignored. The warrior from the legion of the god Uller tried to justify himself, because next time he would not be so ignorant. The joyful Vikings gathered in a tight line and ran, shouting that they would enjoy Vanaheim. Captain Siri said that Rolf could go with them if he really wanted to. The man exclaimed that everything was fine. He preferred spending time with Captain Siri. The former esports athlete suggested his friends take a walk around the city. It should be a lot of fun. The first thing the chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion did was to go to a headwear store. Captain Siri dragged Rolf to the shooting range to win the grand prize, a stuffed animal. Then Oliver Grandtiger and Hedda became glued to the various creatures in the giant aquarium. The day was very fun. The comrades tried out many of the city's entertainments in Vanaheim. There was only one left, the most fun of the presented mechanisms, the pendulum carousel. Everyone except Rolf was happy to jump onto the ship rocking with the magic mechanism. By the end of the day, Hedda, Ciri, and Oliver were glad to have a break from the endless wars with the gnolls. The legendary Viking watched his comrades from the sidelines. He was glad that everyone had a good rest. Ragnar Lothbrok heard the voice of an old man behind him, saying that everyone seemed to be having fun. The Viking king was surprised that the man had gotten so close without revealing his presence. The Allfather asked Ragnar Lothbrok to remain where he was, so he didn't need to attract any unnecessary attention. The legendary Viking asked if the King of the Gods really wanted to see Oliver Grandtiger in person. One stated that he was there for several reasons. Of course, he was curious to look at the young man. Ragnar wondered how much the Allfather knew about the boy, and the man decided that he shouldn't say anything more. The old man said that the food in Vanaheim was very tasty, and the man asked if Odin was leaving. The King of the Gods reminded that he was in this place for several reasons at once. He had unfinished business. The old man said that the time was already coming when the smell of a brutal war began to hang in the air. Ragnar Lodbrok watched the Black Raven and thought that Asgard needed strong warriors. The legendary Viking thought he had learned a thing or two from his friends on Olympus. The man understands that when the gods begin to interfere in the affairs of mortals, it does not bring anything good. Ragnar Lothbrok decided that this was precisely why he should leave everything to the simple legionnaires. 2 days after his rest in Vanaheim, Oliver Grandtiger returned to training under Ragnar. The legendary Viking noticed Captain Ciri's talent and therefore decided to take her on as an apprentice. The man activated the mythical saga Viking king Ragnar Lothbrok, showing the results of his training. The legendary Viking stated that his students simply had to reach and then surpass this level. The former esports athlete thought that the mythic saga now seems like some kind of unattainable force. Captain Ciri thought how cool Ragnar Lothbrok was. He was simply the embodiment of perfection. The former esports player thought that Rolf should hold out for a while without a captain. The legendary Viking underwent 3 full months of challenging training. One night, Cuchulainn appeared in a dream to Oliver Grandtiger and greeted the boy. The guy looked around and asked if this was a dream, and the man replied that this was the consciousness of a former esportsman. Cuchulainn stated that the boy would have to go through the fragments of the memories of the strongest warrior Eryu. The man stated that his spear split into 4 pieces, which were scattered across the worlds. The world's strongest warrior, Eryu, stated that he had just sensed the second part of Geibolg. Oliver Grandtiger exclaimed that this was wonderful news and asked where the man had felt the splinter. Cuchulainn said that near the village of the ancestors in Svartalfheim, there was an exit from the dark forest. The strongest warrior Eryu said that beyond the dark forest, there was a desert covered in ash. The man said that in that desert there was the Order of the Red Branch, to which he belonged. Cuchulainn explained that the order had fallen with Eryu, but a few survivors remained. The world's strongest warrior, Eryu, said that a part of the spear from the order's camp contained a spell of return. The young man thought that this was incredibly important information. It would definitely be enough for a secret quest. Cuchulainn asked the former cyber sportsman once again to find the fragments of Geibolg and Lady Scathach. The man turned to the heir of the destroyed world and said that he would fill the boy with the power of Eryu. The mightiest warrior Eryu said, "May the power of the lost world be with Oliver Grandtiger." The young man woke up with a loud scream. He did not understand why his dream ended like a real nightmare. The former esports athlete decided that he would no longer be able to sleep and would have to get up so early. The legendary Viking noticed that the guy looked like he hadn't slept a wink all night. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna claimed that he had simply had some kind of terrible nightmare. The small copy of Cuchulainn exclaimed that he too was not delighted with what had happened in the young man's dream. Oliver turned around and saw Eryu's strongest warrior hovering in the air next to him. The former esports athlete screamed that he was being haunted by an evil spirit, the ghost of Cuchulainn. Hedda asked Oliver Grandtiger what had happened to him, and he shouted that they couldn't see the ghost. The main Valkyrie and the legendary Viking wondered what exactly the guy was pointing to. Hedda said that the boy seemed to be unwell, and the mentor thought that he had been too strict with the young man. A small image of Cuchulainn stated that only the former esports athlete could see and hear him. The spirit asked why the boy didn't tell his comrades all the details of what happened, and he told them. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion said that being the heir of Eru was a great honor. Ragnar Lodbrok said that the girl was celebrating too early because they still had to collect the pieces of Geibolg. Hida noticed that despite Ragnar's words, he too was inspired by this news. The stern man smiled and reluctantly pulled out of himself. Well, that's at least something. The young man's mentor suggested that he concentrate on the fragments of Geibolg and tell Ciri everything. The young man agreed and heard that the image of Cuchulainn flying near him also expressed agreement with Ragnar. Sometime later, the former esportsman and Captain Ciri reached the Ash Wastes. The boy thanked the woman for going with him on this difficult mission from Cuchulainn. Captain Ciri said that she simply owed it to Ragnar Lothbrok. It was the least she could do. The woman suggested becoming more serious and activated the Witchwolf saga to reach the goal faster. God's legionnaire Uldra admitted that thanks to the legendary Vikings' training, her saga has improved. Captain Ciri stated that there was now more divinity in her wolf-witch form. The woman invited the guy to climb on her back, and he remarked that he simply could not refuse. The young man noticed that the captain of the legion of the god Ulra had significantly increased her speed. The small image of Cuchulainn exclaimed that the fragment of the white spear was already very close. After some time of traveling through the snow, a pair of Valhalla warriors came to the Order's refuge. Oliver Grandtiger said that he no longer feels the vibrations of the Geibolg. They are somewhere nearby. Cuchulainn stated that there would certainly be a hidden passage in this shelter, so he would lead the Vikings. Captain Ciri and the former cyber sportsman walked deeper into the premises and came to a dead end. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna noticed that this was a dead end. There was no passage or door further on. Cuchulainn's ghost felt something in the wall and asked Oliver to put his forehead to that spot. The former esports athlete decided that he didn't like the idea, but he obeyed Cuchulainn's words. Almost immediately, a secret passage opened that led straight to the cherished goal. Cuchulainn flew forward, urging Oliver Grandtiger on, and the young man thought that the ghost was truly inspired. The warriors of Valhalla decided not to waste much time. There should be no traps in the secret passage. The former esports athlete realized that he could see absolutely nothing in the dark corridor, so he activated the time runes on his body to summon a magical ball of light. The legionaries of the gods advanced slowly. After all, this place held a part of the legendary spear. After some time, Ciri and Oliver Grandtiger found themselves in a spacious room with an altar in its center. The Vikings came closer and saw an empty altar. The guy thought that someone had taken part of the Geibolg. The former esports athlete suggested that it was on this pedestal that the fragment should lie. The miniature image of Cuchulainn asked Oliver Grandtiger to place his hand on the altar. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw no point in refusing a mentor who knew something. The former esportsman felt he had managed to awaken a strange power hidden within the altar. Oliver Grandtiger felt like he was in a completely different place, quiet and calm. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw before him the queen of the Shadowlands, Skathash. Cuchulainn could not believe that he was seeing his mentor, the one who had given him strength and the Geibolg. The woman greeted her proud student, whom she had not seen for countless hours. Skathak said that on the day Eriu was destroyed, the Shadowlands also disappeared. The queen tried to protect the Shadowlands on the border of life and death, but she was caught in the time flow. The woman said that she wandered for countless days and nights until she came to this place. It was then that she realized it was too late. The fragment of Geibolg had delivered the bad news. Skathak knew that Cuchulainn was dead, but she couldn't stop feeling sorry, so she kept the fragment. The Queen of the Shadowlands asked the apprentice to find her. If he ever returned, she would be waiting. Cuchulainn and Oliver Grandtiger saw the image of the great woman fade away. The strongest warrior from the world of Eriu could not believe that his mentor had been waiting for him all this time. The man could not contain his feelings. Now he was obliged to find the Queen of the Shadowlands. The former esports athlete did not remain on the sidelines. He was also touched by the story of Cuchulainn's mentor. Captain Ciri asked her comrade why he was crying, and he explained that he had had a vision. Oliver Grandtiger said they now have a symbol that is a map to Skathak. The young man stated that the fragment of Gabolg, which was kept in this place, is now with the Queen of the Shadowlands. The warriors of Valhalla sensed someone's presence. Someone was moving along the secret corridor. The warrior of the goddess Idunna and the captain Ciri raised their weapons to crush the potential enemy. The former esportsman heard Q Chulin say that it was because of these creatures that Eru fell. A warrior from the ruined world shouted that these were Fomorians, creatures that had risen from the depths of the sea. Cuchulainn shouted that they had waited decades to show up now. They could not be released alive. Oliver Grantiger asked Captain Ciri to take care of those who tried to escape from the structure. The young man decided that now was the best time to test the results of Ragnar's training. The boy activated the Saga Warrior's Charge Warrior's sword to summon the Winter Wolf sword. The former esports athlete activated his sword's ability to instantly turn enemies into ice. The monsters that destroyed the world of Eru did not expect such an attack, and the young man managed to catch them off guard. Oliver Grantiger knew that such an attack would not kill the enemy, so he decisively closed the distance. Eru's heir activated the Saga Warrior's storm-like charge to crush the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the guy dealt a crushing blow to each opponent trapped in ice. The young man thought that this was the end of the hall. Now he had to meet Ciri at the entrance. Meanwhile, the woman tried to stop every monster that tried to escape from the structure. However, the captain of the Legion of the god Ulra physically did not have time to eliminate all those who were trying to get out. Ciri tried to load her crossbow as quickly as possible since there was only one Fomorian left. However, the monster managed to hide behind the unevenness of the cave and rush off in a direction unknown to the Vikings. The captain of the god's legion, Ulra, realized that only one enemy had escaped her, but that made it even more offensive. The former esports athlete asked if Ciri was okay, and she apologized because she had missed the Fomorian. Oliver Grantiger said that there was nothing to worry about. There were too many enemies. Cuchulainn noted that the boy would have to hurry. There should be transport to the treasure vault. The strongest warrior from the world of Eru said that the Order of the Red Branch dreamed of creating a second Ulster. Cuchulainn explained that the order collected not only weapons, but also gold and silver. A former esports player said it was amazing, and his mentor said the Vikings would need a boat. The young man noticed that Squabton had neither sails nor oars. Could it really be a magic boat? Cuchulainn asked Oliver Grandiger to place his hand on the boat and say, "Let's go." The boy was surprised when the previously quite large Squabtuin fit into his palm. Sometime later, Captain Ciri and a warrior from the Legion of the Goddess Idunna were racing through the snow in a boat. Cuchulainn said that Scathach was now in Nidavellir and asked that the government be handed over to him. The strongest warrior from the world of Eru asked the boy to get a fragment of Gibolg. It will help with determining the direction. Meanwhile, somewhere underground, the Fomorians had gathered. They wanted to hear the scouts' report. The monster, who managed to escape from Captain Ciri, came out to his master with a report. The one sitting on the throne asked if the monsters had really found where the Shadowlands witch Scathach was hiding. The Fomorian lord listened to the scout and declared that he expected nothing less from the Shadow Witch. The stranger asked Adenmaka. She also heard the words of the monster, who learned about the location of Scathach. A water dragon rose up behind the man sitting on the throne, and the man immediately directed it to Nidavellir. The strongest warrior from the world of Eru exclaimed that they must hurry. His mentor was in danger. The former esportsman asked if the Queen of the Shadowlands had taught Cuchulainn since she was powerful. Scathach's apprentice stated that this was not entirely true and clarified that the mentor was strong but did not know how to fight. Cuchulainn said that she was more of a mentor than a warrior because she was much better at teaching. The mentor remembers that at their first meeting, he held a sword to her throat and demanded that she take him as her apprentice. Oliver said that Cuchulainn had done a lot for love and noted that the man was a complete disaster. The ghost shouted that he didn't like sharing thoughts with the guy, and Ciri asked what the boy was muttering. The woman asked why the former esports athlete was talking to himself. Oliver Grantiger laughed awkwardly and asked his partner not to worry about it. Captain Ciri noticed that the night sky remained snow-white, which meant the master was telling the truth. The woman said that the sky here remains white even when night crosses the border of Nidavellir. Cuchulainn shouted that the warriors of Valhalla needed to look ahead. Something incredible was approaching them. The former esports athlete couldn't believe his eyes. Was a real dragon really rushing towards them? Sent to Nidavellir, Snow White Adenmaha stopped in front of the Vikings' Squabtuin. The strongest warrior from the world of Ryu stopped the boat so that Oliver, Grand Tiger, and Siri could prepare for battle. The ghost of Cuchulainn cried out that it was Adenmaha, the sea dragon, who could pass wherever there was water. The man is sure that since this powerful creature has appeared, it means that Tyrant Brez has begun to act. A former esports athlete said that Snow White Adenmaka is incredible, or better said, beautiful. Oliver Grand Tiger said that he really liked the sea dragon Adenmaha. The young man took a magical saddle from his bottomless bag and was filled with the desire to tame the great creature. Captain Siri saw the determination in her partner's eyes, so she decided to support him. Snow White Adenmaka wondered who these little people were and why they were looking at her so angrily. Oliver Grantiger decided that with the help of a divine artifact, he could tame even a dragon. The sea dragon directed a horde of Fomorians at the Valhalla warriors who had stopped in front of her. The former esports athlete jumped onto the back of the wolf witch so that she would instantly deliver him to Adenmaka. The young man activated the Saga warrior's charge like a thunderstorm to speed up Captain Siri. The partners instantly overcame the monsters that emerged from the depths of the sea. Oliver Graniger shouted, "Here comes his target, Snow White Adenmaha," and prepared to saddle the dragon. The former esports athlete also didn't forget about the hunter's trap to make it easier to catch a powerful creature. The sea dragon used the water cannon to shoot down the approaching wolf witch and the boy. However, the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna had already been in a similar situation, so he pushed away from the captain. Snow White Adenmaka wondered why this man would throw some kind of rope over her. The young man pulled the hunter's trap and landed on the great creature's back. The former esports athlete decided not to waste much time, so he immediately installed the saddle. Snow White Adenmaka could not believe that some man would so brazenly try to ride her. The guy stated that Dragon Mountain Saga Dragonlord is strong against dragon-like creatures. The young man noted that over the months of training under Ragnar Lodbrok, he had increased the level of his sagas. The guy saw that the creature's status had changed. Now she was no longer a slave of Tyrant Brez, but a very embarrassed dragon. Oliver Grandtiger declared that he is now the rightful owner of Snow White Adenmaha. The boy ordered the dragon to move forward, and she asked where exactly the warrior of Valhalla wanted to go. Adenmaka shouted, so why did he put the leash on the lady? And the former cyber athlete was taken aback. The young man thought, so this is what the dragon tribe is like, and noted that his griffin was also smart, but could not speak. Oliver Graniger said that they would have time to chat later, but for now she must obey him. The dragon asked the guy to stop because she could not break her principles. Adenmaka stated that her principle is to obey her master, but now she has two masters at once. The dragon screamed that she could not break away and obey contrary orders. The young man thought that now it was clear to him that he could not order to defend what he had been ordered to destroy. Oliver Grantiger asked if Snow White Adenmaha knew how to remove this vow from her. The guy said that Bress was a bad guy, so he asks to be allowed to become the new owner. The former esports athlete said he would not treat the dragon like a weak-willed slave. Adenmaha asked Oliver to look at the scales above the saddle. There should be a slave seal there. The young man activated the saga of the all-seeing dragon's eye and noticed a glowing scale. The guy said he found a scale and asked if he should just get rid of it, right? A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna activated the saga charge of the warrior sword of the warrior to summon a dagger. The young man caught the scale, and the dragon screamed that what the Viking was trying to do was to stop immediately. Oliver Grandtiger noticed the magical strands that came out of the scale. The former esportsman cut the chains that bound the dragon and Bress in one motion. Cuchulainn was surprised by the boy's incredible strength, as he had gotten rid of the slave seal with such ease. The legionary of the goddess, Iduna, asked Adenmaka to be patient for a little while. Now he would heal her with the help of divinity. The young man asked if the dragon could sense a second master, and she replied that she could only sense the idiot master. The guy said that it was great and offered to fight together. For this, she must entrust him with her body. Oliver activated the Dragon Mountain Saga Dragon Lord, and Adenmaha felt a strange feeling. the Fomorians realized that their king had lost control of the sea dragon MANHWA. The former e-sportsman's new comrade knocked out enemy ground forces with her powerful tail. The young man noticed that Fomorians were gathering in the air, and it would be more difficult to deal with them. The former e-sportsman shouted to the sea dragon captain that he would take care of the flying monsters. Oliver Grandtiger used the thunder crossbow to shoot down monsters in droves. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna fired at the enemies that continued to appear out of nowhere. The young man said that he saw no end to the flying monsters. Would the old master really come here? Snow-White Adenmeha stated that Tyrant Bress will not show himself, but he will appear if he is sure of victory. The boy asked her if she could fly, and she asked how he thought a sea dragon would fly. The young man asked which of the strong Fomorians would show up then, and Adenmeha suggested Midak. The dragon stated that he could control all sorts of creatures and turn into any monster. Meanwhile, Midak decided to have a fight, pitting his tamed beasts against each other. The man noted that Adenmeha usually did well, but this time he would reach the goal first. Midak admitted that he really wanted to taste the Shadow Witch's blood himself. While the truly powerful Fomorian was pondering the might of his dragon ally, she crushed the monsters. The monsters continued to rush towards the sea dragon, who was no longer a slave to their king. Snow-White Adenmeha activated her water cannon to crush the next wave of Fomorian reinforcements. The sea dragon decided to freeze the water flow to immobilize dozens of monsters. However, no matter how hard Adenmeha tried to drive away the Fomorians, they got close and bit her. The former esports athlete reacted quickly and drove away the monsters that were biting his sea dragon. The young man noticed that the monsters had started throwing boulders at them. Had they really started fighting more effectively? Oliver Grandtiger shouted that the Fomorians had switched to long-range attacks, and something had to be done. Snow-White Adenmeha complained to the master that she could no longer withstand the onslaught of the creatures. The sea dragon shouted that they should run, and the boy thought that she was absolutely right. The young man thought that the strong Fomorians had not yet shown up, and the small fry continued to overwhelm them with numbers. The former esports athlete decided that at this rate, they would soon run out of steam and lose the fight. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw that the warriors of Ullr had crossed over the mountain ridge. The Vikings raised their weapons and rushed at the Fomorians, shouting for Asgard and the 9 worlds. Oliver Grandtiger recognized the chief Valkyrie from the legion of the god Ullr, but how did she end up here? Ciri climbed onto Adenmeha's back and asked Oliver to find Lady Skathash, and they would deal with the creatures. The boy handed the woman the reins and asked her to take care of Snow-White Adenmeha. Captain Ciri thought that sometimes it wasn't so bad to be in the saddle in a fight rather than under it. The former esports athlete activated the Saga Warrior's charge like a thunderstorm and rushed after Ku Chulin. The youth flew over the heads of the Fomorians, who were diligently trying to defeat the dragon that had betrayed them. The guy shouted that he saw the entrance to the cave, but it was closed by a dense magical barrier. The strongest warrior of the destroyed world shouted that the spell should skip the air of Eriu. The protective barrier sensed the fragment of Jibolg in the boy's bag and let it inside. Kuchulain reported that he felt the growing power of another fragment. They were already close. The mentor said that no matter how difficult the path was, they would quickly complete it and reach Lady Skathash. After some time of wandering through the icy labyrinth, the guy reached the throne room. The most powerful warrior of the destroyed world, Eriu, immediately recognized Lady Skathash sitting on the throne. Oliver noticed that she looked very weak, and Kukulkan assumed that she had recently woken up from a long sleep. The Queen of the Shadowlands asked if the young man who came to her was Eriu's heir. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna greeted Lady Skathash and thought she had a beautiful voice. The woman asked Oliver Grandtiger to come closer to her and take her hands. The young man understands that now through touch, he will learn much more than he will receive through words. The Queen of the Shadowlands revealed that Eriu was destroyed over 100 years ago. Lady Skathash reported that a powerful Fomorian was coming, and Oliver realized that she was talking about Midak. The woman apologized for burdening the boy, but it was only because he was the heir of Eriu. The strongest warrior of the destroyed world, Eryu, could not enjoy a simple glance at his mentor. Kuchulayan thought that he could no longer simply stand and look at his mentor from the side. The Queen of the Shadowlands said, "May the blessing of the Shadowlands be with the young man." The Queen of the Shadowlands declared that she was entrusting the fragment of the legendary spear to the heir of Eryu. The woman said that even if Gaebolg was split, it was still considered Eryu's most powerful weapon. Skathak said that her apprentice would help the young man extract the full power from this fragment of the legendary spear. The Queen of the Shadowlands explained that the life force would make this spear snow white. The mentor of the strongest warrior, Eryu, warned that the death force would unleash a powerful curse. The woman explained that the true purpose of the Gaebolg was to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The Queen of the Shadowlands asked Eryu never to rely on this power. Oliver Grantiger said that he understood everything and ran to help his comrades. Kukulai'n said that he couldn't understand why the boy was thinking about another when he kissed Skathash. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna asked if the man's ghost could also read his thoughts. The strongest warrior of the destroyed world said that he could not do such a thing. It was a simple guess. The man said that the former esportsman was probably thinking about that Valkyrie from his legion. The heir to the ruined world thought his mentor had hit the nail on the head and imagined Huda. Oliver Grantiger tried to get out of the dark caves as quickly as possible to support the Vikings. The young man saw that the Fomorians had not diminished in number. They were still overwhelming the Vikings with their numbers. The ghost of the strongest warrior Eryu shouted that the young man should look at the sky because there was some kind of ship. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna answered his mentor that he could clearly see the flying vessel. Oliver Grantiger thought that this ship belonged to the Beastmaster Midak. The boy remembered what Snow White Adenmaha had told him about the incredible power of this Fomorian. The former esports athlete thought that fighting one-on-one would be difficult, but what if it didn't have to be? Kukulai'n asked if the boy really wanted to attack the monster from behind, and he confirmed the man's guess. The young man stated that they saw the monster first, and if they relied on the power of Gaebolg, they would have a chance. Oliver Grantiger decided that he needed to fly as close to Midok as possible and launch a surprise attack. The guy decided that Captain Siri couldn't do that. He needed someone with more speed and smaller size. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna remembered that the Wolf Witch is not the only one who can transform. The main Valkyrie of the God Uller's Legion crushed the rank-and-file Fomorians, trying to cover Adenmax. Oliver Grantiger called out to Gender, who noticed that the young man needed her help. The woman said the guy had a very cunning look, as if he was just waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of her. The guy asked when he had looked like that, but quickly put aside his emotions and asked the Valkyrie to transform. Gender activated Uller's blessing and quickly lifted the youth above Midak's flying ship. The woman said that the powerful monster still hadn't noticed them, which meant she would fly a little closer. The guy thought that the Valkyrie's blessing of stealth was much stronger than Captain Siri's. Valkyrie from the Legion of the god Ullr noticed that they were almost there. Oliver should get ready. The former esports athlete understood perfectly well that they would only have one attempt, and mistakes were unacceptable. Gendur dropped from her heights to gain speed and unleash the full force of Gaebolg on the powerful monster. The young man watched the captain of the enemy ship, who still had no idea they were approaching. The transformed Valkyrie dropped a warrior from Iduna's legion onto the head of a powerful monster. The young man thought this was his chance to deal a single crushing blow to Midok. The heir to the ruined world, Eryu, landed on the deck of the ship and prepared for a surprise attack. Oliver Grantiger lunged at the back of the mighty enemy, who was watching his animals. When Midak sensed the enemy's presence behind him, he instantly turned around. The former esports athlete understood that attacking with the legendary spear required tremendous force. The commander of the monster ship realized that the young man had put all his strength into a single blow. Midak realized that he had to block this blow to win the fight with the warrior of Valhalla. Instead of dodging, the mighty monster created an invisible barrier in the spear's path. Kukulai'n reminded Oliver Grantiger that he held in his hands not a simple weapon, but the legendary Gaebolg. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna activated the special ability of the split spear. the most powerful warrior from the destroyed world, and the former cyber athlete understood that Midak was wrong. The powerful monster had no idea that the legendary spear Gibolg would be in the boy's hands. Everyone standing on the battlefield in Nidavellir saw the sky illuminated by an incredibly bright flash. Midak croaked that this couldn't be. Could this guy really have mastered the incredible power of Gibolg? Oliver Grantiger noticed that the body of the incredibly powerful Fomorian had literally crumbled. The young man thought that the power of the legendary spear was simply incredible, since its fragment was capable of such a thing. The battle between the former cyber athlete and the captain of the Fomorian flying ship ended before it even began. Suddenly, a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna felt the recoil of the fragment of Gibolg. His hand went numb with pain. Oliver Grantiger said that it felt like his arm was broken. Could this be the effect of the geist placed on the spear? The main Valkyrie of the god's legion, Ulra, shouted that the former e-sportsman had managed to win. The young man said that the animals tamed by Midak still could not understand what happened to their master. Gendor suggested returning to Earth to crush the remaining Fomorians, but the boy refused. Oliver Grantiger stated that they had defeated the captain, which meant that capturing the ship was a piece of cake. The main Valkyrie of the god Ullr's legion realized that even with a damaged arm, the boy did not refuse to fight. The woman burst out laughing and declared that this was definitely the style of a former esports athlete. Gendor agreed to buy time for the boy who completely relied on the Valkyrie of the god Ullr. The woman said that the young man was giving the Valkyrie a hard time, but she didn't mind helping. Oliver Grantiger noticed that something was glowing in the countless fragments of Midak's body. The young man picked up a mysterious stone that emitted some kind of power that was incomprehensible to the guy. Meanwhile, warriors from the legion of the god Ullr fought with the remnants of the army of Tyrant Bress. Ciri activated the Saga Witch arrows always hit their target when the flying Fomorians were massing at Adenmaha. The sea dragon was grateful to the woman because she was no longer bothered by flying monsters. The warriors of Valhalla raised their weapons to crush the remaining Fomorians hunting Skathach. One of the Vikings shouted that he saw a flying ship. Could it really be enemy reinforcements? The men noticed that the ship was flying towards them, and at its side, there was a warrior riding a Valkyrie. Ciri noticed that Oliver had indeed succeeded, but Adenmaha did not believe that Midak had fallen. When the battle was over, the woman and the boy thanked Lady Gender for her help. Valkyrie noticed that her captain had practically come to live in Iduna's legion due to Ragnar Lothbrok's training. Gender stated that she, of course, cared about the boy and Ciri, but she had not brought the warriors only to save them. The main Valkyrie stated that the Fomorians are allies of the giants, and therefore they are enemies of the gods. Gender said that Valhalla owed a debt to Skathach, and countless heroes of Eru fought alongside the Vikings. The woman said that many of these heroes were Skathach's students, such as the Prince of Light. The chief Valkyrie stated that she would like to invite the Queen of the Shadowlands to the Ulra Legion. Valkyrie added that Skathach would likely join Iduna's legion and admitted that this irritated her. Having said goodbye to Gender, Iduna's legionary and Captain Ciri went to the Queen of the Shadowlands. Cahulain's mentor had already emerged from the dark cave to see the heir of Eru once again. The warriors of Valhalla met the legendary Queen of the Shadowlands. Now she was safe. Cahulain thought it right that Oliver Grantiger returned the ship. After all, it was Eru's treasure. The man is completely confident that the former esports athlete, as his heir, is the true owner of the vessel. The guy's mentor said that this was the first time he had seen such a huge ship packed to capacity. Captain Ciri asked Oliver Grantiger for a moment's attention. She had important news. The woman stated that for saving the Queen of the Shadowlands and defeating the Fomorians, they were promoted in rank. Ciri said that they were now mid-level warriors, and the young man said that he understood everything. The boy headed for the forest, where the camp of warriors from the legion of the goddess Iduna was located. Meanwhile, the chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion came to the griffins to feed them. The girl called the griffins that Oliver had tamed and said that their dinner was ready. Hedda thought that managing the household was not as easy as she had initially thought. The chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion hoped that Oliver Grantiger was doing well. The girl thought that at least nothing bad would happen. The guy had been gone for quite a long time. Hedda noticed that a girl she knew was sitting on the roof of the griffin enclosure. But what was she doing there? Valkyrie recognized Skuld, one of the 3 Norn sisters who control the fate of this world. The girl was scared because she didn't expect to see the one who knew the future of this world. The youngest of the Norn sisters invited the chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna to go for a walk. She didn't mind. Skuld said that sometimes it was just nice to hang out and chat about trivial things. Iduna's chief Valkyrie said that she too had enjoyed spending the evening with the girl. The youngest of the Norn sisters reached out to Hedda and said that now was the time. Skuld rushed to the girl, hugged her tightly, and exclaimed that they would definitely see each other again. Hedda asked if the youngest of the Norn sisters had something important to tell her. Skuld replied that she simply wanted to see the chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion. The youngest of the Norn sisters ran to the side and waved her hand, saying goodbye to the girl. Skuld thought that she simply hadn't been able to tell her friend about the future that awaited her. The girl who knew the future thought that the thread of fate had once again touched the legion of the goddess Iduna. The next morning, Ragnar Lothbrok and Hedda met a flying ship that arrived at the camp. The legendary Viking and the legion's chief Valkyrie did not understand why this colossus had stopped above the camp. The Vikings and the Queen of the Shadowlands descended from the airship onto the lands of the legion of the goddess Iduna. The former esports athlete introduced the woman to his mentor and the legion's chief Valkyrie. The Viking king introduced himself and declared that he was honored to meet such a beautiful and wise queen. The Prince of Light's mentor replied that she was very pleased to meet the great Viking king. Hedda introduced herself as the chief Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna's legion and greeted Skathak warmly. The woman said that she was very pleased to meet the Valkyrie. She had heard a lot about the girl. Hedda said that she was very interested to know what the Queen of the Shadowlands had heard about her. The young man introduced his sea dragon from the destroyed world of Eriu, Snow White Adenmaha. The former esports athlete's subordinate said she was very pleased to meet him. Ragnar Lothbrok and Hedda thought the sea dragon was very cute and asked if they could pet her. The Valkyrie of the goddess Iduna asked Adenmaha to wait a little while she would prepare a place for her to sleep. The girl asked Lady Skathak to come into the house as she was probably tired from the journey. Hedda was sulking because Oliver Grand Tiger had given her a hard time without even consulting her. The young man realized that he was about to have a very difficult dialogue with the chief Valkyrie of Iduna's legion. Cuchulainn said the girl looked at the boy as if he were a husband who had brought friends home without warning. While Ragnar was talking with Captain Ciri and the Queen of the Shadowlands, Hedda was talking with Oliver. Valkyrie was surprised to learn that Tyrant Brez had also been trying to find Lady Skathash. Hedda said that the flying ship and Adenmaha would help the legion, but Breeze is known for his pettiness and ruthlessness. The former esportsman recalled receiving a strange stone after a battle with the Fomorian captain. The girl asked if Oliver really wanted to show her the magical stones from the destroyed world of Eriu. The young man said that these were summoning stones. With their help, he would be able to summon any creature subordinate to him. Hedda said that now it was clear to her, but how did the guy know all this? And he explained that he learned it from Cuchulainn. The girl realized and asked, because the young man would no longer have to ride Ciri and the other Valkyries. The mentor said that it was impossible. Even this time, the guy rode Gendur and admitted that he liked it. The former esportsman was indignant, and when had such a thing ever happened? And reminded Cuchulainn that only he could hear him. Hedda said that meant she had ridden the Valkyrie again, and Oliver was confused as to how she had heard the ghost. The Prince of Light noticed that with the discovery of another fragment of Gaybolg, his power had increased. Oliver Grandiger noticed that Cuchulainn had obviously been waiting for this moment, and Hedda burst out laughing. The girl said that she was truly glad that Iduna's only legionnaire had returned alive. The young man realized that the girl just wanted to make fun of him a little, so he smiled back. The former esports athlete decided to tell the Valkyrie about his short trip to Nidavellir. Meanwhile, the god of lies and deceit, the traitor Loki, returned to Asgard and joined the king of the giants. The man walked along the corridors of the palace with the thought that he had not even thought about returning to his native walls. Traitor Loki caught himself thinking that he even managed to miss his father, brother, and the other gods. The god of lies and deceit understood that in order to go to Midgard, he would have to pass through Asgard. Loki thought that he could force the guard to let him into the human world, as he had with Eriu. However, now he did not want to raise unrest among the gods, so he decided to act secretly. The traitor to the gods mentally greeted Heimdall, who stood guard over the Rainbow Bridge. The god of lies and deceit walked onto the Rainbow Bridge, managing to remain unnoticed even by the all-seeing god. Loki noticed that the land land of people was incredibly huge. Even the gods did not know everything about this place. The traitor to the gods declared that the seeds of disaster he would plant would blossom throughout Midgard. The man added that each of these seeds could be called a real disaster. A week later, the following events took place in one of the kingdoms of the human world. An unknown person came to the king with a report that, according to him, the ships that had left the harbor had not yet returned. The man said that it was not the storms that were causing the problem, that the cause could not be found, and that the entire country was in fear. Royal advisor Ova offered to go out to sea personally to sort things out. King Sven admitted that this was a good idea, but noted that they had already lost many ships. The ruler of the lands said that he did not like what was happening. It seemed that he simply had no other choice. Sven stated that he would meet with the prophet to find out a little more about what was happening. The king, walking through the corridors of the castle, wondered how much time had passed since his last visit to the prophet. The ruler thought that the prophet had lived in the palace before his birth and was still alive. Sven admitted to himself that the prophet's mysterious personality frightened him incredibly. The long-lived man greeted the king with words of greeting and added that he expected to see Sven. The ruler thought that the prophet was still as creepy as ever and wondered if he was even human. The king tried to explain the reason for his visit, but the prophet interrupted him, declaring that he already knew. The nameless prophet declared that a great ritual must be performed, offering gifts to the gods and praying for salvation. The long-liver declared that 9 species of animals, 9 individuals each, must be sacrificed on the great bonfire. The prophet said that the gods are angry, and the blood of animals will appease their anger, and they will prevent any disaster. Sven agreed with the words of the nameless prophet because they had to do at least something. The king immediately ordered the beginning of the great ritual proposed by the long-lived man of his castle. Meanwhile, in the camp of the goddess Iduna, Ragnar Lodbrok announced to his students about his departure to Midgard. The former esports athlete asked if they were really going to the world of the living, and the legendary Viking nodded. The Viking king stated that this was why the warriors of all the legions of the gods were now so excited. The young man assumed that everyone wanted to see their families, but Ragnar said that this was not the only reason. The legendary Viking admitted that most of the warriors who entered Valhalla died in regret. The man said that this is why, for many, it is more than just a visit to Midgard. Oliver Grandtiger exclaimed that a new saga could be born in the world of the living, and Ragnar confirmed it. The Viking king stated that the new saga can be obtained in Asgard, but in Midgard, it is much easier. Ragnar Lothbrok said that in Valhalla, everyone is a hero, but in the mortal realm, things are different. The mentor stated that stories that become powerful sagas are born in Midgard. It was with such enthusiasm that the expedition of the warriors of Valhalla to Midgard began. Meanwhile, the king of men could not find a place for himself near the great fire that the prophet kept going. The advisor turned to Sven, noting that they had been waiting for something for 4 whole days since the beginning of the ritual. Ove suggested starting an investigation, and the king thought that the prophet was an example of a real charlatan. Sven understands that the blame will fall on the crown. The angry crowd was already blaming the king for all the troubles. The ruler of the lands came out to the people in order to somehow calm the anger of the people shouting accusations at him. The crowd called Sven a foolish king who was unworthy of ruling these lands. The man thought that he could not let the prophet, let the king be humiliated in front of the people in such a way. The ruler of the lands called out to the nameless centenarian, who at that moment froze, stretching his hands to the heavens. The king was frightened by the sudden downpour, and the advisor shouted that something had appeared in the sky. All the people saw how a rainbow bridge descended through the heavy clouds right to the place of the ritual. The common people began to praise Odin and Valhalla when a flying ship appeared in the radiance of a rainbow. King Sven, advisor Ova, and the nameless prophet saw a Valkyrie stepping onto the bow of the ship. Having introduced herself, Ingrid explained to the ruler and the people that the gods had sent her to the human world. The king did not believe that the inhabitants of Asgard truly responded to the prophet's great ritual. Sven bowed to the ground and introduced himself, calling himself the son of Knut. He greeted the warriors of the gods. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided to go down to the ruler of these lands. The long-lived king of the castle saw the warrior of Valhalla smoothly descend from the rainbow to the earth. The young man clearly decided that he must promote faith in the goddess of eternal youth and life. The legionnaire asked the people to raise their heads and introduced himself as a warrior of the goddess Iduna. Sven asked if this young man spoke on behalf of Iduna, the goddess of youth, and he nodded. The former e-sportsman stated that Lady Iduna sent him here, entrusting him with her ship. Captain Siri noted that Oliver Grandtiger was trying very hard, and Brocky added that he was determined. The man said that now is the time to show up and instill a sense of security in people's hearts. A commander from the Legion of the god Thor landed with a crash near Iduna's warrior, attracting the attention of the people. Brocky shouted that he was a warrior of the god of thunder and lightning and had come to save the people of Midgard. King Sven was taken aback. Was it really Brocky of the Skalds himself who stood before him? The prophet shouted, "Champion of the Skalds." The crowds, who had recently blamed the king for their troubles, exploded with jubilation at the mere sight of Brocky. The former esports athlete thought he would have to work harder to make his saga great. A warrior from the Olra Legion asked the captain if they should go down as well, but Siri refused. The warriors of Valhalla heard the command given by the horn. Someone was attacking the kingdom of men. The king's advisors shouted that it was an alarm signal. It looked like something was approaching the kingdom's harbor. The soldiers shouted that they saw a ship moving at incredible speed straight towards the pier. The lookouts determined that it was a merchant ship from the continent, but how did it sail through these waters? People saw that the hull of the fast ship had cracked, from which huge tentacles slid out. Those watching the alien ship screamed that something terrible was escaping from it. The king realized that his army's forces were useless in the fight against such a powerful sea monster. The Vikings understood that they had to enter the battle immediately. All that remained was to wait for the Valkyries' order. Ingrid stated that the warriors of Valhalla needed to defeat the Kraken and rescue everyone who survived on the destroyed ship. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna shouted that he would deal with the monster. The rest should help the people. The Vikings were surprised when they heard that Oliver Grandtiger intended to fight the Kraken alone. A former esports athlete asked Captain Siri to take the helm of his flying ship. The woman stated that she understood everything and that she would immediately take control of the aircraft. The young man confidently stepped overboard, and the Vikings shouted after him, asking if he was really going to fight alone. Oliver Grandtiger was completely confident in his own strength. No Kraken could stop him. Just before falling onto the deck of the destroyed ship, the boy reached for the summoning stone. The former esportsman activated the magic stone from Eryu and shouted that he chose Adenmahu. All who watched Iduna's legionaries saw a blinding lightning bolt that burst from his hands. The next moment, Snow White Adenmaha appeared from the glow right in front of Oliver Grandtiger. The warriors of Valhalla did not expect to see a sea dragon obeying a former e-sportsman. Ademaka shouted that she was actually having lunch. Was the guy seriously considering calling her right now? The young man shouted that they must defeat the Kraken, who had already decided to take out his aggression on Oliver. The sea dragon skillfully dodged the wooden shards that the monster threw at them. The guy shouted that the Kraken had noticed Snow White Adenmaka, and she had to lead this creature away from the ship. The sea dragon shouted that it only sounded easy, but in reality, she would have to sweat a lot. The Snow White Adenmaka swam towards the monster, which greedily clung to the merchant's creaking ship. The former esports player's dragon used water cannon to knock down the Kraken's tentacles. Snow White Adenmaha froze the flow of water to anger the mighty beast from the ocean. The Kraken attacked Oliver Grandtiger, but the dragon skillfully avoided the giant octopus's furious tentacles. The young man shouted that Snow White Adenmaka was fighting well, but she replied that it was very difficult. The former esports athlete thought they would have problems if this creature went into the open sea. The Vikings noticed that the Kraken had decided to abandon the merchant ship to avoid being attacked by the dragon. Joyful cries were heard from the sailors, who praised Odin for sending them salvation. The warriors of Valhalla noticed that the huge monster was floating away. The flying ship would not be able to keep up with it. The young man said that now that they were so close to victory, it was time to engage in real battle. The only warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna sent his sea dragon in pursuit of the Kraken. Kukulin said to aim for the tentacle legs to stop the huge monster. The boy activated the warrior's charge, Saga Warrior's sword, and summoned the giant's blade to crush the Kraken. Oliver Grandtiger shouted to his Snow White Adenmaha that they must catch the creature from the ocean. The sea dragon rushed after the Kraken, who was desperately trying to regrow his lost limbs. The Prince of Light stated that this monster had more than a dozen tentacles, but only 10 legs. Cuchulainn noted that if the young man managed to cut off all of the Kraken's supporting limbs, the monster would be finished. Isekai'd and MANHWA caught up with the monster, and Iduna's legionary severed several tentacles with one blow. The Kraken raised one of its 10 legs to crush its pesky pursuers. The sea dragon successfully jumped up and dodged the giant creature's powerful limb. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna offered Isekai'd to rid Cthulhu of his limb. A former esports athlete decided to cut off the ocean monster's massive limb with a crushing blow of his sword. Oliver Grantooker's heavy sword sank into the thick skin of the giant octopus. The boy realized that he had failed to cut one of the creature's 10 supporting limbs. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna admitted that it was damn hard and that we needed to do things differently. The Isekai'd and MANHWA continued to skillfully elude the powerful tentacles of the retreating Cthulhu. The former esports athlete shouted that a fight with this monster on land would be a piece of cake. Cuchulainn turned to MANHWA and asked her why she did not use all the force available to her. Oliver Grantooker wondered if the dragon under his command had been holding back in the fight all this time. The youth's mentor asked if she did not consider the warrior of the goddess Iduna a worthy master. The young man thought that his dragon was hiding something. The guy understands that he could have simply ordered. However, Oliver did not want to make a slave out of Ed and MANHWA, so he allowed her to do as she wanted. The sea dragon shouted back that she hated such obvious tricks. Isekai'd and MANHWA added that if he had simply ordered it, she would have had reason to be angry. The warrior subordinate to the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that he was still better than the tyrant of Brez. The sea dragon warned Oliver Grantooker that she might lift her limit for a while. MANHWA stated that her ability requires a huge amount of magic, and she will lose all her strength. The dragon asked her master to take care of her because she would not be able to do anything. The young man heard Captain Ciri's cry, and she informed him that all the people had been evacuated. A woman from the legion of the god Ullr added that her fighters would support Oliver Grantooker's attack. The former esports athlete was inspired by his comrade's words, but his dragon needs time to prepare. The young man asked Isekai'd and MANHWA to act. She must show them all her power. The sea dragon asked its owner to hold on tighter and activated its special ability. The people watching the battle from the shore were blinded by the radiance of Isekai'd and MANHWA's skill. The people of Midgard closed their eyes, but still did not lose hope of seeing what was happening in the sea. King Sven couldn't believe his eyes. Were the warriors of Valhalla really that strong? The captains of the Thor and Ullr legions were surprised when they saw the dragon's transformed form. The former esports athlete saw the girl and thought that Isekai'd and MANHWA was very cute. The reincarnated dragon raised her hand and addressed the sea power, saying that she was calling upon it. The incredibly strong monster saw the water parting before the Isekai'd and MANHWA. Cthulhu had lost his advantage and was now completely open to the devastating attacks of the Vikings. Bragi shouted that the waters had parted, and Ciri added that the monster's body was now completely visible. The giant octopus realized that its death was now only a matter of time. Isekai'd and MANHWA cried out that she was dying. Couldn't the warriors of Valhalla hurry? The youth shouted to the captains of the legions of gods that they must unite the strength of their sagas. Ciri activated the saga. The witch's arrows always hit the target to penetrate the monster's weak spot. A woman from the legion of the god Ullr fired a magic arrow right between the eyes of the giant monster. Captain Ciri had managed to pierce the Kraken's thick hide. Now it was up to Braka's crushing might. The man activated the most powerful saga from his arsenal, the lightning hammer. The captain of the god Thor's legion unleashed a devastating bolt of lightning after his comrade's magical arrow. Ciri's arrow became a magnet for Braka's powerful attack, allowing her to finally weaken the Kraken. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna attacked the gigantic monster to crush it with Geibolg. Due to the fall, the former esports athlete gained enough strength to finish the fight with one blow. The guy decided to activate the Saga Warrior's Storm-like charge to add more power. Everyone watching the duel at sea saw Oliver Grantooker unleash all his might on the octopus. Isekai'd and MANHWA saw her master's crushing attack and felt her body weaken. The girl could no longer stay in the air and fell like a stone down into the depths of the sea. Captain Siri and the Valkyrie of the Northern Legion saw the water rushing towards their comrades. The giant octopus disappeared under the thickness of the water, which was no longer held back by the dragon's forces. The kraken's carcass soon surfaced, revealing its ragged wound to the warriors of Valhalla and the people on the shore. A captain from the legion of the god Thor and a warrior of the goddess Iduna surfaced after the huge monster. The former e-sportsman instantly remembered his snow-white dragon and called out to her. Oliver Grantiger shouted where Adenmaha was and immediately spotted his sea dragon among the waves. The dragon's subordinate to the guy stated that he promised to take care of her, but for some reason was in no hurry to help. Meanwhile, the shore exploded with joyful cries of people who were happy about the victory over the kraken. King Sven began to praise Odin for sending the glorious warrior of the goddess Iduna to them. Ingrid looked at the seawater and realized that Oliver Grandtiger and the Brockies were in danger. Captain Siri noticed the Valkyrie's concern, stating that something was approaching very quickly. The commander of the Valhalla warriors realized that the Kraken was not a hunter, but merely prey. From the heights of a flying ship, the Vikings saw a group of sharks approaching the carcass of a giant monster. The legionaries of the gods realized that these were not ordinary sharks at all. Their size and speed were astounding. Meanwhile, the captain of the legion of the god Thor and the warrior of the goddess Iduna stood on the defeated monster. Bragi was wondering what to do with the octopus, grill it over coals or boil it in its own juice. Captain Siri shouted to her comrades to prepare for enemy attack immediately. The warriors who had defeated the Kraken heard the woman's warning and looked back, but saw nothing. Almost instantly, a huge monster jumped out of the water and rushed towards Oliver Grandtiger. The young man realized that he physically wouldn't have time to dodge, so he activated Hawk Wing. The monster killer whale failed to touch the Viking, who instantly transformed into a frisky hawk. The monster could not believe what he saw, how a simple man could turn into a bird. Meanwhile, Captain Brockie encountered a monster that looked like a hammerhead shark. The fearless warrior of Valhalla swung his hammer and declared that dinner would be delicious today. The shark monster screamed furiously at Legionnaire Thor, trying to make him come to his senses and run away. However, the man was not afraid and hit the oversized fish with a hammer with all his might on the lower jaw. The monsters circling around the Kraken picked up speed and tried to jump towards the flying ship. The warriors of Valhalla saw huge sharks overboard, and they were indeed able to rise quite high. Captain Siri shouted that the enemies were closing in, and the heroes of Valhalla were obliged to protect the people. The Northern Legion Valkyrie activated a special ability to defeat all the sharks at once. Everyone standing on deck saw how the magical tridents instantly pierced the jumping predators. Only a small number of sharks jumped over the side and were able to frighten the rescued people of the merchant ship. The warriors of Valhalla reacted instantly and raised their weapons to protect mortals from the monsters. The legionaries of the gods pounced on the fish monsters to stop them from crawling across the deck of the flying ship. Meanwhile, the captain of the legion of the god Thor activated the saga with the proud name Son of God. The man unleashed a crushing blow on the monster, which resembled a muscle-bound hammerhead shark. Captain Brockie charged his hammer with lightning to finish off the incredibly powerful monster. The creature that attacked the Legionnaire turned its back in horror, trying to avoid the fatal blow. Braki noted that for its size, this monster fish is quite agile on land. Oliver Grandtiger shouted at the subordinate dragon to be careful. Kuchelain advised the former esports athlete to retreat and regroup. Braki noticed that the aircraft of the Legion of the goddess Iduna was slowly losing altitude. Ingrid shouted to a warrior from the Legion of the god Thor that they were retreating because protecting the people was a priority. The legionaries of the gods noticed that the monsters were not pursuing the ship. It seemed that they were hunting the Kraken. Valkyrie is sure that this was far from the last encounter with these dangerous monsters. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard, and the legionnaires froze in shock, not understanding who it belonged to. The former e-sportsman looked around to see what was happening near the enormous body of Cthulhu. Valkyrie and the warriors of Valhalla saw a monster that was larger than the oversized sharks that attacked them. One glance was enough to understand which of the monsters was the leader of the pack. Siri said that the leader of the shark monsters was fucking huge, and Brockie shouted that it was a declaration of war. The Viking, transformed into a hawk, heard the words of his mentor, who asked him to return to the ship. That evening, King Sven set the table for the warriors of Valhalla, who had come to their aid. The ruler of these lands raised a goblet filled with drink and proposed to drink to today's victory. The king declared that today everyone had witnessed a great feat of the warrior of the goddess Iduna. Sven shouted that everyone saw this guy riding a Valkyrie that looks like a goddess. The young man thought that the king had mistaken Snow White Admaka for a Valkyrie, but let them talk. The former esports player said he now has a new saga warrior riding a Valkyrie. Ciri said that it was quite possible because everyone in Valhalla knew the guy's nickname. The woman noticed, and the fact that the people of Midgard saw it must have served as a powerful catalyst. The captain of the legion of the god Ullr said that the young man was so diligently promoting the name of Lady Iduna. Oliver Grandtiger replied that this should be natural for every legionary who serves God. The young man wanted to confess to Captain Ciri that she was very cute when she drank, but decided to remain silent. The ruler of these lands again began to tell about the great feat of the warrior of the goddess Iduna. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion declared that they had had enough fun for today. One of the Valhalla warriors asked if they couldn't spend more time at the table, but the girl refused. Ingrid asked the king if there was a room in the castle where they could discuss their next steps. Sven showed the Valkyrie and her warriors his office, as it was simply perfect for meetings. Ingrid told the legionnaires that their path was blocked by monsters, and they would have to defeat the leader of these creatures. One of the Vikings stated that they couldn't just attack them from a ship, they needed a good plan. The girl stated that she knew a way to prepare for battle. After all, she was Njord's Valkyrie. The warriors of Valhalla joyfully shouted that everything was clear to them. They had expected no less from Ingrid. Oliver Grandiger whispered to Ciri, feeling embarrassed that he had forgotten who Njord was. The woman pulled the former esports athlete closer so that he could clearly hear her answer. The captain of the legion of the god Ullr whispered to the forgetful boy that Njord is the god of the sea. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie summed up the meeting, declaring that she would show the warriors how to fight. The next morning, the Valkyrie of the god Njord, King Sven, and the warriors of Valhalla headed to the sea. The operations commander said she admired the courage of the ruler of these lands. The girl is amazed that Sven, the son of Knut, decided to go into battle with the warriors of Valhalla. Valkyrie stated that those sea creatures were probably also preparing for a big battle. Kukulin added that the way they showed themselves aggressively yesterday was undeniable proof of that. A single warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna stepped forward and said that everything was ready. The former e-sportsman took out the magic stone of the destroyed world and declared that they were beginning. Oliver Grandtiger activated the summoning stone from Iriu and shouted that he chose Snow White Adenmaha. All the warriors of Valhalla, the king and the Valkyrie, saw how a sea dragon appeared in front of the guy. Snow White Adenmaka asked if it was really necessary to call her the very next day after the battle. The former esports athlete laughed awkwardly and said that she was the only one he trusted the most. The young man climbed onto the dragon's back and declared that yesterday she had been simply magnificent. No. Beautiful. Adenmaha asked Oliver Grandtiger to stop because he was treating her like a child. The former esportsman wondered why she was behaving this way and remembered yesterday's conversation with Kukulin. The Prince of Light revealed to the young man the truth about the sea dragon Adenmak, who was once a goddess. The boy's mentor told him that all representatives of the Tuatha De Danann race were gods. Kukulin said that only a few dragons of that race were not endowed with lasting divinity. The Prince of Light suggested that Adenmaha had become a servant of Tyrant Brez because she wanted to protect something. The young man wondered what was the reason for such an act, but he heard the dragon call out to him. Snow White Adenmaka declared that her master was in the clouds, although he should be giving her an order. The dragon stated that the rest of the warriors of Valhalla had already departed on the flying ship of Iduna's legion. The young man said that they should hurry so as not to fall behind the other Vikings. The former esports player said they had sailed far enough that he thought this place would be suitable. Oliver Grantiger reached into his bottomless sack to retrieve some monster shark bait. The sea dragon was surprised when the guy threw the barrels into the water and asked what was in them. Iduna's legionary summoned a thunder crossbow and said that these barrels contained animal blood. The young man said that it was just an excellent bait if they needed to hunt a shark. The sea dragon stared silently at the pool of blood that was gradually being diluted with water. The guy said there was one more thing he wanted to do before fighting those monsters. The young man activated the Saga Warrior, riding a Valkyrie, and Adenmaha asked what her master was doing. Oliver explained that he had activated the Saga, which temporarily made the dragon Iduna's Valkyrie. The boy said that the blessing of the goddess Iduna would make Adenmaha's body even stronger and faster. The former esports athlete stated that now all they can do is wait for the monsters to arrive. After some time, Oliver Grand Tiger's sea dragon stated that she sensed someone. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna asked what exactly the dragon under his command felt. Snow White Adenmaha said that she sensed dangerous creatures swimming in their direction. A former esports athlete asked a sea dragon to dive, and they would fight underwater. Adenmaha shouted, "Has the guy really gone crazy? He will suffocate," and Oliver asked not to worry. The boy said that Ingrid gave him the ability to breathe underwater, so the dragon could not hold back. Snow White Adenmaha agreed to dive and stated that the owner should watch more carefully. The sea dragon charged straight at the shark monsters swimming towards her, who had smelled blood. The toothy creatures tried to grab Snow White Adenmaha, but she deftly avoided the sharks. The former esports athlete said that it was simply magnificent. The dragon had outmaneuvered them perfectly. However, the monsters had no intention of stopping. They immediately rushed after the sea dragon. Oliver Grand Tiger said that everything was going according to plan. Now they needed to rush up and get out of the water. Snow White Adenmaha obeyed the request of her owner, who certainly knew what he was getting into. The sea dragon rose above the water, feeling the shark monsters breathing down her neck. The former esports athlete asked Snow White Adenmaha to use her appearance-changing skill. The sea dragon agreed, but this time, the guy had to take full responsibility. Snow White Adenmaha turned around and looked at the shark monsters that continued to approach them. The sea dragon awaited the next order from her master, who remained silent. The girl felt Oliver Grand Tiger grab her by the scruff of the neck and pull her towards him with force. Snow White Adenmaha only managed to shout what her master was doing. Why did he throw her to the sky? The former esports athlete asked the sea dragon not to worry. He would definitely catch her. The young man activated his cloak's special ability to transform into a hawk and escape from pursuit. Snow White Adenmaha screamed as she was in an uncontrolled fall. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna caught the falling dragon and flapped his wings. Oliver Grand Tiger praised the subordinate beast and said that now it was the warrior's turn on the flying ship. The warriors of Valhalla noticed that the former esportsman had fulfilled his part of the Valkyrie's plan. Everyone present on the flying ship became alarmed, aiming their prepared ballistas. Captain Ciri activated the Saga Witch's arrows, always hit the target, and shouted that she saw the target. The warrior from the legion of the god Ulra added that they should all fire the ballistas together on her command. Ciri timed the moment when the monster sharks were about to hover at the top point and shouted, "Fire!" Bolts from the ballistas fixed to the ship pierced all the monsters that jumped out of the water. The Vikings were delighted with their catch of the day as they hauled the heavy shark carcasses to the ship. The sea dragon could not find words to describe what she saw, but the young man said that it was a success. Snow White Adenmaha asked the master, but the most important part was still left for them, wasn't it? A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that this was so, and thought about how strong the leader of these monsters was. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion declared that her warriors had rushed into celebration too early and needed to keep their eyes open. Ingrid said that the incredibly powerful leader of these shark monsters could appear at any moment. The girl added that he would definitely come to avenge his subordinates. The Vikings felt the weight of the loot caused the flying ship to tilt and begin to lose altitude. The sea god's Valkyrie took the helm to steady the ship, but it refused to obey. The girl realized that the steering wheel could not be turned. The flying vessel would inevitably lose altitude. The human king asked if there was some problem with Ingrid's smooth plan. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion explained that the ship had become too heavy to move. The girl realized that they couldn't unhook the captured monsters, because then the plan would fail. Ingrid stated that now all they could do was wait until the enemy attacked the flying ship. The Valkyrie of the god Njord ordered the legionnaires to prepare for battle. She cannot move the ship. Captain Ciri spotted the enemy. It was rapidly approaching on the starboard side of the flying vessel. A huge and unsightly shark jumped out of the water and flew towards the flying ship. The woman shouted that everyone should move away from the sides. The monster was about to overtake their falling ship. A moment later, the ship's side was rammed by a huge creature from the depths of the sea, which crushed part of the hull. The leader of the oversized sharks did not hesitate to tear out a piece of the deck to demonstrate his power. The Vikings screamed at the top top of their lungs that the ship was about to tip over. The beast was too heavy. Everyone understood that at this rate they would fall into the sea where they would have no chance of escaping the sharks. The warriors of Valhalla clung to the deck planks with everything they could just to stay on the ship. Some of the ballistas couldn't withstand the load and pulled the trapped carcasses of the monsters into the water, unwinding the chains. Ingrid tried to turn the jammed steering wheel to smooth out the ship's new balance. However, the flying ship of the Legion of the goddess Iduna was still listing to its damaged side. The Valhalla warriors chuckled nervously as they realized the ship was slowly beginning to right itself. The leader of the pumped-up monster sharks realized that he would not be able to pull the ship under the waters of the sea. The legionaries of the gods raised their weapons to attack the huge monster that attacked the ship. The Vikings noticed a strange glow near the horns of the unusual shark, which seemed to be preparing to attack. Bragi shouted that his comrades needed to hide behind him immediately. He would block the monster's attack. A dangerous creature from the depths of the sea has concentrated devastating power in its horns. A commander from the god Thor's legion activated the lightning-throwing Saga hammer to counter the shark's power. The man noticed that the leader of the monsters also used lightning powers, so they were compatible. Bragi decided that his hammer, charged with Saga's lightning, would absorb the enemy's attack and become stronger. The Vikings shouted that this was something incredible. The captain's weapon was absorbing the lightning of a huge monster. The man shouted that everything was going just fine and ordered all the warriors of Valhalla to rush into the attack. The legionaries of the gods joyfully shouted that they would finish off this creature in one fell swoop. The giant monster realized that his lightning power wasn't working, so he decided to deafen everyone with a scream. The warriors of Valhalla covered their ears to avoid being deafened by the scream of the leader of the shark monsters. Oliver and Adenmaha also tried to resist the scream, despite the distance to the flying ship. The legionnaires of the gods saw the giant monster turn around to leave the Viking ship. The monster lord decided not to fight the Valhalla warriors, as his attacks were controlled by Bragi. Hawk saw the huge monster jump from the deck and shouted that they couldn't miss it. Captain Ciri instantly figured out how she could stop the incredibly dangerous monster. The woman lifted the ballista projectile and activated the Saga. The witch's arrows always hit their target. The captain of the god Ulra's legion hurled a massive ballista bolt at the fleeing monster. The huge creature realized that it had been harpooned, but it had no plans to give up. Ciri shouted to her comrades that the ballista was broken and the chain would have to be held by hand. The warriors of Valhalla instantly grabbed the shackles of the overgrown shark with special powers. The steel chain was stretched to its limit, but the flying ship held the single shark freely. The Vikings tried to pull up the enormous monster, which was beyond the strength of even all the legionnaires. Captain Ciri shouted that Oliver Grandtiger must finish off the monster right now. The former esports athlete flew towards the taut chain to get closer to the dangerous monster. The leader of the shark monsters activated the power of lightning, and the force of the salt water shattered the metal of the chains. The boy asked his sea dragon to rush after the monster before it was too late. The snow-white Audenmaka returned to her form as a great creature and dived after the dangerous monster. The sea dragon quickly caught up with the wounded monster shark, which left a trail of blood behind it. The young man activated the Saga of the all-seeing dragon's eye and saw a plaque above the sea monster. The former cyber sportsman realized that they were fighting Karagul, who dispersed lightning. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna activated the Saga charge of the warrior sword of the warrior and summoned an explosive spear. Oliver Grandtiger aimed the snow-white Adenmaha straight at the monster to crush it. The sea dragon shouted that the monster was preparing to strike with lightning, but her master need not worry. Snow-white Adenmaha is confident that she can withstand even such a powerful attack. The young man shouted that they had more powerful lightning, so they wouldn't have to take the hit. The former esports athlete activated the Saga warrior's charge like a thunderstorm to enhance his weapon. Lightning disperser Karagul and the sea dragon rider closed in to finish the battle. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided not to take any risks and activated the dragon ballista Saga. Oliver Grandtiger managed to break through the powerful body of the huge monster. The young man activated the explosive spear's special ability to deliver the finishing blow to the monster. Snow-white Audenmaka noticed that Karagul's wounded body began to swell from incredible force. The water dragon exclaimed that her master possessed attacks with incredibly devastating power. Oliver Grandtiger assessed the enemy's condition with his saga and concluded that the battle was now over. The dragon shouted that now they needed to get out of here. She was surprised that the guy didn't break her neck. The young man apologized to Adanmaka and said that he should have used all his strength. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna added that he would immediately send the dragon to the camp and Hedda would patch her up. The former cyber sportsman froze because he saw the ghost of Garm behind the snow-white Adanmaka. Oliver Grandtiger shouted that the water dragon must swim away immediately. However, the hellhound Garm was more agile and grabbed the sea dragon with a death grip. The young man did not understand what the ghost of Garm had forgotten in such a place, or whether a fragment of his soul was somewhere nearby. A legionary of the goddess Iduna became afraid for the dragon under his command, which was wounded by a hellhound. The former esports athlete rushed after the snow-white Adanmaka as she fell to the bottom of the sea. The boy tried to catch up with the dragon he had tamed, but he wasn't fast enough. The young man couldn't keep up with the sea dragon, who had lost consciousness due to Garm's attack. Meanwhile, the ghost of the hellhound decided that he should not let go of the warrior of Valhalla. The former cyber sportsman realized that Garm would not let him near the snow-white Adanmaka. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna became angry and activated the improved saga charge of the warrior primordial weapon. Oliver Grandtiger summoned explosive heavy spear and shouted at Garm to get away. However, the hellhound rushed straight at the Valhalla warrior, who had just lost his subordinate dragon. The former esportsman managed to dodge the swift attack of Garm's ghost. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna activated divinity to confront the hellhound. Oliver Grandtiger rushed towards the ghost of the legendary creature to crush it. However, underwater combat was difficult for the warrior of Valhalla, so he let Garm pass behind him. The former esports athlete thought he had miscalculated. It was too dangerous to leave the enemy behind. The hellhound's body began to sink into a whirlpool that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The former esportsman realized that this power belonged to Snow-White Adanmaka. The young man asked if this was really the power of the sea dragon, but who was using it now? A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna rejoiced when he saw his dragon in human form. Snow-White Adanmaka said that she is in a lot of pain now, but she can't even lose consciousness. The guy felt relieved. It was due to the blessing of the goddess of eternal youth and life. Oliver Grandtiger said that his new saga did indeed temporarily make the dragon Iduna's Valkyrie. The young man stated that now they really needed to finish off the enemy once and for all. The boy strengthened the saga warrior's charge like a thunderstorm with his divinity and rushed at the enemy. Snow-White Adanmaka held back the ghost of the hellhound for a crushing attack on the master. The only warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna dealt his final blow to Garm's head. The young man decided that this was not enough, so he activated the special ability of the explosive spear. The former esports athlete literally tore apart the ghost of a hellhound that attacked them. Oliver Grandtiger looked closer and noticed the fragment of Garm's soul that Valhalla needed. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna picked up an unusual crystal to give it to the Valkyrie. King Sven ordered the defeated shark monsters to be displayed for the citizens of his kingdom to see. Now people could see for themselves that their wise king was able to cope with the monsters of the sea. The warriors of Valhalla themselves celebrated their victory by drinking and eating the best food in the kingdom. Captain Siri came to thank the ruler of these lands for the grand banquet in honor of their victory. The king said they were helping to reopen the closed sea route. It was the least he could do. Advisor Uwe noted that they were simply able to open a storage facility that had been closed to conserve supplies. The king noticed a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna, a hero who fought the monster one-on-one. Captain Siri saw the boy's confidence and thought that he was going to charm the king again. The young man thought that stories should not always be spread from the top to the bottom of society. The boy thought he had a surefire plan this time and handed the king a gold coin. Oliver Grandtiger stated that this is the coin that warriors use to pay in Valhalla. Sven and Ova were incredibly happy to be able to hold in their hands an object from the world of the gods. The former esports athlete stated that he was giving this coin to the king in exchange for the construction of the Temple of Iduna. Captain Siri said it was great. She didn't expect the guy to do something like that. The woman heard that Oliver Grandtiger was spending all his earnings on Vanaheim. Siri said that the warrior Iduna's contribution should bring great glory to his goddess of eternal youth. The captain of the god Ulra's legion joked that the boy wanted to raise a million-strong army for Iduna. The woman is completely confident that the goddess of eternal youth and life has chosen a faithful warrior. The young man drank some good wine and wondered if everything was all right with Isekai'd and MANHWA. The guy thought that he hadn't seen the main Valkyrie of his legion for a long time, and even missed her. Captain Siri noticed that Oliver had a distant look, as if he was thinking about something. The young man asked in response, "Isn't there someone the woman would miss? Maybe she would like to see Rolf." The captain of the god Ulra's legion said that Rolf is the one she truly cares about. The woman said that he was her little brother, and Oliver Grandtiger was taken aback when he heard this. Captain Siri explained that Rolf looked just like her real little brother. As the former e-sportsman fell onto his bed, he thought he really wanted to see Hedda. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that the Valkyrie had visited him before when he was on expeditions. The young man understands that the path to Midgard is not short, so Hedda will not be able to reach him. As Oliver Grandtiger fell asleep, a stranger hidden by a dark cloak entered his room. The unknown woman approached the guy who would single-handedly defeat the ghost of the hellhound Garm. The former e-sportsman opened his eyes and saw the space of his consciousness in front of him. The young man thought that this place seemed incredibly familiar to him. Could it really be another dream? Oliver Grandtiger heard a familiar voice off to the side, which confirmed that the boy was sleeping. Iduna said that she could not go to Midgard directly, so she used the method from Olympus. The young man bowed before his mistress, and she said that she had heard about a difficult battle in the mortal world. Iduna said that the young man's sea dragon returned wounded, and Hedda was very worried about the boy. Oliver Grandtiger asked if Isekai'd and MANHWA was all right, and the goddess nodded. The goddess of eternal youth stated that her Valkyrie had taken care of the sea dragon's wounds. The woman said that Isekai'd and MANHWA cried a lot, but no scars remained. Iduna said that everything was just wonderful with the dragon, and the guy said it was like a stone had been lifted from his soul. The goddess of eternal youth and life added that now they should discuss more serious things. Iduna stated that the gods were astonished that a fragment of Garm's soul was found in Midgard. The goddess said that there are traces of the Great War in Midgard as well, but noted the rarity of their manifestation. The woman stated that these must be exclusive places that are not so easy to find. Iduna said that Ingrid would probably notify everyone until tomorrow, but the expedition would be extended. The woman said that the boy would be sent to search for fragments of Garm's soul throughout the continent. The goddess said that the young man would have to move around with the fragment he had already obtained all this time. The goddess of eternal youth said that they still had time left, so they could return to cheerful topics. Iduna said she was very surprised at how many people suddenly shouted her name. The woman said that some of them had strong faith and asked what trick the young man had pulled. Oliver Grandtiger told the lady how he convinced King Sven to build a temple in her honor. The young man is sure that the people who had strong faith were King Sven himself, his advisor Ova, and the prophet. The former esports athlete is confident that Iduna's legion is only a matter of time before it grows. The goddess said that she had chosen the right warrior. Perhaps it was time to make another Valkyrie. Iduna said that she would prepare a wonderful reward for the young man when he returned from the expedition. Oliver Grandtiger thanked the goddess and added that the lady should also wait with impatience. The former esports athlete said he still has a few secret tricks up his sleeve for spreading the faith. The goddess of eternal youth and life thought that her only warrior was trying very hard for the good of the legion. Iduna, coming closer, said that her blessing would be upon the boy and kissed the young man on the forehead. The next day, in the port city of Katern on the main continent of Midgard, the following happened. The locals understood that this place, the greatest port city of the Kalix Sea, had always been a bait for enemies. It was for this reason that Katern was surrounded by a massive wall on all sides except the sea. Today, the greatest port city was attacked, so the king ordered the gates to be tightly closed. The common people living outside the walls of Katern asked to be let into the city to a safe place. The guards understood perfectly well that they could not open the gates before the attack of the enemy army. One of Katern's warriors could not take his eyes off the commoners who had suffered a difficult fate. Those crowded in front of the locked gates shouted that the guards were not human at all, since they refused to save them. The woman screamed in pleas to save at least her child's life. Were they really incapable of mercy? The guard's heart broke at the sight of the commoners grieving under the walls of Katern. The commander of the guard shouted that his warriors must maintain their composure and not look down. The man added that they could not open the gate under any circumstances. The common people saw that the army of enemies of the greatest port city had already appeared from behind the hills. People saw a real horde of zombies that were heading towards the strong walls of Katurn. The guards understood that the dead were victims of the most monstrous infection, the curse of Hela. The commander understood that the zombies would reach the walls faster than the panicking refugees could squeeze through the gates. The man knew that being bitten or dying at the hands of a dead person would make a person a leper as well. The commander of the guards admitted that he must protect the inhabitants of Katurn at any cost. One of the commoners shouted that they could take refuge in the sea. The dead certainly couldn't swim. The commander thought that such a decision would at least give the commoners a chance of survival. The man ordered the guards to prepare for battle. They must not let the zombies get close to the walls. The warriors of the greatest port city began loading ballistas to stop the enemy army. The guard commander ordered the guns to be trained on the horde of the dead. They would hold back the zombies at any cost. The guards noticed the rays of the sun breaking through and a swan descending towards the walls of the port city. One of Katurn's warriors asked the commander to look at the sky to see if he had really seen a swan. The commander of the guard saw that the swan stopped in front of him and majestically spread its wings. The man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the bird had transformed into a girl in the blink of an eye. Ingrid introduced herself as a Valkyrie from the legion of the god Njord and asked the name of the army commander, Katurn. The man understood that he was facing a Valkyrie, so he introduced himself as Boltan, Eric's son. Ingrid approached the commander of the guard of the great port city and ordered him to let the refugees in. The man objected, saying that commoners could be infected, but the Valkyrie said that he shouldn't worry. The people under the walls of Katurn noticed the Valkyrie and began to joyfully greet the messenger of Valhalla. Ingrid said the man was afraid of something that would not happen and shouted, "People should look up." A Valkyrie from the legion of the god Njord declared that a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna would save them all. The crowd saw Oliver Grandtiger riding a griffin, and they wondered if Iduna really had warriors. Ingrid thought that such a performance from the former e-sportsman should be enough for the people of Katurn. The boy thought that the Valkyrie was not indifferent to his pleas for help in spreading the faith. The young man raised the artifact found in the belly of the snake and said that now he was obliged to crush the dead. Idun's warrior activated the warrior's Charge Saga warrior's sword and summoned the glittering rune Fang. Oliver Grandtiger activated his flaming sword's ability to create flames. The boy pointed Rollo straight at the zombie horde, preparing to unleash his power on the assaulting army. People saw that the legionary of the goddess Iduna instantly set fire to all the dead walking on the walls of Katurn. A former esports athlete noticed a destroyed village from which refugees were fleeing. The young man told his griffin that he saw someone on the roof, among the ruins. Oliver Grandtiger decided it was his duty to save the survivors before they were infected with Hela's curse. The girl knight shouted to the surviving children that they should stand behind her. Meanwhile, the warriors of Valhalla jumped from the flying ship to finish off the remaining dead. The legionaries of the gods pounced on the zombies, who continued to march towards the walls of the great port city. The commander of the legion of the god Thor crushed the mindless dead with his heavy hammer. Captain Ciri fearlessly charged into the thick of things to set an example for the Ullr legionnaires. The former esports athlete ordered the tamed griffin to fly to the destroyed settlement. Meanwhile, the girl knight raised her shield to protect herself and the people behind her from the zombies. The girl was not afraid of the dead people who continued to climb onto the destroyed roof. The knight decided to wait for the right moment to deal with the dead in one fell swoop. When one of the zombies hit the shield, the girl went on the attack and cut off the head of the cursed Hela. The one defending those remaining in the destroyed village cut through the next dead man. The girl knight thought that she would not be able to hold out if no one came to her aid. Meanwhile, a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna told Rollo that he would have to use the saga. Oliver Grandtiger apologized because he was unaware of the effect this saga would have on a male being. The boy activated the saga warrior riding the Valkyrie to give the griffin incredible speed. The former esports athlete saw that Rollo was now temporarily the first male Valkyrie. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that everything will be fine. The main thing now is to get to the people's aid. The young man shouted to his griffin that the beast should warn him if something went wrong. Oliver Grantiger activated Saga Warrior Charge like a thunderstorm to increase his speed. The girl knight thought that her sword had become incredibly heavy, but she admitted that the zombies had not diminished. The defender thought that she could no longer fight because she had no more strength left. The girl realized that she was surrounded by zombies who wanted to attack her and the villagers. The risen dead rushed at once at the powerless knight. They realized that the girl was now defenseless. The protector of those remaining in the village realized that it was only a matter of time before she turned into a zombie. The girl knight lowered her weapon and thought that this was the end. She would not wait for reinforcements. The protector felt the heat of the fire near her and thought that it was the spread of Hela's curse. When the desperate defender decided to open her eyes, she saw a young man who drove away the zombies with flames. Oliver Grantiger activated the bright rune fang to increase the heat of his fire and burn the zombies. The girl knight thought that someone incredible had come to her aid at the very last moment. The protector of children examined the extraordinary beauty of the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The former cyber athlete continued to look at the bright flame of his sword, wanting to make sure of victory. The girl decided that God himself had come to her rescue because he suddenly descended to her straight from heaven. Having confirmed the defeat of the dead, the boy turned around and asked if the villagers and the knight were okay. Oliver Grantiger asked the survivors to climb onto the back of a griffin. He would take them to the wall of Cthulhu. The girl noticed that the warrior who saved her was in no hurry to climb onto his own griffin. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna told Rollo to take off, but the girl asked if the boy would not fly. The young man declared that everything would be fine with him because he was a warrior of Valhalla, serving the goddess of youth. Oliver Grantiger said that Iduna's blessing would be upon the rescued and ordered Rollo to fly away. The griffin flapped its powerful wings and rose into the air, which frightened the girl knight. The protector of the children shouted that they would wait for their savior at the walls of the great port city. The young man watched the knight and the last survivors of this small, ruined village. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided that now was the time to return to the rest of the warriors of Valhalla. The former e-sportsman looked around and noticed the remaining dead wandering around the settlement. Meanwhile, the refugees, having witnessed the miracles of the warriors of Valhalla, entered the city without panic. The battle with the zombie horde ended earlier than expected, and the number of fallen dead was countless. The Vikings understood that their opponents only knew how to attack, but they were not real warriors. Ciri met a warrior of the goddess Iduna, who returned only some time after the battle. The woman said they were fine, but the long absence of someone had caused a commotion. The young man said that he did not expect anything else from his comrades. After all, they were warriors of average level. The boy warned Captain Ciri that he needed to go get his griffin. The guards on the walls noticed their hero, the warrior of the goddess Iduna, and began to praise him. The boy realized that his plan had been a success. Now even the great port city knew about the goddess Iduna. The young man decided to remain calm, so as not to appear like some kind of eccentric in the eyes of the warriors of Midgard. The guards were surprised that Oliver Grantiger jumped onto the wall of their city in one fell swoop. The former e-sportsman immediately went to his griffin and the people he had saved. The girl knight noticed her savior, who was confidently walking towards her. Oliver Grantiger noted that everything was now safe. The warriors of Valhalla had repelled the attack of the dead. The girl bowed down and said that all this was thanks to the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The knight introduced herself as Helga, Ivar's daughter, and called the rescued children her brothers and sister. The guards of the Cthulhu wall were surprised that the daughter of Ivar, the king of a neighboring state, was there. The legionary of the goddess Iduna activated the saga of the Eye of the All-Seeing Dragon to confirm what he had heard. The young man saw a plaque above the girl with the name and title of the princess of the kingdom of Cthulhu. The boy remembered Ciri's words, who said that the kingdom of Cthulhu had strained relations with Cthulhu. The former e-sportsman smiled and thought that royal blood will always be royal blood. The warrior of the goddess of eternal youth decided that he had a chance to make the faith in Iduna the state religion. Everyone who knew Oliver understood that the young man was once again mired in his illusions of an ideal world. The princess of the neighboring kingdom thought that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. That evening, King Cthulhu decided to interrogate Princess Cthulhu. The warriors of Valhalla were invited into the interrogation hall as an independent divine party. Ketil, the king of the kingdom of Katurn, decided to personally interrogate the daughter of a state that was unfriendly to them. The man who ruled the great port city asked what brought the princess of Kataron to their land. The girl said that when her father was on an expedition, something terrible happened and they had to flee. King Katurna asked if Princess Helga really recognized Katarin as the source of a terrible infection. The man thought that his enemies got what they deserved, and now their offspring are in his city. The king of the great port city personally confirmed that the rumors were true about Helga's figure. Ketil thought that his enemy's daughter was simply magnificent, and the man decided to cherish her with all his heart. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that even without Saga, he understood what King Katurna was thinking. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion asked Helga where King Ivar's army was. The princess replied that the news had already reached her father, so he had to return to the capital. The guard commander noted that the girl would have to cross the affected area to return home. Valkyrie said they have a flying ship, so crossing the kill zone won't be a problem. Oliver Grand Tiger said that Princess Helga and her relatives were going with them. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna looked at the king, wondering if he would dare to object to a warrior of Valhalla. However, the king of the great port city did not even think of entering into a squabble with the goddess's messenger. The princess of the neighboring state said that she was very grateful for Oliver Grand Tiger's decision. After some time, the warriors of Valhalla were already boarding the flying ship of Lady Iduna. The Valkyrie of the god Njord asked King Ketil to take care of the refugees. After all, they are people of Midgard. The man agreed with Ingrid's words and said that he would immediately take care of this. The warriors of Valhalla understood that they were now obliged to find the source of Midgard's infection. The brothers and sister of the princess of the kingdom of Kataron marveled at the views from the flying ship. The princess herself found a common language with Captain Siri from the legion of the god Ullr. After some time, Helga's younger brothers and sister fell asleep, and it was late at night. Captain Siri was glad to put the little children to bed. It reminded her of her little brother. A woman from the legion of the god Ullr carefully sheltered Gudmund, Gudrida, and Eric. Siri walked up to the deck of the ship and noticed Princess Katarin, who was looking thoughtfully into the distance. Helga noticed a captain from the legion of the god Ullr, and the woman asked what was eating the princess of Katarin. The girl sighed and admitted that she was worried about the people they left behind in Katurna. Helga, King Ivar's daughter, added that they essentially abandoned about 1,000 people and simply ran away. Captain Siri noted that the girl's experiences were quite natural, although it was already impossible to change anything. Braki exclaimed that everything was fine. Even if the girl had stayed, she would not have been able to help the refugees. The man was convinced that it was much more important to end the disaster and give people the opportunity to return home. A captain from the legion of the god Thor stated that King Ketil would try to return the refugees as soon as possible. Siri was surprised by the man's talkativeness, and he stated that he had been the king's son-in-law in life. Helga thanked the warriors of Valhalla for their support and asked if they were also legionnaires of the goddess Iduna. Captains Thora and Ulra exchanged glances, not understanding why the princess of the kingdom of Kataron thought so. Helga, King Ivar's daughter, asked why Braki and Siri suddenly burst out laughing. The next morning, the flying ship of the Valhalla warriors reached Ivar's military camp. The king of Katarin introduced himself as the son of Grim and greeted the Vikings from the legions of the gods. Ingrid introduced herself as Njord's Valkyrie and thanked them for the welcome, after which she suggested getting down to business. Ivar said he deployed his troops as soon as he learned of Hela's curse spreading. The king and the Valkyrie agreed that this curse was not very contagious. The main thing was not to expose oneself to attack. The army of the kingdom of Katarin could not believe their eyes when a warrior on a griffin appeared before them. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna raised the banner of his mistress before all the soldiers of King Ivar. Valkyrie of the god Njord asked if they were leaving right now, and Oliver Grand Tiger confirmed it. The commander of the Valhalla warriors decided that in this case, she needed to raise the soldiers' morale. Ingrid shouted that they would free these lands in the name of Asgard and all 9 worlds. The army of the kingdom of Katarin and the legionaries of the gods raised their weapons and repeated the cry of the Valkyrie. The king of Kataron led his warriors to storm the city infected with Hela's curse. Many warriors could not contain their joy at the sight of Oliver Grantiger flying on a griffin. The young man told his mentor that from above he could clearly see the battles taking place in the city. The guy thought that this city was located near a great river. It was open to attack from all sides. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that the warriors of Valhalla and King Ivar would drive the dead back to the forest. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion shouted that they would first clear a path in the infected city. The girl led the legionnaires of the gods through the streets of the city on the banks of the great river flowing into the sea. The warriors of Valhalla began to crush the dead, afflicted by Hela's dangerous curse. Meanwhile, Ivar ordered his army not to miss a single zombie. They will cleanse this city. The soldiers pointed their spears at the dead, trying to drive them out of the city towards the winter forest. The soldiers of the king from Midgard shouted that the sky was covered with dark clouds. Could this really be someone's magic? Some of the legionaries of the gods recognized in the sudden clouds the black magic of dangerous monsters, the Stragos. The Vikings cried out in horror that this city was teeming not only with the dead, but also with vampires that had flooded the streets. The warriors of Midgard had no idea how to fight such powerful enemies. The king of Katara noticed that the monsters were retreating and ordered his troops to drive the dead towards the forest. A legionary of the goddess Iduna saw how the soldiers of the king of these lands drove the dead beyond the city walls. The young man thought that he needed to hurry because according to Ingrid's plan, it was he who would crush the dead. Oliver asked Cuchulainn if the winter forest had always been so close to the city. The mentor of the legionary of the goddess Iduna declared that this could not be. The entire forest had moved towards the city. The ghost of the Prince of Light added that the winter forest behaves like a living organism as it approaches the city. The king of Kataran said that his army had defeated countless enemies, but what about the forest? Ivar ordered the army to retreat behind the city walls. He admitted that he did not know what to do with the advancing forest. The warriors from the mortal world immediately obeyed the ruler's order and returned to the city. The legionaries of the gods slowed their pace when they saw that their new enemy was the trees of the winter forest. The men decided that they simply had to crush the unknown creature that controlled the forest. The captain of the legion of the god Thor noticed that all the warriors of Valhalla suddenly had the same thoughts. One of the legionnaires shouted that at such moments it was necessary to take the initiative and carry out the massacre. The Valkyrie from the legion of the god Njord ordered her warriors to attack. The forest must not reach the city. The warriors of Valhalla prepared to fight the massive trees of the centuries-old forest. The Vikings flew into the forest thicket and divided into squads to cut down trees in all directions. The legionnaires of the gods decided that now was the time to test the power of their new sagas. The warriors of Valhalla were quite effective in chopping up the walking trees into small pieces. The guards shouted that the winter forest was falling apart. They had never seen anything like it, even in their dreams. The king of Kataran said it was simply amazing. Now he saw the true power of the warriors of Valhalla. Oliver Grantiger said he couldn't just stand by and watch others fight. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna called upon Snow White Adenmaha to crush the trees. The army of the king of Midgard saw a huge sea dragon crash into the winter forest. The entity subordinate to the former cyber sportsman wondered why it had been summoned to such a place. Oliver Grandiger ordered Snow White Adenmaha to join the warriors of Valhalla. The young man added that she must destroy all the trees in this forest. Not a single bush should remain here. Someone from the mortal army pointed towards the moving forest and shouted that something devilish was happening there. King Ivar's army couldn't believe their eyes when a dragon appeared above the treetops. Snow White Adenmaka felled trees on the orders of her master and was indignant that this was damn unfair. A Valkyrie of the Northern Legion rose to Oliver Grandtiger to tell him something important. Ingrid stated that somewhere in this forest there is another fragment of the soul of the hellhound Garm. The girl added that they must immediately find the fragment, and the guy understood what needed to be done. The young man activated the saga of the all-seeing dragon's eye and instantly determined where the crystal was. The former cyber sportsman shouted that he saw something in the distance. This energy was just like Garm's. A warrior from the legion of the goddess of eternal youth and life said that he would go first. Oliver Grantiger called out to his sea dragon. He had a new task for her. The former esports athlete asked Snow White Adenmaka to climb onto the back of a griffin. The sea dragon immediately obeyed her master, just so as not to leave the trees in the dust. Snow White Adenmaka changed her appearance to human in order to fit on the back of a griffin. The sea dragon told her master that if the goal was to stop the forest, there was another way. The dragon girl suggested her own way to deal with the forest that was inexorably encroaching on the city. Snow White Adenmaha said that she could use the river that flowed nearby. Oliver Grantiger asked if the sea dragon's power would affect river water. The dragon girl declared that this river flows into the ocean and activated her magical power. All the warriors saw how huge waves crashed onto the trees of the advancing forest. The former esports athlete saw that Snow White Adenmaka's plan had worked well on the unknown monster. Oliver Grantiger praised his dragon and said that the forest was indeed retreating from the city's borders. The sea dragon felt weak due to using too much power. Snow White Adenmaka said that she was very tired and asked permission to rest. Iduna's legionnaire objected. She had already started helping him, which meant that the situation needed to be pressed to the end. The sea dragon said that her master was a very mean person since he forced her to do hard labor. Oliver Grantiger ordered Snow White Adenmaha to cut down as many surviving trees as possible. The young man told the Valkyrie that he had identified the location where the fragment of Garm's soul was located. The guide declared that the huge red tree must be the core of the moving winter forest. The former esports athlete noted that the forest core is not going to allow outsiders to approach. Rollo only just managed to dodge the incredibly fast and powerful redwood vines. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna directed his griffin between the vines that shot at them. Oliver Grantiger realized that it was almost impossible to reach the core of the winter forest by air. Captain Siri noticed the young man's flight among the monster's dangerous vines in time and rushed to help. The Wolf Witch shouted at the former esports athlete to climb onto her back. A woman from the Legion of the god Ular is confident that she has a better chance of getting through the redwood vines. Oliver Grantiger spotted Captain Siri and shouted that she had arrived just in time. The former esports athlete returned his griffin to base and jumped straight onto the back of the Wolf Witch. The captain of the Legion of the god Ulra shouted that they would run to the tree at full speed. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna came to the conclusion that the best solution would be to cut down the tree. Oliver Grantiger activated the Warrior's Charge Saga Warrior's Sword to summon the Winter Wolf Sword. The Wolf Witch reached the huge tree, allowing the former esportsman to strike. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna tried to plunge the blade of his sword as deep as possible into the trunk. Captain Siri ran along the roots of a red tree, causing the boy's sword to cut through the trunk like butter. A moment later, the forest core was in free fall, nothing more protecting Garm's soul fragment. Oliver Grantiger shouted that he had managed to cut down this colossus. All that was left was to defeat the Hellhound. Everyone saw how a giant red tree fell onto the stopped winter forest. The young man noticed a fragment that was emitting incredible power. Everything happened as before. The Northern Legion Valkyrie rushed after the Hellhound's soul fragment before it could be reborn. The guy decided that the girl from the Legion of the god Njord definitely knew what she was doing. Oliver Grantiger saw that Ingrid had hesitated too long. Garm's ghost had already risen behind her. The former esports athlete shouted for the Valkyrie to hurry because the spirit of the Hellhound was already behind her. Ingrid picked up the magic crystal that contained a piece of the Hellhound's soul. Garm noticed that the fragment with his soul had fallen into the hands of a warrior of Valhalla. This was a big problem. The legendary monster rushed towards the sea god's Valkyrie to thwart her plan. Oliver Grantiger shouted at Ingrid to keep going. Garm was too dangerous an opponent. Meanwhile, an unknown person watched what was happening on the battlefield from the walls of the fortress city. Tyrant Brez watched the chaos of the battle closely, waiting for the best moment to intervene. The Fomorian ruler noticed that the Hellhound Garm had awakened and was about to attack Ingrid. Valkyrie of the god Njord's Legion activated divinity to seal the fragment's power. The girl's overwhelming power instantly paralyzed the movements of the legendary beast's spirit. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna saw that Ingrid managed to seal Garm's soul at the very last moment. The young man exclaimed that the spirit of the hellhound simply disappeared into thin air. It was simply amazing. Valkyrie of the Sea God's Legion said that Oliver Grandtiger did a great job. King Katarin's army cried out joyfully that the winter forest was no longer approaching the walls of their city. Ivar, son of Grim, said that it was a truly crazy battle. The warriors of Valhalla exceeded all expectations. The legionaries of the gods were glad that they had managed to hold back the advance of the winter forest. The former esports athlete thanked his comrades who helped him in this battle. Tyrant Brez said that now was the time to show himself, for his enemies were intoxicated with their victory. The Fomorian ruler shouted that the Vikings' defense was now at its weakest and ordered his subordinate to attack. The Valkyrie from the legion of the god Njord realized that a rather powerful enemy was approaching her. Oliver Grantger and Captain Siri saw that the unknown person was raining blows on Ingrid. It seemed to a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna that a strange lightning bolt fell on the Valkyrie. The young man turned cold. The Valkyrie of the sea god lost consciousness, unable to withstand the crushing blows of the unknown. A former esports athlete spotted an incredibly powerful Fomorian, and it was he who beat up Ingrid. Oliver Grandtiger shouted, hoping that Ingrid would hear him. She had to get out of here immediately. The legionnaire of the goddess, Isekai'd, Maidon's Anidjani, activated the saga charge of the warrior's sword to summon the sword of the winter wolf. The Fomorian who attacked the Valkyrie saw the guy who expected to defeat him. The unknown one pointed his snake tail towards the approaching Valhalla warrior. The young man remembered Regenerator Marcus, but this opponent was superior to him in every way. The guy didn't dare block the snake released towards him, but instead deftly dodged it. The powerful Fomorian instantly turned its tail to strike Oliver Grandtiger in the back. This time, the former esports athlete blocked the snake's attack because he didn't have time to find a better solution. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that the power of this snake tail was simply incredible. What was it anyway? Captain Siri rushed to the former esports athlete to support him in a difficult battle. Captain Braki ordered the warriors of Valhalla to protect the Valkyrie of the god Njord from a dangerous monster. The subordinate of Tyrant Brez saw that the legionaries of the gods surrounded him, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. The powerful Fomorian noticed that the Valkyrie was still alive, even after his crushing blow. The unknown man remembered the words of the master who ordered him to get rid of Ingrid first of all. The legionaries of the gods shouted their cry and rushed to attack the incredibly powerful monster, Brez. The unknown decided that he should not waste time on trifles and activated his special ability. Cuchulainn noticed the unusual behavior of the Vikings' enemy and warned Oliver Grandtiger. The Prince of Light shouted that the former cybersportsman should close his eyes and not look at the Fomorian. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna obeyed his mentor without hesitation and avoided the magical spell. The other legionaries of the gods were unable to hear the voice of the invisible hero from the destroyed world of Iryu. The warriors of Valhalla felt an unimaginable pressure that instantly paralyzed their bodies. The young man noticed that almost all of his comrades had fallen to the ground, having lost all their strength. The Vikings who remained standing admitted that they were paralyzed and completely unable to move. The former e-sportsman was stunned, trying to comprehend what had just happened to his comrades. Sent by Tyrant Breeze, he decided that he must immediately finish off the Valkyrie of the Sea God. The powerful Fomorian leaped into the air to gain height and deliver a killing blow to Ingrid. The one who decided to finish off the Valkyrie, on the orders of his master, rose to an incredible height. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna thought that this creature was attacking Ingrid again. Something had to be done. Tyrant Brez's subordinate targeted the Northern Legion's Valkyrie to finish her off. Oliver Grandtiger instinctively rushed to Ingrid. He simply could not let her die. The young man realized that he wouldn't have time to carry the girl to a safe place, so he covered her with his body. The man who attacked the Valkyrie thought that this warrior was simply a fool for shielding his dying comrade with his body. Snow White Adenmaka shouted, "Is her master really serious? He doesn't think about the others at all." At the very last moment, the sea dragon shot down the Fomorian, who was almost on target. The unknown man recognized the creature that attacked him as his master's slave. But why was she protecting the Viking? The youth noticed that the threat had passed, but realized that Maha was too weak to fight the Fomorian. The warriors of Valhalla screamed that they could move again, their paralysis gone, as if it had never been there. Some of the gods' legionaries were still exhausted, but they did not even think of giving up. Oliver activated the magic stone from Eru and shouted that his dragon should return to camp. Snow White Adenmaha said that the former e-sportsman should be careful with this Fomorian. The Vikings' enemy looked at the new Dragon Lord and thought that it was not only the Valkyrie who was to be feared. The man remembered that Tyrant Brees was consumed with rage when he learned that Adenmaha no longer obeyed him. A warrior from the Legion of the Goddess of Eternal Youth and Life stood up to protect the exhausted Valkyrie. Captain of the god, Thor ordered Harival to take care of Ingrid. She must be safe. The former esports athlete saw that this Fomorian had no title, only a nameplate. Oliver Grantiger thought that this Balzac was a pretty strong opponent. It would be difficult with him. However, a warrior from the Legion of the Goddess Iduna decided that the Giant of Strength was a more terrifying opponent. Tyrant Bress clenched his fist until it cracked. Those bastards had slipped away from Skadi and taken Adenmaha from him. The ruler of the Fomorians shouted a new order to Balzac in a rage. He must kill all the legionnaires. The powerful Fomorian heard his master's new order, so he decided to start with Oliver Grantiger. Balzac understood perfectly well that this young man was not a simple warrior of Valhalla. He knew something about his powers. The heir to the ruined world realized that this Fomorian would not retreat until one of them died. Tyrant Brees recalled feeling a wild rage when he learned of Medac's death and Adenmaha's betrayal. The Fomorian ruler admitted that even after this, he remained waiting for the moment to attack. The man then decided that a fragment of the soul of the hellhound Garm could help him in his revenge. Bress knew that after Harold's death, the giants wanted to take the vacant place of Utgard Loki's finger. The man offered to get the two fragments from the giants in order to surpass Harold and rise in rank. Tyrant Bress thought that this brainless idiot, Balzac, was the first to agree to become his faithful pawn. The ruler of the Fomorians decided that with the help of this powerful warrior, he would crush the legionnaires. The warriors of Valhalla raised their weapons to resist the god Njord, who had attacked the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Harival and 3 other strong legionnaires hid in the winter forest with the wounded Ingrid. The man said he had a very bad feeling and needed to find a safe place as soon as possible. Those following Commander Braki's orders saw ordinary Fomorians pouring out on them. Harival shouted, "When did they manage to appear here? Was this forest really teeming with these creatures?" The man asked his comrades to clear the way from this little thing. They must protect the Valkyrie. Enslaved by the tyrant, Bress ordered the warriors of Valhalla to give him the Valkyrie and the Shard of Garm. Balzac declared that the legionnaires would die without pain if they immediately obeyed his word. Oliver Grantiger shouted that the ferocious Fomorian had only made him laugh with such an order. The legionary of the goddess Iduna added that among the warriors of Valhalla, there are no cowards capable of such a thing. The Vikings combined their sagas and simultaneously attacked the dangerous monster that came on Brez's orders. The giant, subordinate to the ruler of the Fomorians, thought that this guy was one of the fast warriors. However, Balzac easily dodged Oliver Grantiger's attack, enhanced by his best saga. The young man saw that the monster had dodged and admitted that the man was too fast for his body. The legionaries of the gods, led by a captain from the Legion of the god Thor, attacked Balzac. However, the man swung his powerful tail and knocked down most of those who attacked him. The Skald champion realized he was about to be knocked unconscious by the blow from the monster subservient to Tyrant Bre. The giant, carrying out the orders of the ruler of the Fomorians, threw the warriors of Valhalla away from himself. Balzac decided to move a little further away from the warriors of Valhalla in order to gain complete control over the battle. The warriors from the legions of gods saw that the man had stopped nearby. He was clearly planning something. The captain of the god Thor cursed because he could not imagine how to fight the man. The giant, subordinate to Tyrant Breeze, decided that now was the time to activate a special power. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna shouted that his comrades must close their eyes immediately. The Vikings obeyed the demand of the young man, who certainly knew how to withstand the enemy's strength. The comrades thanked Oliver Grantiger for telling them how to resist Balzac. The man thought that his favorite trick would no longer work on the warriors of Valhalla. Captain Ciri suggested that the others attack the snake-tailed monster while she distracted it. The warriors from the legions of gods looked at each other and thought about how she could distract the enemy in her state. A woman from the legion of the god Ullr decided that now was the time to take advantage of the new saga. Ciri activated the saga. She is beautiful and noble, the only flower that blossomed on the battlefield. Balzac, the Fomorian king's subordinate, felt he couldn't take his eyes off the woman. The warriors of Valhalla couldn't believe their eyes. Had Captain Ciri really always been so beautiful? A woman from the legion of the god Ullr called her comrades idiots who were wasting precious time. Bragi instantly came to his senses and raised his weapon, calling on his comrades to follow him into the attack. The commander of the god of thunder and lightning legion activated the saga with the proud name Son of God. The warrior's comrade, who had rushed forward, supported him with his saga, "The Kraken will no longer see its limbs." Another Viking followed the commander and activated the saga. With one blow, he will split it into two sources. The first to follow Bragi cut off the powerful snake tail of the giant who was carrying out Bree's order. The second Viking slammed his sword into the powerful Fomorian's stomach to knock the wind out of him. By this point, the Skald champion had already charged his hammer with lightning power and rushed at Balzac. The man unleashed a blow of incredible power on Tyrant Bress's subordinate, crushing him. The giant, who thought he could easily deal with the warriors of Valhalla, lost his balance. A captain from the legion of the god Thor shouted to the warrior of the goddess Iduna that it was time for him to leave. The young man activated the warrior's charge saga like a thunderstorm and instantly appeared above the enemy. The former esports athlete decided that this was the perfect opportunity to finish off a dangerous enemy. Everyone who watched the battle saw an incredible explosion that occurred due to the guy's attack. However, the boy noticed that his attack, concentrated in his blade, did not bring much success. The powerful Fomorian serving Tyrant Bress managed to turn his head away to avoid losing it. The young man realized that his opponent's snaketail had already recovered after being cut off. Oliver Grantiger barely managed to jump back, dodging Balzac's sudden and powerful blow. The former esports athlete realized that he would have to resort to a completely different tactic. The warriors of Valhalla were surprised that this monster really had such a strong ability to restore limbs. The Fomorian warrior thought that Tyrant Bress had greatly underestimated his opponents. Some of the legionaries of the gods said that this was madness. Was the power of their sagas not enough for victory? Bragi shouted that he would tear this monster to pieces before it had time to recover. The warriors of Valhalla noticed that the man who attacked the Valkyrie quickly closed the distance. The giant, enslaved by Tyrant Breeze, decided to get rid of the most useless ones first. The Fomorian warrior shattered the Viking's shield with one crushing blow and sent him flying. The legionnaires of the gods noticed how their comrade flew back a good dozen meters from Balzac's kick. The man became frightened because he lost sight of the dangerous opponent. The Fomorian warrior easily knocked down the Valhalla warrior and pressed him into the solid ground. Captain Bragi was not about to suffer any more casualties, so he brought his hammer down on the powerful Fomorian. The Skald champion realized that his blow had failed to deal any damage to Tyrant Bress's subordinate. Balzac counterattacked, deciding to finish off the Viking, who was just getting in the way. The captain of the god Thor's legion realized that they had been faced with an enemy whose power was beyond all reason. Oliver Grantiger realized how strong their opponent was when he dealt with Bragi with one blow. Balzac had no intention of stopping. He decided to literally riddle Captain Thor with blows. The former esports player couldn't stand to watch his friend being beaten, so he decided to intervene. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna rushed at the enemy and ordered him to stop immediately. The Fomorian lord's subordinate easily dodged the boy's direct attack. Oliver Grantiger decided that he must take this battle into his own hands immediately. The warrior of the god Thor collapsed to the ground, his body aching with dull pain. He could no longer move. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna declared that it was now his turn to attack. The giant, enslaved by Breeze, decided that the guy was trying to bluff because the Vikings had already lost. However, the former esports athlete was in no hurry to give up, as he still hadn't revealed his trump cards. Balzac decided that now it was time to crush the strongest of the group of Valhalla warriors. Oliver Grantiger thought that now would be a good time to use the G-Bolg. The Fomorian warrior rushed at the youth, hoping to crush him with countless blows. The boy activated the Saga warrior charge like a thunderstorm and rushed between the man's fists. The former esports athlete ducked under the giant to strike from his opponent's blind spot. The man realized his mistake. The Valhalla warrior was too fast and simply bypassed his attack. Balzac twisted his snake tail to protect his body from the dangerous attack of the warrior of the goddess Iduna. The giant-serving tyrant Brez pointed the sharp fangs of his tail at the legionary of the goddess of youth. Oliver Grentiger saw that one of his comrades had driven the dangerous serpent back to Balzac. The former esports athlete thanked Captain Siri for his first-class support. A woman from the legion of the god Uller shouted that the enemy was ahead of them, and they needed to pin him down. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna shouted that he completely agreed with Siri. He needed to be crushed. The Fomorian warrior wondered if a real battle was about to begin, and the Vikings would give it their all. However, to the surprise of the servant of Tyrant Braze, Oliver Grandtiger turned his back on him and ran. The giant, enslaved by Brez, decided that the young man had trampled into the dirt all the victims of his comrades. A captain from the Legion of God Ulra activated the Witchwolf Saga to change her appearance. The former esports athlete jumped onto his comrade's back to use more powerful sagas. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna shouted that he would put all his strength into the next blow. The young man thought that he had burned up all his strength in the battle with the Kraken, which is why Gaybog was now unavailable. The boy decided that he would gather all his divinity into the blade of his sword to crush his only enemy. The giant serving the ruler of the Fomorians saw that Oliver Grandtiger's aura had become more powerful. The Fomorian warrior decided that he could not simply ignore such changes in his enemy. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna activated the Saga warrior's charge like a thunderstorm. The Witchwolf's rider and the powerful Fomorian were in no hurry to attack, each waiting for the other to make a mistake. The man enslaved by Tyrant Bress realized that the Viking silhouette had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The giant wondered what this unimaginable speed was that even he could not keep up with. At that moment, the young man had already prepared for the decisive attack and aimed his sword at the enemy's neck. The warrior of the goddess of eternal youth and life released all the divinity available to him to strengthen the blow. However, the Fomorian warrior turned around and saw a rider rapidly approaching. Oliver Grandtiger brought his divine charged sword down on the powerful enemy. Balzac, hoping to change the trajectory of the former esportsman's sword, threw his snake under the blade. The warrior from the Legion of the goddess of eternal youth and life understood that some snake would not stop his sword. The giant realized that his tail was no match for the sword imbued with divinity. The former esportsman decided that he had to see this attack through to the end. The giant must not survive. Balzac tried to cover his neck from the fatal blow of a warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna. Oliver Grandtiger stopped behind his enemy, knowing he had done all he could. The next moment, the Tyrant Breeze monster realized that his hands had been cut off by the former esportsman. The Fomorian warrior realized that the Valhalla warrior's sword could not cut his powerful neck. The heir to the ruined world, Eriu, lost his last strength without having crushed the giant Bress. The young man looked back and was dumbfounded because he saw his opponent with a practically undamaged neck. The warrior's mentor from the Legion of the goddess Iduna shouted at Oliver Grandtiger to leave immediately. However, the former cyber athlete was completely unable to move. His body did not obey his commands. The wolf witch clung to the giant to prevent him from striking the exhausted youth. The man easily threw the captain of the Legion of the god Uller aside so that she would not get in the way. The former esportsman was well aware that he would have to take a blow from the Fomorian warrior. The giant brought down a crushing blow on the boy, trying to drive the exhausted man into the rocky ground. The young man felt incredible pain, but Iduna's blessing did not allow him to die. The man was surprised when he noticed the weak breathing of the Valhalla warrior. The young man withstood his blow. The giant, who wanted to become one of Utgard Loki's fingers, decided that he had to finish off this brat. The giant, enslaved by the Fomorian lord, activated a special power to strengthen himself. Everyone who watched this fierce battle saw how the appearance of the huge monster changed. The ghost of the Prince of Light begged the heir of the ruined world to rise. He must not die here. The young man cursed and thought that his body was completely unresponsive. Had he really become that weak? The guy decided that he could not hope for a divine miracle again. Now everything was different. The giant, who had transformed into a reptilian, jumped up to fall on Oliver from above. The monster directed all its available strength into the hand with which it was going to take the boy's life. A terrifying monster grew dozens of snakes from a severed limb to turn into weapons. The former esports athlete tried to gather his strength and get up to avoid the blow. However, the monster had already picked up speed, aiming its magic-infused limb at the boy. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna stood up and decided that this time he would perform a miracle himself. The young man saw that the giant snake was already flying towards him, bearing its razor-sharp fangs. The warriors rescuing the Valkyrie from the legion of the god Njord looked back because they heard an incredible roar. Haraval shouted, "What is going on there now? This incredible explosion is capable of finishing off anyone." The warriors of the kingdom of Katarin shuddered as they felt a thick wave of wind. The soldiers of Midgard and King Ivar feared for the lives of the warriors of Valhalla who were defending their city from the monsters. Princess Katarin is confident that the warrior of the goddess Iduna must cope, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Belzak saw the incredible destruction he had managed to cause to the place. The Fomorian warrior decided that now only small fry remained, which would definitely not be a problem. Suddenly the man felt a strange force coming from the side. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived for the Vikings? The giant realized that this was not Valhalla's reinforcements at all. Oliver stood before him, completely unharmed. Cuchulain exclaimed that this could not be. Why did the former cyber athlete hide this power? The one who had agreed to the deal with the Fomorian lord realized that the young man had only now shown his strength. The strongest warrior, Ariu, asked what kind of restriction the boy had imposed on himself to obtain this power. The Prince of Light quickly realized that the source of such power was some powerful Geis. The boy's mentor knew that Ariu's warriors received power for which they paid with something of equal value. Cuchulain knew full well that Oliver had created a new Geis, the first since the fall of Ariu. The ghost of the legendary warrior wondered what the promise of the boy who received such power was. The former esports athlete knows that his Geis briefly enhances his divinity. The warrior of Yuna explained to the mentor that in exchange he would not be able to use the power of divinity for 15 days. Cuchulain was surprised because he had never heard of Geis making such a condition. The young man admitted that he was still holding back Geis's power as he still had no control over its strength. The Viking King's apprentice has achieved what Ragnar Lothbrok himself dreamed of, the level of the legendary saga. The giant, dreaming of taking the place of the deceased giant of power, saw the transformation of the young man. Oliver Grandtiger activated the legendary saga named after him, Warrior of the Goddess of Life. The young man realized that his synchronization with the immortal warrior Callister had increased significantly. The giant-serving tyrant Brass activated his power to take on the form of a powerful reptilian. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna felt that he was now filled with incredible power. A huge monster, taking the form of a serpent, rushed at the warrior of Valhalla to crush him. Oliver Grandiger tried to concentrate to find the perfect moment to attack. The boy saw before him the bright image of the goddess of eternal youth and life, who called him a hero. The young man instantly realized that he was now fully prepared to fight the powerful giant. The former esports athlete jumped up and cut off the giant monster's arm with one movement. The giant, dreaming of taking Harold's place, realized that the boy's speed and power had increased significantly. Oliver Grantiger thought that he should not hesitate. The action of his legendary saga was not unlimited. The young man noticed that the brute's limbs regenerated much faster in this form. The guy decided that he had to hit this monster so hard that his body couldn't cope with recovery. The former esports athlete activated the warrior's charge, Saga Warrior's Sword, to summon explosive spear. The young man wondered if he would be able to hit the enemy with such a huge spear. The captain of the Legion of the god Thor rose to the battle. He saw perfectly well that Oliver needed help. Braki also realized that in his current state he would not be able to provide adequate support to the guy. So the captain of the god Thor's legion threw his hammer at the reptilian to get his attention. The giant dodged the thrown weapon and thought that Braki looked like a cornered animal. This time was enough for a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna to get close to the giant monster. The former esports athlete shouted to himself that now was the time to step up and crush the giant. However, the brute enslaved by Tyrant Breeze activated his paralyzing gaze. The guy who activated the legendary saga realized that he had completely forgotten about this reptilian ability. The captain of the Legion of the god Ulra noticed that the young man needed help, so, overcoming the pain, she stood up. The woman activated the saga. She is beautiful and noble, the only flower that blossomed on the battlefield. Captain Siri decided that the man who had turned into a reptilian would not be able to resist her this time either. However, the huge snake monster continued to restrain the former e-sportsman with the power of his gaze. Balzac decided that nothing bad would happen if he looked at the woman for a moment. The warrior from Iduna's legion felt the paralysis lift and shouted words of gratitude to his comrades. Oliver Grandtiger pushed the weapon through and impaled the dangerous giant on his explosive spear. The divine power of the former e-sportsman suppressed the power of the evil giant and dispelled his reptilian image. The young man used all the strength he had to complete his final attack on the giant. All who watched the great battle of Iduna's warrior saw how the giant's body was pierced by a spear. Oliver Grandtiger activated his spear's ability to prevent the giant from recovering. In the next instant, the explosive spear from the immortal warrior's arsenal unleashed a devastating might. The army of the Kingdom of Kataran noticed Oliver's targeted explosion towards the winter forest. The youth defeated the giant, who claimed to be Utgard Loki's finger. The captains of the legions of the gods asked the winner how the warrior of the goddess Iduna was feeling. The young man looked for Ciri and Braki and declared that victory belonged to the warriors of Valhalla. The boy collapsed to the ground, frightening his comrades, who had just survived an incredible battle. When the young man woke up, the first thing he saw was the ghost of his mentor Cuchulainn. A small image of the legendary hero Eryu stated that the boy had been lying there, without strength, for almost the entire day. The Prince of Light said that Princess Helga looked into Oliver Grandtiger's room 4 times. The young man asked what the girl wanted, and Cuchulainn replied that it was probably because of the victory feast. The former esports athlete concluded that the battle was over, and his mentor confirmed it. Cuchulainn said that, judging by the Fomorians that had appeared, the Tyrant of Bress was involved in this matter. The man's ghost claimed that the sea monsters fled as soon as the giant fell at the boy's hands. Cuchulainn declared that Oliver Grandtiger was a great fellow and confessed that he was impressed beyond words. The strongest warrior from the destroyed world offered to talk to the young man about his gaze, but a little later. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Kingdom of Kataran, somewhere in Midgard, the following was happening. Princess Helga understood that the eyes of many of Valhalla's warriors were focused on her. The Vikings found her incredibly beautiful and in such a dress as if she were the heroine of a fairy tale. Also, many of the legionnaires of the gods could not take their eyes off Captain Ciri. She simply blossomed. Many of the heroes of Valhalla noticed the mighty root of the great tree in the center of the hall. The Vikings were captivated by the beauty of the sword, which protruded straight from the protruding root. Captain Braki said that this sword was very interesting, although the wood was also nothing special. Ingrid said that this weapon contained strong magic, and the king chuckled. The Valkyrie had a keen eye. Ivar explained that this artifact possesses colossal power, and only a worthy one can extract it. Braki asked why not just smash the tree to pieces, and Ingrid asked the warrior to calm down. The king burst out laughing and declared that it was theoretically possible, but it was unlikely that anyone would succeed. The captain of the god Thor took the king's laughter as permission to act and took out his heavy hammer. Braki activated the saga hammer, throwing lightning bolts, and rushed to the roots of the mighty tree. The former e-sportsman peered out from behind the dense formation of Vikings watching the captain. Oliver Grandtiger asked what all the noise was about and whether these were the kinds of feasts that took place in Midgard. The young man said that his eardrums almost burst. Was it really that much fun here? The legionnaires of the gods noticed the hero of today's battle and shouted throughout the hall that Oliver had arrived. All those present immediately began to rejoice and shout, "Long live Iduna's warrior." However, the boy noticed a sword sticking out of a massive root in the center of the hall. The young man asked the Prince of Light if he felt anything familiar about this sword artifact. The strongest warrior of the destroyed world, Eryu, stated that a familiar energy was emanating from the sword. King Ivar stepped forward and warmly greeted the warrior of the goddess of eternal youth and life. Valkyrie and Captain Bragi also greeted the hero who defeated the powerful reptilian giant. A warrior from the legion of the god Thor noticed that the young man was completely absorbed by the sword sticking out of the root. The captain of the god of thunder told the young man the king's words about the impossibility of freeing this sword from the root. Bragi chuckled and stated that he had made a bet with the guy on what would happen if he got close to the artifact. Everyone present at the banquet saw the sword glow as Oliver approached it. The warriors of Valhalla and the nobility of Midgard were dumbfounded by what they saw. Did the artifact really recognize the young man? The warrior of the goddess Iduna thought that the weapon from the legends of Midgard was just begging to be put into his hands. The former esports athlete touched the hilt of the sword and felt that it was not held in place by the root at all. The boy raised the legendary weapon, and everyone present rejoiced. Iduna's warrior drew his sword. The ghost of Cuchulainn asked Oliver Grantigger to take out the Gaybolg and touch it to the sword. A former esports athlete crossed the legendary spear of the Prince of Light with a Midgard artifact. Everyone present in the hall saw a bright light that burst from the weapon of Iduna's warrior. The young man realized that inside the sword was the missing fragment of the legendary spear. Everyone understood that the liberation of the legendary sword was in itself a huge achievement. However, no one even guessed that this weapon would contain a fragment of Gaybolg. The young man thought that another incredible legend was born in Midgard that night. Meanwhile, Loki, the traitor to the gods of Asgard, thought that everything had not gone as he had expected. The god of deception added that, in general, nothing has changed, but Ragnarok will not come any faster. Loki decided that everything had returned to its place because of the guy called Iduna's warrior. After the banquet, the former esportsman informed Ingrid that he could not yet use divinity. The young man said that he would not be able to activate the power of divinity for another 13 days. Valkyrie said that others should not know about this, but it was important for her to clearly understand the strength of the warriors. The girl thanked the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna for trusting her. The guy said that he simply couldn't help but trust Ingrid, and the Valkyrie said that she was very pleased. The girl from the Sea God Legion declared that it was now her turn to trust Oliver Grantigger. The Valkyrie said, "May the blessing of Njord be with the warrior of the goddess Iduna." Cuchulainn joked that the collection of Valkyrie's blessings was growing, and the young man asked him to be silent. Ingrid said that as long as the guy couldn't use divinity, he could stand aside. Valkyrie said that she would ask Valhalla for help, because it would not be easy to continue in the same spirit. The former esports athlete wondered who these reinforcements from Valhalla would be. After some time, the warriors of Valhalla and the nobility of the kingdom gathered in the courtyard of Ivar's castle. The people of Midgard were amazed that another girl of indescribable beauty was descending from the heavens to them. Valhalla sent the chief Valkyrie of the god Odin's legion, Rastrid, to help the Vikings. The warriors of Katarin could not believe their eyes. They thought they would meet legionnaires, not a Valkyrie. The former esportsman immediately recognized Rastrid and greeted her, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl said that she was also glad to see Oliver and Ciri safe and sound. The Valkyrie of the god Odin added that she had heard of the successes they had made on the battlefield. Rastrid stated that there was another reason why she came to Midgard. The girl reminded him that she had promised to repay the debt to Oliver, and he wondered what debt she was talking about. A Valkyrie from Odin's legion said that the time had come to repay this debt. Ragnar asked for it. Rastrid said that the boy's mentor asked her to teach the young man the power of elemental runes. The former esportsman thought that he had indeed already collected quite a few runes with elemental powers. Valkyrie explained that even the simple presence of these runes gives certain advantages over the enemy. Rastrid added that there will be little time to train the Vikings, so they will study intensively. The girl said that a warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna must prepare well. The young man said that the Valkyrie frightened him, and Ciri noted that it was better than Ragnar Lothbrok's training. Rastrid spent the rest of the day training Iduna's warrior and the legion captain Ullr. Valkyrie noticed that by sunset, the Viking King's students were barely able to stand on their feet. The girl said that they would be done for today. Captain Ciri and Oliver Grantigger did a great job. Rastrid noted that from tomorrow they would be studying full-time, not half a day like today. The The Valkyrie from Odin's legion added that she would try not to drive them to the point of exhaustion. Ragnar Lothbrok's students collapsed onto the training ground to catch their breath. Captain Siri noted that Rastrid was much stricter than the master, and Oliver called the training ultra-hardcore. It was only by midnight that the former e-sportsman reached his room in King Ivar's castle. The guy said he was just dying. Are they really going to do this again tomorrow? Cuchulainn looked at the warrior of the goddess Iduna and thought that the guy was truly incredibly tired. The young man's mentor noticed that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Meanwhile, the former e-sportsman saw the goddess of eternal youth and life, who greeted him. The young man introduced himself as Oliver Grandtiger and expressed his respects to his mistress. Iduna noticed that the boy looked rather battered, but the young man said that he was fine. The goddess of eternal youth and life said that someone else wanted to see Oliver today. Scathach said that she heard about the Fomorian attack, so she wanted to speed up her training. The former e-sportsman apologized, wondering if the Queen of the Shadowlands would really train him. Scathach stated that she would teach the boy the power of Ariu, and noted that the training would be extremely intense. The woman shouted that they were starting right now. Iduna's warrior had better get ready. The former esports athlete jumped out of bed and said that at this rate he would truly die of fatigue. The young man understood that he would fall asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow, but this made it even more frightening. Oliver Grandtiger remembered what he wanted to do before going to bed. The young man called upon Snow White Adenmaka, who did not understand the meaning of calling her at all. The former esports athlete asked if the sea dragon really didn't understand his motive. Adenmaha handed Oliver a letter of support from Hera, which was an incentive to get through the day. The girl thought that the young man had no idea how hard Hera worked to recharge his summoning stones. Oliver Grantiger said he was now fully prepared for bed and added that Adenmaha was free to return. The sea dragon saw her master collapse onto the bed and immediately begin to snore. The dragon girl decided that the former e-sportsman was underestimating the efforts of those around him. Snow White Adenmaha noticed that Oliver Grandtiger had not put away his bottomless bag. The next morning, the young man woke up with the thought that he had not gotten any rest during the night. When the former e-sportsman stood up, he saw Adenmaka and asked her why she hadn't left. The dragon girl admitted that she decided to check if her master had anything interesting in Unir. Snow White Adenmaha asked why her master needed this sword, and he saw Liberatus in her hands. The boy said that he received it a couple of days ago, and the girl said that it was a relic with a message from Camelot. The boy asked Snow White Adenmaka to show him what was hidden within this sword artifact. The dragon girl submitted to her master's will and activated the message embedded in the sword's hilt. The boy saw an image of an old man who said that this message was written for the one worthy of becoming king. The unknown person added that on the day Camelot fell, he lost everything and recovered only decades later. The image of the old man added that it was then that he thought about death, but in the end he was unable to do so. The unknown man admitted that he was unable to commit suicide because he realized that not all was lost. The old man declared that he had the opportunity to mentor a worthy man, the future king of Camelot. The image of the unknown person added that they would probably meet soon, if, of course, he was still alive. The old man said that he would leave it at that and expressed the hope that the one who got the sword would be a lady. Finally, the unknown person stated that he is partial to black hair, but he is not against blondes. When the old man's image disappeared, silence reigned in the former e-sportsman's room for a while. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna said that this was, without a doubt, a very interesting old man. The Prince of Light asked Snow White Adenmaka who this grandpa was, since she probably knew him. The dragon said that it was Merlin, the archmage of the legendary kingdom of Camelot, built by King Arthur. Oliver Grantiger asked if Arthur was the king who wielded the legendary Excalibur. Cuchulainn said the boy was right and added that Merlin's true value lay in his magic. The young man remembered that the archmage of Camelot had promised to meet with the owner of Liberatus very soon. About 13 days of hellish training passed in anticipation of meeting the incredible old man. Scathach told the guy that they wouldn't be able to train for a while, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Iduna noted Oliver Grandtiger's zeal and decided that he deserved a reward. The woman held out the golden apple and said that it was the best fruit from her last harvest. The former esports athlete hesitated and asked if the lady was sure he could accept this. The goddess of eternal youth and life said that this is not all. She has one more small gift. The young man received a summoning ticket from Iduna, allowing him to summon a Valkyrie of his legion. The goddess reminded that it would be very difficult for Hedda to reach Midgard without outside help. Iduna warned that this ticket works like a summoning stone, but the process is a little more complicated. Oliver Grand Tiger thanked his mistress. Her gifts were incredibly valuable to him. The goddess of eternal youth and life said that her blessing would be upon the only warrior of the Legion. The captain of the Legion of God Ulra called out to the former cyber sportsman, asking if he was still sleeping. The young man opened his sleepy eyes and tried to understand who exactly had just addressed him. Ciri informed them that Rastrid had something for them. They needed to hurry since the others were already gathered. Oliver Grand Tiger immediately got ready and moved after the woman from the Legion of the God Uller. Rastrid introduced Chaldea, a Valkyrie from the Legion of the God Hermund, to the warriors of Valhalla. Chaldea reminded that this expedition has two goals, the search for a fragment of Garm's soul and another secret one. Valkyrie said that she was finally allowed to talk about the second goal, the destruction of the Fomorian base. Chaldea declared that the warriors of Valhalla must drive the Fomorians out of the mortal world. Rastrid added that they are not the only ones participating in this operation, but rather the vanguard. Valkyrie of the god Hermund said that she would call for reinforcements as soon as the assault began. Odin's Valkyrie announced that the performance was scheduled for tomorrow, and the Vikings would have to split into groups. Chaldea added that that was all for now. The rest would be told to the warriors of Valhalla as things progressed. Cuchulainn stated that Asgard would actually show its best side and perhaps put an end to the Fomorians. The former esports athlete decided to personally deal with Tiran Bress since the matter concerned Adenmaka. The next morning, the warriors of Valhalla left Katarin and divided into 3 groups. The Valkyries led each of the groups, with Oliver Grand Tiger joining Ingrid's squad. Valkyrie warned that the Fomorians were probably watching them, so the squad would use an illusion. Ingrid suggested sending the ship to the east and heading west. Valkyrie stated that the first group's mission was to attract the enemy's attention. Ingrid admitted that she was glad to have the opportunity to fight shoulder to shoulder with such outstanding warriors. The former esports athlete stated that everyone on this ship is happy to be in the squad of the god Njord's Valkyrie. Ingrid grinned. Now she could clearly see that every warrior in her group was ready to fight. The flying ship of Iduna's legion took the course indicated by the Valkyrie of the sea god. Meanwhile, King Ivar was running through the corridors of his castle. An important guest visited his city. The ruler of Katarin was in a hurry to tell his uncle Paul the incredible news. The old man met and greeted the king, who seemed to him to be very animated. The king noticed that 20 years had passed since their last meeting, and his uncle had not changed a bit. The princess said that Iduna's warrior had claimed Liberatus, but he had already left the kingdom. King Ivar's uncle said that in that case, he would have to borrow a ship and hurry. The ruler of the kingdom of Katarin immediately ordered that the fastest ship be equipped for Paul. Princess Helga followed the old man just to quickly see the hero who saved her life. The girl asked if they could track Oliver, and the grandfather replied that only to a certain extent. Ivar's uncle thought that the signal was very weak. Perhaps Liberatus was hidden in a magical vessel. The old man declared that, unfortunately, he saw no other way out of the current situation, and raised his sword. Helga's grandfather imbued his sword with magic, hoping to strengthen the bond with Oliver's Liberatus. The old man declared that the sword in his hands was the legendary Excalibur, the sword of selection. Ivar's uncle explained that Liberatus and this legendary sword have an inextricable connection. The old man was completely confident that releasing Excalibur's power would strengthen Liberatus's signal. Uncle Paul directed the ship to a magical beacon that responded to the activation of the legendary sword. Meanwhile, the following events took place on the flying ship of Iduna's legion. The former esports athlete carefully watched the horizon, thinking about the upcoming battle. Cuchulainn asked when the young man planned to use the Valkyrie summoning ticket. The warrior of the goddess Iduna said that it can only be used once. Maybe I should save it for the battle. The Prince of Light said that he does not advise calling Hedda in the middle of a fight. Who might like that? Oliver replied evasively that he would think about it, but the mentor noticed the summoning stone in his hands. Cuchulainn said that now was not the best time to call upon Snow White Adenmaha. The young man noted the dragon girl's contented look, and she admitted that she knew she would be summoned right now. The Vikings noticed the Snow-White Maha and cried out that their flying ship had been visited by a Valkyrie. The warriors of Valhalla pounced on the girl and asked her which legion she belonged to. The dragon said that she was not really a Valkyrie and saw that her master had received a new saga. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna felt that he had received the saga of the warrior who was visited by a Valkyrie. The warriors of Valhalla and the Valkyrie were eager to see this saga in action. The young man was surprised that even Ingrid became curious. Now he simply could not refuse his comrades. The guy activated the saga warrior who was visited by the Valkyrie to find out what exactly she was doing. Everyone who was watching Oliver Grandtiger saw Iduna's Valkyrie appear before him. The warriors of Valhalla cried out in surprise. Could the boy really now summon Hida? The young man looked at Saga's interface and explained that it was merely the spirit of the guardian Valkyrie. All the Vikings were alarmed. Now they too wanted to get their hands on such an unusual saga. Braki asked who else the former esports athlete might call upon, as Hedda was certainly not the only one. Oliver Grantiger discovered that he had access to Ingrid's spirit, and so he decided to summon it as well. The Legionnaires noticed that Ingrid's copy seemed unstable and seemed to lack energy. Valkyrie asked Oliver what was going on, and he replied that he hadn't figured out all the intricacies of the saga yet. The guy suggested that it was all about the power of blessings. Rastrid and Gender were completely unavailable for summoning. A captain from Thor's legion stepped forward and proclaimed that he named Oliver master of the Valkyries. Braki shouted that Iduna's warrior must go on a journey to gather all the Valkyries. Ingrid and Ciri both slapped the man, telling him not to fill the boy's head with all sorts of nonsense. Snow-White Adenmaka asked, "What about her? Couldn't the guy summon her copy?" Oliver Grandtiger answered his dragon. She herself said that she is not a Valkyrie. Snow-White Adenmaka noticed that the bottomless bag on the master's belt began to shine brightly. The girl suddenly screamed, drawing everyone's attention to the shining object on the master's belt. The former esportsman exhaled and noticed that Snow-White Adenmaka had given him quite a fright. The young man took out a shard of the magic sword, and Liberatus from Unir, they were emitting a bright glow. The sea dragon guessed that Merlin must have already realized that her master had obtained Liberatus. Snow-White Adenmaha is confident that the old man is already on his way to Eriu's heir. Valkyrie realized that Liberatus's creator was somewhere nearby, so she suggested waiting for him. The dragon noticed that Merlin should already have left Kataron, and Ingrid said that she would notify the other groups. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion sent birds with a message to the Rastrids and Chaldea units. The first group of Valhalla warriors stopped their military campaign and decided to wait for the Archmage of Camelot. Meanwhile, the unknown knight sensed the power of the legendary sword and headed towards the radiance of Liberatus. The man clearly remembered that the Knights of Camelot had failed to protect their king, Arthur. The knight knows that on the day of the fall of Camelot, all the knights of the Round Table died with the king. However, the man remembered these events well because he personally had a hand in the fall of Camelot. That day, the defeated Arthur named the traitor knight as the only surviving member of the Round Table. Mordred personally ended the life of the legendary king so that no one could prevent the fall of Camelot. Now the only surviving knight was racing towards the source of Camelot's power, Excalibur. Mordred thought that there was only one person left in this world who could use Excalibur. Merlin felt Liberatus's pulses stop moving away. The heir to Camelot stopped. Ivar's uncle informed Helga that Iduna's warrior had learned of their approach and was now waiting to meet them. Merlin, hiding under the name Paul, wondered who this man was who had become the heir to Camelot. The first group of Valhalla warriors waited for the ship of the old Archmage of Camelot for 5 full days. King Katarin's uncle noticed a flying ship in the sky, which belonged to Oliver Grandtiger. The old man asked Helga to look up at the sky, and they finally met the warriors of Valhalla. Princess Katarin was already looking forward to meeting her savior, the warrior of the goddess Iduna. The girl ran to the bow of the speedboat and called out to Oliver Grandtiger. The former cyber sportsman and the Legion captains heard Helga's cry and looked at the great river. From the height of the flying ship, it was clearly visible how something was rapidly approaching Helga's ship. A warrior from the Legion of the goddess Iduna looked closer and saw a knight who was preparing his sword. Oliver instantly jumped overboard and activated the Saga warrior charge like a thunderstorm. The eyes of the all-seeing dragon recognized the sinister power of Mordred, Mordred, who had already raised his sword. The last night of the Round Table unleashed a wave of incredible power to destroy Merlin's ship. Oliver realized with horror that the knight's crushing force had reached the ship faster than he could intercept it. The former e-sportsman shouted the names of the Archmage and Princess Kataran, hoping to hear an answer. A warrior of the goddess Iduna saw how King Ivar's fast ship broke apart and sank. Merlin managed to react and protect himself and the nearby Vikings from Mordred's terrifying power. Oliver saw that the Archmage of Camelot had created a protective sphere of magic and was lifting it into the air. The legendary wizard, hiding behind the mask of Uncle Ivar, asked if everyone was safe. Merlin looked towards the shore and asked who the hell could have done such a thing. The old man instantly realized what had happened when he saw the precious sword Clarent in the hands of the stranger. The great wizard of ruined Camelot recognized the one who struck their fast ship. The legendary Archmage shouted with fury the name of the one who took the life of King Arthur. The last surviving knight of the Round Table prepared for the next devastating attack. Mordred channeled incredible magical power into his sword to unleash it on Excalibur's keeper. Meanwhile, Oliver Grandtiger activated the Saga Warrior Charge primordial weapon. The young man summoned the weapon of the immortal warrior Callister, the demon sword, the Blade of Curse. A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna attacked the last knight of the Round Table of the Kingdom of Camelot. The legionnaires of the gods on Oliver Grandtiger's flying ship noticed an incredible explosion on the shore. The Valkyrie of the Sea God shouted that they were obliged to provide support to the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. Meanwhile, the former cyber sportsman met the gaze of the one who attacked Merlin's speedboat. Mordred asked the warrior of Valhalla who he was and immediately warned that it would be better not to disturb him. Oliver Grandtiger asked in response, "Who is this knight? Is he really in league with the Fomorians?" Merlin shouted that this man's name was Mordred, the very traitor who killed King Arthur. The last knight of the Round Table asked the old man not to make him laugh because he had never betrayed Camelot for a second. The man said he was facing a battle he could not win, so he made a deal. The knight shouted that Camelot would survive if he followed instructions and did as he was told. Mordred screamed that he had killed the king and opened the gates of Camelot only to protect him. Merlin called the traitor knight a fool who hoped that his enemies would keep their promise. Mordred shouted that he could not be mistaken, for he was the true guardian of Camelot. Oliver activated the legendary saga of the Goddess of Life warrior and rushed at the maddened enemy. The former esports athlete unleashed all his might on the last night of the Round Table. However, the young man quickly realized that his attack had not achieved much success, only splitting the knight's helmet. Iduna's legionaries shouted, if the man was truly defending Camelot, then why didn't he fight to the end? Mordred ordered Oliver Grandtiger to shut up immediately. The boy doesn't understand anything at all. The knight raised Clarent and activated the fallen knight's power, summon ghosts of Camelot. Iduna's warrior saw hundreds of knights of Camelot, whom Mordred ordered to destroy the warriors of Valhalla. The old man said that the man had gone completely mad and had been tormented by guilt for over 100 years. Merlin added that during this time, Mordred himself became a real ghost of the legendary Camelot. God Thor's captain activated the Saga Hammer, a lightning-throwing weapon to crush the summoned knights. The traitor realized that the warriors of Valhalla possessed incredible power capable of defeating his knights. The former e-sportsman instantly recognized the attack of his comrade from the legion of the god of thunder and lightning. Ingrid brought the captains of the gods to help Iduna's warrior in a difficult battle. Mordred raised the jeweled sword Clarent to unleash its power on Oliver Grandtiger. The young man held off the onslaught of the maddened knight of the Round Table well, but he could only defend himself. The guy felt that after the hellish training of Rastrid and Skatak, he could not rely on gaze. Oliver thought that even with his legendary saga, he still couldn't handle Mordred. The former esports athlete decided that this crazy guy was incredibly strong, but the root of the problem was different. The young man admitted that before this, his opponents resembled wild animals, relying on brute force. Oliver Grandtiger understands that this man is different from all others because he is a knight of the Round Table. The warrior of the goddess Iduna decided that Mordred was demonstrating true mastery of the sword. Oliver admitted that even if you put fencing aside, the gap in skills is obvious. The young man realized that now he himself resembled a beast or a giant who relied only on strength. The legionnaire of the goddess of eternal youth and life decided that he must immediately change his fighting style. Oliver Grandtiger realized that there was still one important question left. What was the difference in the characteristics of their weapons? A warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna decided that the most reliable method would be a block test. The former esports athlete couldn't even imagine that his blade would crack at the first attempt to block. The heir to the destroyed world did not have time to react and escape Mordred's blow. Oliver Grandtiger cursed and realized that it would be very difficult to fight now. The knight who betrayed his kingdom declared that pain would consume the body of the former e-sportsman. Idun's warrior felt unbearable pain due to Mordred's activation of Clarence power. The legendary Archmage of Camelot couldn't believe his eyes because this was no ordinary wound. Merlin said he saw something devilish, like souls being torn from the sword of a fallen knight. Mordred, the last knight of the Round Table, claimed that tens of thousands of ghosts haunt this sword. The man added that on the day of the fall of Camelot, countless numbers of those burned alive were absorbed into Clarence. Mordred exclaimed that Oliver Grandtiger would also become a vengeful ghost and inhabit his sword. The Valkyrie of the Northern Legion decided that she could not allow the death of a warrior from Iduna's legion. Ingrid unleashed her attack on the last knight of the ruined kingdom of Camelot. Valkyrie, the commander of the first group of Valhalla warriors, shouted that Oliver needed to wake up. Mordred saw a pleasant light of divine power emanating from Ingrid's wings. Valkyrie Njord created magical tridents with the power of divinity to unleash upon the enemy. The last knight of the Round Table of the kingdom of Camelot blocked Ingrid's attack. Mordred didn't even notice the power of the Valkyrie from the Northern Legion, as if he was an ordinary warrior. The knight who betrayed King Arthur and Camelot exclaimed that the Valkyrie's light was incredible. The sea god Valkyrie felt the dark power of Clarence's precious sword suppressing her. Ingrid realized that she simply could not cope with the souls trapped in Clarence. The last knight of the Round Table said that he would deal with the representatives of Valhalla, one by one. The man declared that, first of all, he would finish off the warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna. The young man understood that he was holding on only thanks to Iduna's blessing. Further fighting was out of the question. Cuchulainn declared that Clarence's strength was too great and that the boy needed a weapon equal to it. Merlin decided that they would have a chance of winning if they freed Clarence from the ghosts that infested it. The old man decided that he simply had to intervene in the battle between the heir to Camelot and the traitor knight. The legendary Archmage of King Arthur called out to Mordred, and the great magician came up with an idea to turn the tide of the battle. Merlin shouted that if the man wanted to restore Camelot to its former glory, he would need Excalibur. The knight who betrayed Arthur's kingdom saw the old man throw him the king's legendary sword. Mordred caught the sword and realized there was no doubt that he had the real Excalibur in his hands. The last knight of the Round Table declared that he would draw this sword and prove his true feelings for Camelot. The great wizard knows the history of the sword that was thrust into the stone long ago. After all, it was then announced to the people that whoever could pull out this sword would become the rightful king. According to the oracle's prediction, countless people have tried to get their hands on Excalibur. The Archmage of the ruined kingdom watched Mordred's futile attempts to draw his sword from its sheath. Merlin was once again convinced that Excalibur had already chosen its new owner. The old man said that it reminded him of the past because no one could pull out this sword. The Archmage of the legendary kingdom added that one day a simple boy appeared who changed history. The traitor knight screamed in rage, asking why he couldn't get his hands on that sword, why he was resisting. Merlin said the reason for this was simple. Excalibur did not serve the traitor who killed his father and the king. The old man said that he understood everything instantly because Excalibur chooses its owner and not the other way around. The traitor to the legendary kingdom saw the sword in his hands dissolve with a bright flash. Mordred shouted in rage. Where had the sword disappeared to? Was the old man really mocking him now? The legendary Archmage of Camelot declared that Excalibur had returned to its owner. The next moment, the coast of the great river was illuminated by a bright flash of magical light. The warriors of Valhalla and the summoned knights of Camelot froze, stopping the fierce battle. Oliver noticed that the synchronization with the immortal warrior Callister had risen to 45%. The former e-sportsman received the new legendary saga, the King of Camelot. The warrior from the legion of the goddess Iduna felt that he was now capable of competing with Mordred. The last knight of the Round Table stood up, Clarent, and declared that he did not recognize the Viking as king. Mordred cried out that he would never acknowledge Oliver as a more worthy man than he. The legionnaires of the gods noticed that the ghosts of the Knights of Camelot had stopped fighting them. Captain Ciri shouted that this was very good, because a little more and they would have had to admit defeat. Everyone saw how the spirits of the summoned knights began to merge into a common flow of energy over the battlefield. The traitor to the kingdom of Camelot screamed, not understanding why they were disobeying his order. The warriors of Valhalla saw how the souls of the summoned knights unleashed all their power on Mordred. The Knight of the Round Table shouted, "What the hell is this? Why are they attacking their master?" Merlin said that the ghosts that had been haunting Mordred for over 100 years were finally free. The Archmage of Camelot added that these souls do not want to repeat Mordred's mistake and go against the king. The knight who killed King Arthur found himself at the center of a veritable tornado of tens of thousands of souls. The great wizard shouted to the warrior of the goddess of eternal youth and life that he would cover him. Merlin asked the new king of Camelot to send the spirits back to where they belong. The former esports athlete realized that the legendary wizard had asked him to end this battle. The young man raised Excalibur to unleash its full power on the knight who had betrayed his kingdom.